We're back. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is the MarvelSnap Gauntlet World Championship Series. We made it. We are back here for Qualifier number 2, and I am thrilled to be your MC for the day. For those who do not know, my name is Guest, also known as It's Guest Gaming, and I'm going to be starting you off with your 2 initial casters talking about today's qualifier. First and foremost, I'm going to bring in the bearded wonder himself. You may have known him from his pirate influence, but I know him as just an incredibly good friend. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Tucker. Tucker, good sir. How you doing, man?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. I'm so excited for this opportunity to be able to cast the Golden Gauntlet here. I love the competitive nature that we have in Snap right now, and I can't wait to see some great games.
Awesome, and I could not think of a better partner for you by having your equal, at least in beard context, the one and only, not so ordinary Harry. Harry, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited for the Golden Gauntlet. I feel like the game is in a really good spot now. I think we're going to see some incredible games, and I can't wait to cast them.
Yeah, I think today's going to be a really solid, really solid event. I was taking a look at what the players decided to bring to the tournament and comparing it to Golden Gauntlet, the first qualifier. I am thrilled at the diversity and also mildly scared because it had a very similar reflection to kind of how the beginning of the season on ladder feels. There's a very heavy presence of comfort decks. I see a lot of destroy, a lot of discard, a lot of negative, a whole bunch of tribunal, which was a little bit of a shock. So I'm seeing a lot of these comfort decks to prepare us going into round number 1. And I know I sent you all a little bit of the information about the decks that are popular right now, so I'll lead off with Tucker here. How did you feel taking a look at the different archetypes that were doing incredibly well, what's popular, and realizing that the number 1 deck that was brought was Victoria Hand?
So Victoria Hand's been in a very interesting spot, actually, you know, these past couple seasons, getting more cards that benefit her. But what I think that's really interesting is using Victoria Hand now as one of those unknown kind of cards, because you're running an Iron Patriot, you're running a Mirage, you have Frigate also to copy cards. And like, even with like location variants and everything too, it's either you're fighting for priority to be able to get your Iron Patriot cards, which your opponent is either fighting for as well, but there's instances where you don't actually fight for that lane because you don't get a good Iron Patriot card. It's like that whole kind of like psychology of kind of like what we don't like about Airship, about the unknown, but like, do you actually really participate in fighting for the unknown kind of situation?
Yeah.
Like, there's so much weird, and like, we're in a priority meta, I think, still right now, as we see like the resurgence of like Alioth again, and the Wiccan First Steps Galactus deck also having to fight for priority to get that Galactus value to be able to set up for that Alioth or for the Negasonic. Like, there's just so much variance, like you said, going on. The meta is wide open, which is also why you want to have some unknown factors in, like with the Victoria Hand generation.
Yeah, the ceiling on that deck just seems like it's consistently going higher and higher and higher, and I think a lot of that has been also acknowledged by the buff that we saw to Misery going from 4-8 to 4-9. And crazy. I know the Misery Hood synergy, we see it in a lot of decks, not just the Victoria Hand decks, as I was looking through some of the registration. So Harry, you know, we've seen a lot of conversation about that dynamic, whether it be in the Victoria Hand shell or not. You know, how do you play if you're in a tournament setting, knowing that you're going to be seeing this style of deck or this type of synergy incredibly prevalent? And right now, at least in the first couple of days of the season, it seems like it definitely is. How would you steer a player into saying that this is something you're going to see very commonly? How are the different ways that you would train them or coach them on getting ready for that element of the meta? Because if it's popular here in the tournament, it's definitely going to be popular in ladder.
You're talking about how to counter Victoria Hand decks, I presume. I feel like there's not a lot of ways to counter them. I think you just do your game plan, whatever that is, whatever you chose that game plan to be. Obviously, there are some cards that you can use to specifically target that deck, namely Enchantress, namely, you know, cards that deal with the ongoing part of the Victoria Hand, or maybe if they, you know, overstep and they copy too many Victorias, a Shang-Chi can come into play, which I think is also pretty popular in this tournament. Yeah. It's more about playing around their gameplay and their game plan, utilizing your deck and your game plan, than trying to counter a Victoria hand deck. I don't think it's reached a point where you need to target that deck. I think you probably just want to have a good old-fashioned, MarvelSnap list that you're comfortable with. You know what you're doing. You know your game plan. You're sticking to it, and just outsmart them, outplay them, and probably win. I don't feel like Enchantress needs to be in any decks right now. So let's wait and see.
I think, and you kind of alluded to it as well, where there are certain cards that are more popular depending on different metas, and this is something that I want to showcase also here. Is we took all of the deck lists and we were able to find out the most popular cards based on what people are bringing in right away. So I know the chat has always asked for this to be a little bit more consistent and prevalent here in these streams. So I want to open this conversation with the two of you and have the two of you discuss what we've seen pop up for exactly that. So we're putting up onto the screen right now the most commonly brought cards to the tournament at this moment. Number one being Shang-Chi, and not even close. Tucker, is this the meta for Shang-Chi?
Yeah, I think we're back in a place where you're not seeing as much Cosmo, and you're seeing people just throwing big cards down. Like Harry mentioned, with the duplication of Victoria Hand getting stuff into Shang-Chi range, demons are getting into Shang-Chi range, which is also why you're seeing Killmonger and Mobius for that deck as well. But there's also a lot of Destroy, like you were talking about earlier in this tournament too. So with that in mind, because, Destroy's running Killmonger and has answers to get more vertical than some of these other cards, you kind of have to have, power must be controlled with Shang-Chi. Tech card, of course, also in tournaments like this, Shang-Chi normally is like a top 5, I feel like, played card. So it doesn't surprise me that it is number 1 right now, just kind of looking at the tech cards that are at least in like the top 20 cards at the moment.
I personally find it interesting where in the beginning of these seasons, we very often feel like we're trying to define the meta. We're trying to figure out exactly what direction to go with it. And the tournament season very much so is a part of that. A lot of what we saw from the result of the last Golden Gauntlet were, okay, what decks are going to be popular right after season launch? And then everybody kind of has a rough idea for the first couple of decks, for the first couple of days. And then the tournament happens, and then all of a sudden, the meta entirely changes based on popularity from competitive play. So with that in mind, that's kind of the direction I want to ask Harry. When you see a top list that is so heavy on, honestly, tech cards, right? You've got Shang-Chi, Merlin, Shadow King, Alioth, Mobius, Enchantress, Negasonic, Killmonger. Is that something we need to be worried about on ladder simultaneously, that this is a very heavy tech meta versus having tech be a part of your game plan?
I feel like tournaments are very different than ladder traditionally in every type of game, whether it's card game or anything else, because tournaments, you can expect some popular decks or lists or archetypes to show up, and then you can target them. Also, you talked about comfort, which I think you hit the nail on the head with that. These cards have traditionally always been good. They give you a lot of value. They can swing games. Tech cards are always going to be a part of any MarvelSnap tournament, whether they're popular or not on ladder, whether they're popular or not in general. You're going to bring them in just for the surprise factor, to put the fear in your opponent, right? If your opponent knows that you have a Shang-Chi in your list, they're not going to play that. They're going to think twice before playing that huge Galactus First Steps or whatever. They're going to think twice about stealing priority to play that big card. Maybe they want to change their play style a little bit just because they're aware of that tech card in your hand. So you always want to have the tech cards when you're in the tournament setting. And I feel like that's the name of the game, right? That's what you want to be doing if you are here to win it.
Yeah, and I know everybody is incredibly excited about this one because we had several different announcements, kind of leading up to this qualifier as well. We announced the limited and incredibly exclusive card back that will be distributed to anybody who qualifies for Worlds in November. So that was really cool to see that MarvelSnap has truly embraced the power of the Golden Gauntlet, and we are seeing the excitement also in the community as well. So with that said, games are starting, codes are being shared, round 1 is officially underway. They are enjoying the beginning of the tournament, which means I will let the community enjoy just the two of you and allow you two to continue this conversation, talking about what you've seen on ladder and the meta as we get our first match ready and set to go. So gentlemen, it's all you.
So I got a question for you, Harry. So we had an OTA last week, I do believe, where Fenris Wolf got changed from a 2 cost to a 3 cost. And we also saw Cannonball lose 2 points of power, going from a 5-8 to a 5-6. I haven't seen a lot of Fenris Wolf on the ladder since then, since Fenris became a 3 cost. But Mercury Cannonball still seems to be floating around just a little bit. But I think it's an instance where like we actually got a tech card hit that kind of actually did focus the meta into maybe a little bit more fun, or people doing a little bit crazier stuff. Do you think that's probably what kind of happened there?
I feel like that it was a very good decision to, hit that combo, hit all the pieces of the, well, not all the pieces of that combo, but two of the most important pieces of that combo in Fenris Wolf and Cannonball. It did open up the meta. I feel like the meta is a lot more fun right now than it was before. It's not, when you have a deck that dominates the meta, it just tends to polarize what is being played in general. Like you're either playing that or you're playing something that can deal with that, or that can counter that. When you have something that's way too strong, that's what happens. So I'm really glad that they took that step. I hope, if necessary, they'll continue down that path. I feel like Mercury Cannonball isn't that strong, but right now, but it's still very playable.
Yeah, and I think it also added more domino to that style of Wiccan list, which made that actually really interesting, as we are in our first game now with Comic Casual playing some Agamotto against Doughboy.
Yeah, and he's
Cosmic,
he's played that copycat. What is that copycat? He clicked on it, but I didn't notice what it was. Oh, it's just Scarlet Witch, I guess. And then he's got Merlin down. So Doughboy is playing Destroy.
Is it 34 card Monty is back, as we do get the Atuma on Mora X, giving him a copy of his starting hand. This is very interesting. This matchup especially, both these cards having like an influx of cards in their deck, which is going to be seeing who draws the better maybe tech card here, or who draws the better spells with the Monty matchup.
So yeah, I honestly think that there's a lot of RNG involved in this matchup. This is going to be a fun one. Agamotto versus Arishem Thanos.
Yeah.
So I have no idea what's going to happen, but it's looking good for Cosmic Casual right now. He's got a decent hand, and he's got the images and the wins, and he's Shang-Chi. He's got a free 2 targets for Shang-Chi, so it's all up to him what he wants to do with this hand. Surge also, that's a really good hand.
Yeah, he's going for the potential clog here with the Winds of Tomb to Red Guardian. Of course, Merlin is on the board for Doughboy, and if he does get Once in Future or Polymorph, he can get that Red Guardian away, but it really depends. Is this actually going to be a clog scenario? With the power that Cosmic has too, this looks like a really good situation with the Shang-Chi, like you said, also in hand right now.
It's looking very good. If that's a clog right there, which it looks like it is, so he's got the right side locked in, and then Shang-Chi can take care of the left. I don't really see how he can lose this. He's got 8 energy, a temporal in his hand. I mean, I don't even know. Do you even snap here? Do you even not snap here is the question. Why are we not snapping? Is it the last turn?
Yeah, it is turn 6.
Okay, it's turn 6. Hey, I swapped the feed because I was looking at the other feed and it was covering everything. So now I swapped the feed. I can tell what's going on.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, there's no extra. I mean, there's one bonus extra energy, of course, for Doughboy here. This is going to be either a situation of fighting for left and right, which is probably what goes on here. Of course, a Goliath left. I don't know if is enough to. Okay, well, another Atuma, another Red Guardian. This should be a Cosmic dub here for 2. Honestly, not giving too much info away from what he had, which, I mean, of course, it is open deck list, so info is just, already relevant for everyone, but a good solid start over here for Cosmic.
That was an easy win. I don't know why we didn't snap here. I mean, Cosmic casual. Maybe he just didn't want a boomer snap or something. But I feel like you need to. I like starting strong when I'm going in a tournament setting, because a lot of people are stressed. A lot of people are a little bit, they've got that nervousness going on, and they're really afraid. If you start strong, you can really steal some cubes away from your opponents, because even if you're not in the perfect situation, you don't have the perfect hand, snapping usually is favorable for the person that snaps, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And this is a very interesting game for Cosmic here too. Werewolf is not going to be able to use all 3 lanes, and Doughboy does start with an additional card draw. This might be honestly in a bit more favor of Doughboy just with the location setup we have at the moment. And Mind Stone, wow, okay.
Yeah, Doughboy's high rolling. This is where you snap.
Yes.
This is exactly what I was talking about, right? This is where you. Oh, and we got Vibranium Mines as well. These locations are awful, dude. What is going on? If I were Doughboy here, I would snap away for sure. Horrible locations for my opponent, and I've got the perfect start for this deck. Soul Stone into Mind Stone. I've got all the stones in my hand. I can draw as much as I want. I really don't care about Vibranium Mines as well.
Ooh. We do. Oh my gosh, this is a really bad start for Cosmic. Red Guardian off rip again. We do have the free Juggernaut, which will be in play here, as we do go for another potential clog with no Merlin in sight here, and these locations, like Harry's saying, being absolutely horrible. This is going to be a very interesting game, honestly, for both players here.
So we got a nerf Juggernaut and a buff Juggernaut in hand. The double whammy here. This is dangerous indeed. Now I'm not so sure how good of a situation it is for Doughboy, but at the same time, we're looking at a handful of tech and not a lot of things to tech, if you know what I mean, to tech on, because the opponent isn't playing anything that you can Enchantress or Shang-Chi, but maybe just the clogging. If you manage to clog the right, then you can easily just win off the power of a Juggernaut.
Oh yeah, and it's also unfortunate the Surge into Vibranium does reset the shuffle of the Surge itself too, so you're not necessarily guaranteed to get that Surge card, but we do get Images of Icon. We don't get the Vibranium, which is a pretty good start here for Cosmic after playing onto Vibranium. But do we do both Jugs or no, just one? Okay.
Yeah, that's genius. If they play mid, then there's a chance they clog the right. Oh, they clog the right anyway.
Okay, well.
Well, now I don't think the second Juggernaut is going to do anything, to be honest. Because, yeah, it's not going to do anything. Both of the locations are full, so the second Juggernaut is just points. You need to place something on the right to win. This is not a winning play.
No, I think we are just cooked here. With Space Stone, too, they already drew Thanos, so they can just play Thanos middle, and that should be enough power to win Breaker for right and for left. So this is looking like probably a retreat for Cosmic, yeah. Yeah,
it's an easy retreat here. There's no situation where you can win this game. You just go next. Yeah. Take the 1 cube loss. Sometimes this happens. Sometimes the locations aren't really in your favor, and you gotta accept it and move on.
Yeah, no snap from Doughboy though. Sweet. But with Doughboy, I've like you said, Harry, I think this probably that should have been a snap game for Doughboy, looking at the locations to be able to even more maximize his cubes with what he had set up. So honestly, a dub for Cosmic to only lose 1 cube in that situation there.
For sure. He's got a really good hand. I really like Hawkeye here on turn 2. Gives you a lot of options. And then you've got the images to really, really put a lot of power in one location, along with a random Mysterio that works extremely well with images of Econ. Bar Sinister is a little bit of a tricky location that you have to maneuver. But at the same time, once you play Hawkeye, you can put the fear of the Toxic Arrow into your opponent. So once you play Hawkeye, you can easily bluff a snap here, whether you get it or not. Ooh. The Acid Arrow, yeah.
Now it's a fight for priority, because if Cosmic has priority here, 100% it should be a snap. And then also, yeah, like you said, makes Doughboy have to really consider, do they play on Bar Sinister here? Because if they do, since Cosmic has prio anyways, they'll at least have 3 Acid Arrows going into Bar Sinister.
One of my favorite things to do in this situation is, even if I don't get Acid Arrow, is to snap anyway and make them play something that only costs 3 in Bar Sinister, which means I can easily just steal that location with a low commitment card, like a low cost card, and so on and so forth.
Oh, and we do have the late snap here from Cosmic. I think, honestly, like you were saying too, having that as a potential just bluff snap in a conquest game, in a tournament setting, bluff snaps have honestly a bigger impact, I think, too, than like most scenarios as well, because like you said, people also, there's nerves, people are, trying to think about every single thing that's about to happen, even with open deck lists, as we get a Cobra down on the board from Doughboy. This is interesting.
I don't think I've ever seen Cobra win play. Destroy an enemy created card here, so basic arrow just dies.
Yep.
That is such a situational card.
Ooh,
oh my god, I can't believe it's gonna get value here.
At least, well, it's fortunate here is...
Do not sleep on Cobra. Do not sleep on Cobra. Cobra's good.
What is really good with this play here with Cosmic, though, I would probably play the Mysterio and the real Mysterio in a different lane, because the Mysterio is a token card, so Cobra would have had a 50-50 with Basic Arrow and the Mysterio. But we are going to transition now over to our other game, which is going to be Intero Bang here on stream for us, as we get it all set up. But that was a good start, Harry, wasn't it? We had all sorts of different fun interactions and stuff happening.
That was a crazy game. That's a really fun game. A lot of random things going on. A lot of RNG involved. It doesn't look like this is going to be the case in this game.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
seeing. I'm not exactly aware of what people are playing here. Like, I can't make it out from the cards from Captain 519, but it looks like Interrobang is playing some kind of tech deck, some kind of control deck, some kind of
Wiccan Tech.
Wiccan Tech deck. Yeah. So let's see how this goes on.
For 7 here, if they stay, by the way, which is all of Intero's life points, and sets Captain down to 1, and we do get the stay. Oh my goodness. We don't know what Copycat is. Hulkling? Oh, the Stardust saves. I mean, it doesn't necessarily save the game, but 7 down for Captain from Intero. Oh my goodness.
That was a very bold stay by Captain, considering that the Intero had a free lane to win in the middle. Like, I don't know what. That was a very high cost game. So now he's down to 1 cube, and Intero, it's all up to him to just win a single cube. Now, in this situation, though, bluffs don't really help, because you can't snap.
No, and this deck by the opponent too, by the way, Zabu, America Chavez, Surge, Luke Cage, Fastos, Shang-Chi, Gwenpool, Ares, Man-Thing, Crossbones, Typhoid Mary, and Imperial Hulkling.
Well, he cooked.
Or Emperor, not Imperial. This is
doesn't Bifrost proc before Clintar?
Yes.
Or I mean, I guess it doesn't matter for Domino here.
It'll go left to right. So Domino
Doesn't
becomes
really
a symbiote, and then.
So it looks like Emperor Hulkling is Galactus' first steps. That's really fun, because we get to see it after every turn, be either very happy or disappointed if it's not winning.
Great animation choice, 100%. Oh man. Unknown Power, I think, is the name of the game here for Captain, which is kind of what I think is what this deck is doing. But it has 6 4-drops in this deck with Fastos and Zabu as the discount cards.
It doesn't. This Cosmic Ghost Rider doesn't do much, it looks like, in this matchup. He does have a Luke Cage that he can save until the last turn. The hand is awkward. Maybe you want to put down that Cosmic Rider just for points instead of the Luke Cage, since you can play 2 3-drops on the last turn anyway.
Yeah, this is a very interesting situation here because, now Man-Thing, I mean, Cosmic Ghost Rider would do stuff against Man-Thing, which Man-Thing, oh my gosh, hit by Fastos.
It's huge, dude. How many points did it absorb from Gwenpool? That is a big Man-Thing if I've ever seen one. That's probably the biggest I've ever seen, to be honest.
That is a huge Man-Thing after he got hit by Chavez and 2 Gwenpool hits. That's normally something you would see on Krakoa, like that size, but I think this is a tough situation for Intero here. I think this is probably as hell.
It's a very tough situation, but he doesn't have any option, right? He's got to play the game out because there's no Captain doesn't have any points. So.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's a big Hulkling. We knew about that one.
Yeah, that was just, we don't have, like, this list that Intero is running, by the way, I do not believe runs Shang-Chi or Shadow King. I believe it is, this tech cards is Negasonic, Mobius probably, and then, Cosmic Ghost Rider and Goliath. So they don't really have a way to deal with that Hulkling unless he had some crazy value from Copycat and got Shang-Chi instead of Luke Cage.
If I'm correct, I think he did have Prio going into the last turn. So if he had Negasonic in his hand, that was a guaranteed win.
Yes.
Since there was only one slot for Captain in that game. But this is a nice list.
Mm-hmm. This is one of the main Wiccan decks that is floating around the ladder. So I'm sure people have seen this before. I've seen it a lot on my climb, and it's literally Wiccan tech. And Attilian is honestly very good for Captain here, not as great for Intero. So we'll see what happens here. But all the Fastos cards are, still in deck. So with Attilian, you do get that potential value from Fastos immediately.
Yes, you do, but Interobank has set up a nice middle location with Negasonic over there. He's invested 3 cards. I don't think it's going to be an easy location to contest for a Captain, but on the other hand, he did miss his 4 cost that gives him the extra energy, because I forget names because I'm old. And he didn't get that one, so his hand is a little bit awkward because he's got to play a 3-drop from what we can see right now. He's got to play a 3-drop on turn 4 and a 3-drop on turn 5, which is not what you want point-wise.
Yeah, and no Luke Cage on the board just yet either. I think Intero is trying to fight for priority here with that Copycat, as well as we do not get the Prio. This is turn 5. I honestly, I had forgotten what turn it was. I will be honest there. But this is going to be a very interesting situation here with the Viv into Domino. If we do get the Viv proc here, that is going to be some extra power Intero gets to mess around with. But with only 2 cards in hand, I definitely think this is something where he's either trying to fight for Goliath value, but I think Captain might actually be in the driver's seat here, because as Intero did put a lot of power into one lane, Captain just avoided that lane the entire game and has a very strong hold, I think, in this situation right here.
Yeah, I think Captain just saw the Negasonic in the middle lane and said, okay, I'm out. I'm not going there. I'm just going to play for the other 2. And it's working out, to be honest. I'm not so sure about filling up the left right there. He's just saying you cannot beat this. I'm going to put so much power there that you cannot beat it. And then that Luke Cage on the right is basically sealing the deal here, because the highest amount of power that Intero can put on the right is Goliath, and that is barely 3 points of 4 points. And yeah, the Hulkling just wins.
Oh my gosh, it's Blob Hulkling! Oh my goodness, this is crazy!
Wait a minute, Captain is coming back with vengeance.
Oh man, and that's like a pure example of like not having the Wiccan curve in this deck because you're building everything around that, and no Wiccan curve again for Intero. Oh my gosh.
This deck definitely suffers when you don't have the Wiccan curve. It looks like you just don't have enough points. And the decision not to bring Shang-Chi in a tournament is very bold, in my opinion. But it's looking like it may backfire. I don't know if traditionally this deck doesn't run Shang-Chi. That's why we didn't bring it. But I feel like in a tournament setting, you just want to have that insurance. You just want to have that threat of, I have Shang-Chi in my deck. Just don't play cards that have more than 10 power or more. And as you can see, Captain is taking advantage of that because he knows there's no Shang-Chi and he's just freely playing his 10 power cards on turn 4 or 5 because what are you going to do?
Yep. No, they run Stardust in this list because you're trying to hit the Wiccan curve, so you're trying to play like an ongoing card that still has value, even though we're not seeing as much Hela at the moment, or like Ultrons, you know, Mr. Sinisters and stuff like that. You're using Stardust as one of those like tech pieces. But like you said, not having Shang-Chi in that slot because you're trying to hit that Wiccan curve does make this very unfortunate, especially in this power-hungry matchup.
Also, I haven't played this list. This Silver Surfer, what is the trick here with Silver Surfer first steps? Like, what on reveal are you trying to copy? Cosmic Ghost Rider has no value if you copy it. I guess
Double Wiccan is the main one you're trying to do.
Double Wiccan?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess if you double Wiccan, you're just it's gonna be very easy for you to win. And
but Intero sneaks this through. Okay.
Yeah, I think Intero is just gonna win here. Good game, very good game. A very good first game by Intero. Congratulations. He moves on to the next game with a win, I guess. And we're gonna go back to Cosmic Casual and see how they're doing.
Yeah, which looks like also is in a bit of a late game scenario over here, as Cosmic does have Doughboy against the ropes with another deep space in this matchup. Wow.
It seems like every time we come back here, there's a deep space. Yggdrasil is an interesting location because you want to fill it up on the last turn, and it looks like Cosmic Casual is going to go with the Hawkeye over Iron Patriot here. But that random Gorgon is going to do a lot of work against this deck.
Oh my goodness, yes. Whether it is the Kate Bishop now, all the Agamotto spells, and we get the Nidavellir. This is going to be a very interesting scenario. Perfect, like kind of top deck situation from Doughboy here, which also makes it they maybe don't even have to contest the Iron Patriot lane because of Gorgon being on the board.
Yeah, and we've got a full hand from Cosmic Casual, so he doesn't even get to draw here. It looks like everything is going Doughboy's way this game, with Gorgon being the centerpiece that is ruining Cosmic Casual's plans. And there's a Mockingbird right there.
My
God! And a Captain Carter. My God!
Wow. Which 3-drops are one of the worst kind of like drops you can get. Like to polymorph a 2-drop, it is one of the worst things to do, whether it's with Cersei, whether it is with Merlin, because there's so much downside. But we do get the Enchantress to help mitigate that downside. But the question is going to be, do you mitigate the Gorgon or do you mitigate the Carter here with Enchantress? What is your main play here?
I feel like mid, you gotta give up on that mid. Maybe you just Enchantress the Gorgon, so you have a lot of more options for the last turn. But it looks like we're just gonna play Agamotto here with 10 raw power. I think if I were them, I would just give up on them. We're already 10 points behind, and Enchantress isn't gonna even get us over their current points in the middle. So
plus, if you don't Enchantress there too, that could have been a Shang-Chi target for Mockingbird as well if you were to draw Shang-Chi. But this still doesn't get them Prio here. We do get Juggernaut, but this situation is just pretty rough, I think, for Cosmic.
It is. He's in a rough spot, and I don't think he even can play 2 cards this turn.
Mm-mm.
So he can't really contest 2 locations. He has to say, I'm just going to play Juggernaut in the middle and pray, basically.
Yeah, that's why I am curious. If you Enchantress the Gorgon, you also mitigate their Quinjet, which also would have been helpful. But yeah, there's just so.
Oh, that's risky.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Hey, nothing happened. Okay, so yeah. Obviously, Cosmic Casual is not going to run here. He's just going to stay because there's no reason for them to run away, since they're playing for all of Doughboy's cubes right now.
Yep.
And it looks like Cosmic Casual has 2 more games to squeeze in a win. And Doughboy is just going to pray to RNGesus that he gets the best possible cards out of his deck to manage another 2 wins.
His super inflated, of course, 34 card, or it's not 34 card. I don't know if we've seen any Agamotto spells. Oh, it is 34 card? Or, well, I mean, there's a lot of cards. There's a lot of cards in this deck, whether it is, I think it's just Thanos Erishim. I haven't seen any Agamotto spells. 24 card Monty instead of 34 card Monty. But of course, good locations also for Doughboy here, with Pano being able to give the value to all of the Erishim created cards. As we do see on screen, it is a tech Erishim Thanos with pretty much all the tech cards, so you don't really have to rely on, is Erishim going to put this in my deck or not kind of situation, where a Legion into Pano also would be absolutely insane. Red Guardian on Merlin again! It feels like every single time we tune in, Merlin is getting nuked by Red Guardian.
We did get a cheaper Shang-Chi here, which is really good card to have in your hand against the randomness of Doughboy's deck. I honestly, if I were gonna join a tournament, that's what I would bring to. I feel like not only is the deck fun, obviously it's not that strong right now because no one's playing it, but not only is it fun, it's extremely unpredictable in a tournament setting. In a tournament setting, information is king. Yep. And you are the only person in the game that has the information about your hand and about what you can do with your hand. Oh my God, that hasn't been backfired.
Oh my goodness! No, I think that is a great point. It's a great deck to be able to run in a tournament setting because you have to account for not just the 12 they brought in, the additional cards. What are they going to generate? As we do get that Legion on Pano here. Which is just incredible for Doughboy. But I do want to note, Shang-Chi is discounted here, but I kind of think it's kind of one of the worst surge targets you could get because you're not able to continue your surge because you're not going to tempo out the Chi. Okay, yeah, this is just very, very
beautiful Cosmic Ghost Rider to counter the Negasonic. As you mentioned, I really like the Legion on the Panopticon. It gives Doughboy a lot of value. And it looks like Cosmic Casual is betting on a big card coming down on the left. And I don't think Doughboy is able to contest that. That's just way too large of a point difference. I think that's his best play, the Shang-Chi on the left and the wings after. It looks like he didn't fall into the Shang-Chi trap. And I think Doughboy just runs away with this one.
Yeah, this is definitely a great play there too, but filling up the middle lane just in case there was going to be a Winds of Tomb coming down. A very great read. Wow, read. As Doughboy now it's a neck and neck game. It is literally final game of this set now, as we have had a absolute banger of a match from where we saw this in the very beginning to where it was heading to where we're at now.
Doughboy just got the right cards, dude. The RNG has answered his pairs, and we're here now. We're tied. All that's left is one final high roll, and then we're out of here with the win. There we go. 1 drop into 2 drop into 3 drop, a bunch of cards in Gamma Lab, and if Cosmic Casual doesn't top deck his Shang-Chi, then we're going to have issues here.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. We do get Jotunheim, which is a good Winds of Tomb potential location here. But the deck thinning for Agamotto might help. But like you said, if we do not draw a Shang-Chi here, this is looking very rough for Cosmic Casual.
This is where Juggernaut nerf also comes into play.
Yep.
Before, very often I would see people just play Juggernaut on turn 3 in Gamalad and deny the Hulks. Black Widow is a very
my
interesting
gosh.
random draw from Doughboy. As I said, Iron Jesus, take the wheel.
Yeah, no, this is a huge situation here. Getting that into also Cosmic not having any cards down on the left to be able to get the Hulk value. If this blocks a draw and mitigates Cosmic from being able to get Shang-Chi, like you said, RN Jesus just on Doughboy's side potentially here.
I don't see like a lot of good plays from Cosmic Casual here. Maybe I don't know. Do you ever?
Oh my gosh!
Ooh. Even more random cards for Doughboy. Not for you, just for me though. That's
goodness.
really good. Well, we got a 3-power Widow's Bite here though, so that's pretty cool.
And we're setting up probably for images with that Widow's Kiss too, or Widow's Bite, not Widow's Kiss. That Legion play, honestly, I'm kind of surprised it went down on 4 instead of 5, potentially making it so they had to mitigate the Widow's Bite and then get clogged in their hand. But nonetheless, this is a huge power position, it looks like, for Doughboy.
Yeah, it looks like the players are paying off. We are seeing the power of Arisham and the 30 card Monty. I don't know how many cards are in this version, but it's doing really well to them.
And no Chi. Ooh, Jug is in play here.
I don't think Jug wins left by himself. That's not enough points.
Yeah, Jug will move Werewolf and will also move Batroc in this situation. So it's going to be where are we going to be wanting Werewolf to initially land? Because that's where Batroc also initially is going to go.
I honestly not used to that Werewolf variant, so I didn't even notice it. It didn't even register. Like, what is this guy doing? Why is he playing Juggernaut? But yeah, that looks like a good play. I think Cosmic maybe it's Cactus, depending on where that lands.
Ooh,
Wait,
Cosmic does win with the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut wins the game. Wow.
Juggernaut is still here. Juggernaut is still strong. I'm the Juggernaut. Reach.
Yeah.
And yeah, he wins the game with Juggernaut. Just a good old Juggernaut, even after the nerfs. Still here, still going strong. I guess that's why you are playing this deck, because you get the extra energy from the spells on the last turn, which makes Juggernaut just a more powerful Juggernaut. Instead of a 3-power Juggernaut, you get a 5-power Juggernaut, and you can definitely play another card with him.
Yeah, that brings a question. Should Juggernaut actually have 5 power, even at a 4 cost? Which I think is something we may try to tackle and debate, I think, as this tournament progresses, seeing how this does, and as the meta continues to shape around after the changes, of course, too, like we said, Juggernaut, Cannonball, and Fenris Wolf. What actually is the proper stat line for a card that can just single-handedly win you the game at the 4 cost slot now?
Yeah, I think I'm not opposed to 5-power Juggernaut. Outside of this deck, it's very difficult to weave him in on the last turn and with something worthwhile. Anyway, we're gonna go into a short break and we'll be right back with more games.
All right, we are back, Harry, and what a great way to start the Golden Gauntlet. What do you think how the first round went? I mean, we saw 2 matches out of, there's a lot of matches going on today, and if that was just the the tip of the iceberg, I think we're in for an absolute amazing sweet treat today.
Yeah, 2 very exciting games that came down to the wire. I don't think we could have asked for better games to be on stream than those 2, with some very interesting deck choices. And I'm very excited to see how the tournament progresses and all the new and exciting things we're going to see in the following rounds. Here we see Interoban's list, which is a weekend list, and he's got a lot of tech in this, but weirdly enough, he chose not to bring Shang-Chi, the king of tech, as I like to call him. And I think he got slightly punished for it. I don't know if he edited or changed the standard list that's floating around the internet, or if this is something that he came up with. But I like it. It's very interesting. It looks very flexible. It can be very high rolly at the same time. It's got everything it needs to deal with a lot of different types of threats. But I'm just wondering, are you going to regret that choice not to bring Shang-Chi in this tournament?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting situation. I've seen this version, and then the other version is running Mobius instead of Viv Vision. So the Viv Vision here is good in the tournament setting, of course, because the generation of power, they don't know necessarily what card you have in your hand. But like you said as well, like you have Stardust in there instead of Shang-Chi, of course, to try and keep having that Wiccan curve going into turn 5. But in like that situation where we had that Hulkling get absolutely amazing, like huge power multiple times, there could have been situations where if it was more of a 50-50, that Shang-Chi could have actually had a better impact, like you were saying. And we're already going into the next game, round 2 over here. A short little intermission, as we also do have Cosmic Casual's winning deck here on screen that we just saw. The Juggernaut taking over and winning that game, as Batroc did throw the middle lane because of the werewolf movement from Juggernaut.
Okay, here we are. New game. This looks to be some type of move deck. I can't really see the full name there. It looks like Trinity.
Timmy Trogdor.
Timmy Trogdor, and
just call him Timmy. All right, just Timmy.
He's playing a move deck with Helion and Hydra Stomper. I really love Hydra Stomper. I haven't gotten a chance to really play with Helion that much. It looks like a little bit of an awkward. I like this snap. He's recognizing that he's ahead. His opponent hasn't put any power on the board. Up to now, he's playing the Helion. He set up his Madam Web. His dagger. Wait, it was a snap from the opponent.
Snapped the fallen one, getting the extra energy going into these following turns.
Oh, he put down an early fallen one. Interesting.
Yep. And Timmy's a move main, so I'm not surprised that Timmy has brought a move deck into the tournament, and this is making use of, like you said, it's got Hellion, it's also got Mobius for tech, and of course, good old Sparky, which is, I think, a crazy powerful card at the moment.
The surprising thing about this deck that I'm looking at right now on screen is that it doesn't have what we like to say, a lot of carries. It's just Hydra Stomper, Dagger, and Human Torch. Just 3 cards that scale off of other cards moving. It's missing a lot of the traditional carries. A card that very easily could fit in this and has a lot of synergy, like is Craven, because you're gonna move so many cards, and you are running Silk already. Craven, or even the new 1-cost that scales when something moves. Both of those cards have a lot of synergy with Silk, but he chose not to bring them and bring a limited amount of cards that really grow and are a huge payoff to that move archetype.
Yeah, and I think it's the usage of Sparky right now is very interesting. especially because it moves cards back to where they were originally, allowing you to potentially get 2 to even 3 moves in one turn. And +3 is no joke, as we see how that's happened with a bunch of cards, how they have been, nerfed repeatedly, whether they've had the +3 to +2, thinking of like original Elsa and stuff over here, as this is an Erisham matchup, which is something we should note too.
It is another Arisham list, and surprisingly, Timothy chose not to play the Cosmo on Madam Web location and got punished for it.
Yep.
Traditionally, when you're playing this type of move decks, you want to put the Cosmo on the Madam Web location simply because it's ambiguous. You can move the Cosmo. It can be on the Madam Web location, but it can also not be on the Madam Web location in the same turn, if you know what I mean. You can move that card wherever you want, and he chose not to do that and got really punished for it with a random Hobgoblin from the opponent, whose name I cannot read, and I have no idea what they're called. So we're just going to call them the opponent right now.
Yeah. Mom V is the opponent's name, as we are just now realizing. And I'm actually very surprised that Mom V did not snap into just the Hobgoblin play and be able to have Galactus on a Cosmode lane. Like, this is a very, very strong power situation, I believe, for Mom V. I think this is probably going to be another retreat for Timmy.
Yeah, I think Timothy's just playing it out until the snap comes out from Mom V. And at that point, he's just going to leave. It looks like Mom V very intelligently, because this is the final turn, did not snap, because he knows he's way ahead and he's trying to squeeze in that extra cube.
Yeah.
I feel like Timothy doesn't stand a chance here, and he should probably leave after he exhausts his options. Because even with this play, that Heimdall isn't going to stay there.
Right.
You're going to get something else. And if I saw his deck correctly, he doesn't have anything that's really that big. He's given up on the left.
Oh my gosh. Unless this is a destroyer that comes out of Quantum Tunnel.
The perfect read by Mom V. And yeah, he gets rewarded. He gets that extra cube. That's why sometimes not snapping is the right play. And as I said, even if that Shang-Chi didn't come down, you can see that his 10 power card swapped for a 1 power card. Yeah. And that was a loss no matter what. Timothy should have probably just retreated and taken the 1 cube loss instead.
Yeah, I think we may have been going for style points there, which is unfortunate, but I have done that before too. I'm like, well, maybe there's a chance they don't have anything crazy and I can sneak a win here. It's that cope stay kind of like situation that I do as well. But we have a pretty good starting hand here for Timmy now, as we have Sparky, we have Dagger, and we do have one of our enablers also with Madam Web. We have Stomper, but a horrible location change right as I say that. We get Fisk Tower and Sakaar. Oh, this is rough.
Well, thankfully, Madam Web is located on the Fist Tower, so you can play the cards there and move them out of Fist Tower so you don't get the -4 power. That is the worst location for move, though, and you don't want to see that. Mom V, very, 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 very nicely played. He pulls the trigger on that snap, and it looks like Timothy doesn't really care. He doesn't really give anything. He doesn't really care about snaps, about what's going on the board. He's just playing his cards happily, and doesn't even consider, taking a tactical retreat and saving a cube here. Sparky is on the board. Dagger also. I feel like you don't want to move Dagger on the right because you're committing too many points to the right location, but at the same time, it looks like Mom V also committed a lot of points to the right location. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, Mom V committing a lot of points to the right location. Of course, there's the Cosmo, and with the Kyera also for Mom V, they can play into Danger Room almost freely, which does make this a little bit tougher for Timmy, as the Goliath hits the Mobius, not the Sparky. Oh, this is going to be...
The protected from Kyera Alioth, buff from Galacta Alioth, you mean? Hits the danger room. Oh, why are we still in this game? I don't understand. Let's go next.
Yeah, I think we retreat this. I think as soon as Fist Tower came up and we saw the snap come down, I think we needed just to leave this game to just minimize our losses. But this, I think we're going to get Dagger back to the left, which is going to get the buff and loot. So it's going to get only a -1 negation here because Sparky gives us a +3, but...
There's no other turn.
Yeah.
This is the last turn.
Yeah,
How does Dagger move?
Sparky moves the card that moved last back to where it originally was.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's the card that moved last. I think it was the card that was played last. Okay, so you can just move it back. Yeah. Sparky's a really good card for move.
Yeah, Sparky is really solid. Of course, bouncing the card back into your hand resets the movement, so Sparky can't just move the card that like you had moved last but bounced back into your hand because it's not a played card anymore. So you still have to kind of like play around that. But Sparky is a very, very solid card, especially for something like this, which is why I think there's no bounce in this because you're using Sparky as like another enabler.
I'm still... Okay. So after this round, it looks like we're going to go check something else out that's in progress. It looks like Mom V is in control of this game. Again, I feel like Timothy's list, I might be wrong. I don't know if this is a popular list, but I feel like Timothy's list is lacking in the carry department, in the points department. I feel like you want to be running more cards that just straight up grow and give you more point, more move payout cards. Because as it is, it's looking like he's just getting bullied and outpowered every step of the way from a deck that just is completely unpredictable and doesn't really, necessarily run a lot of good cards or a lot of powerful cards, but it's still managing to easily outpower this move deck.
Yeah, this is a Timmy homebrew. We do have some enablers here, but I think this is, like you said, this is a really bad matchup because we also don't have any tech pieces to offset any huge power cards that they might be playing down. I mean, we have ways to mitigate and, move power across the board per se, but like some of these situations have been really rough. I think even with Mom V not having the best draws at the moment, we do have a 10 powered Doc Ock on that right lane that's continuing to grow, and with Thaddeus Ross on the board as well, we have to make sure we're maximizing all of our energy to make it so our opponent doesn't draw extra cards. This is looking pretty rough for Timmy. No snap though, so oh my goodness.
Yeah. This is a situation that I'm talking about where you found yourself in a game where you didn't draw those few carry cards that you have outside of Hydra Stomper, and just running a whole move deck basically for Hydra Stomper doesn't seem like a great idea to me, if I'm being honest. And so we do have the option to move a bunch of cards, and Hydra Stomper can win a location by himself right now because of Helion. We can move everything to the right and then play Heimdall. But at the same time, is that enough? There is that surprise factor here
too.
Yeah, he also snapped.
Okay.
I honestly.
Yeah, setting up Heimdall
He's setting up Heimdall
here,
looks
but
like he wants to move him in the middle.
Heimdall's not going to land in the middle, though, unfortunately, with this play.
Silk is going to go to the right. So Ghost Spider is going to move to the left, and then Silk is going to bounce to the right, and you're going to lose 7 points.
Oh my gosh, the snap from Timmy scared Mom V. Okay, maybe Timmy just got to be aggressive with the snaps over here. As we are moving over to another game over here, we'll check back in with Timmy a little bit later, or we'll see the results here before or after our next intermission. But we are moving over to our next game.
So yeah, Timmy there proved my point, right? You got to snap aggressively in this type of situations. When you are in a tournament, you're not the only one that's nervous. You're not the only one that's anxious. Your opponent is also feeling the same feelings you are. So you got to take advantage of it. If you're smart and if you're cunning, you got to take advantage of it. It looks like Elephant of Surprise is playing some kind of Annie list with Cersei, Cannonball, and Mercury, the super hated combo, but he's also running Omega Sentinel. I don't, honestly, outside of Cerebro 3, I don't understand what the appeal of Omega Sentinel is. It's just a conditional 410.
Yes, and it's a card that will potentially get better with Jocasta later this season, making it potentially a 417. Of course, you have to set up the situation the right way, because Jocasta is the activate. Use your other activate abilities here, but it does not use their activate per se, which would allow you to be able to get Omega Sentinel to go off twice. But we have the Rogue Brood, Merlin, Luna situation. This is a very interesting deck here by Elephant over here, where you have the tech cards. Yeah, you can also Cersei the Omega Sentinel to get a 5 cost. You can also Cersei the Void, or you can also Merlin the Void. You can Merlin the Omega Sentinel. There's a lot of stuff going on here.
So he chose to put Hood on Yodoline simply because he already has that Ani, and he forgoes the extra energy just for the huge minus power on Yodoline. That's basically free. And Omega Sentinel here seems like a good choice, actually, because he does get to get buffed, but a Hulk comes down from the Iron Patriot, and that is a huge Hulk, and he's also the Herald of Galactus. And I don't think he's losing that location anytime soon.
No, we have Mercury to be able to win this middle lane, I think is the thought process here. But this is just going to be really tricky, I think, for Elephant to come through here. As
I don't understand why we move Mercury already. Are we trying to get Prio? Maybe. I think that's the reason we're moving Mercury, because we're trying to get Prio. But is the opponent, they're running Sandman. Traditionally, someone that's running Sandman also runs a card like Dr. Doom, right? But why do you want to take Prio here when you know that Galactus First Steps is going to come down?
Yeah, this is a very interesting situation. Galactus First Steps just wins the left lane. Hulk's going to get hit on the right. We win the middle lane. Is this just going to be like Cersei left in a dream? Like, I don't think this is a really good situation for Elephant. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a retreat here. We saw the list on screen, which also were interesting.
Cersei here?
Yep.
Is it like just a random 6 cost? You're just gonna pray to RNGs again? Because that Mercury moving that Mercury ensured that you take Prio, and maybe they wanted to play around that Alioth, but I don't think they would ever play Alioth here, because you have a huge point lead already. I don't think there's any card that can bring them that close to you that Alioth is going to end up winning the game.
Yeah, and we're praying to hit Infinite here on Nihilus, I believe. Gore? Ooh, that was actually closer with Gore than I thought it was going to be. So you needed more than 7 points of power left to be able to win that. Okay.
Hulk is 8. He was at 15. Galactus, he was at 15. He was at 14 because he got buffed once by the Mir Island. And then Galactus was at 15. Meaning that if he didn't move Mercury, Omega Sentinel would have hit the Galactus First Step and won him the game.
Yep, that is also very true. I hadn't thought about it that way. If they hadn't have done the Prio play, of course you're worrying about Alioth, but I think you still have some decent points of power across the board, which would have made that interesting.
We are going to change games here, but I wouldn't worry about Alioth there. Alioth is just 9 power, and you're way, way, way ahead there. They have 2 powers getting hit by -1, so...
As another, this is another one of those Wiccan lists, but this Wiccan list looks like they are running Shang-Chi. as you were also hoping, Harry. So probably instead of the Stardust, they have Shang-Chi. Still have the Viv. Viv on the left is really good as well. Double Wiccan. Oh my.
And the extra energy. So it's looking like day by day is going to have a lot of energy to work with. Double Weaken and extra energy from the Merlin spell. That is a lot of energy. I don't even know how much that is. I can't do the math, dude. They're running Super Skrull, they're running Leader, they're running Baron Zemo. What is this?
White Queen? Whoa, okay. They're cooking. Oh my god.
I like what I'm seeing here. What I'm seeing. That is a lot of cooking. They've been in the kitchen for sure. And they're also running Shang-Chi. So they do have some control, they do have some tech, and a lot of praying. A lot of praying to RNGs. But I don't know, like, what is your game plan here? What is this deck trying to do outside of being completely random? It feels like a teenager that keeps going, oh, I'm so random, you know. I don't think there's a lot going on for this deck, but it did scare Pixie. So it's a very close game, and day by day is winning. So maybe random is good in tournament modes. Who knows?
Yeah, I think the double Wiccan there is very scary. They probably snapped honestly into the Loki Quinjet kind of situation there, and then since even though Pixie had prio that they're into that, they didn't really have anything to do besides like an Alioth either left or right, which is just a very bad situation for them. But let's see this next situation. No Wiccan curve for day by day right now, but we do have potential Wiccan curve for Pixie, as we do, of course, the Domino situation. Like, it is Quicksilver Domino, which is one of the main ways to just do Wiccan curve right now, as Cable is actually good, though, into this matchup to potentially steal a Wiccan, offset the Wiccan curve.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the Domino buff really did have the effect. They buffed Domino. They're like, oh, no one's playing Domino. We're going to buff Domino. And instead of, creating some kind of new thing, the people just went like, oh, now Domino is 4 power. That means it's a good play on turn 2. So I'm just going to throw a Quicksilver in there, have 1/1 cost, 1/2 cost, and play my Wiccan deck and take it from there. And it seems to be working out. Wiccan is very popular in this tournament. Let's see if it's going to accomplish anything or if it's going to fall flat. I do like that this list in particular runs Shang-Chi, but let's see what Zemo's going to pull here.
Yeah, which also into this matchup is really good, the Zemo. Since you're drawing Wiccan and Quicksilver, by the time Zemo comes out, you're guaranteed to get like a 3 cost or higher, which is very helpful into this matchup, especially Mobius coming down from Zemo also makes this Raft way worse for day by day, or not day by day, for Pixie. So day by day can kind of give the Raft here because Pixie's not going to be able to fully utilize it, and now being off Wiccan curve.
I feel like Pixie is just trying to steal the Raft because it just doesn't want to give it to day by day for free. So that's why he's playing there. But at the same time, I fear that he's just going to give up a location without a big payoff and with nothing to show for it, basically.
And yeah, and especially now, like day by day is going to be able to get the Raft as well. And Pixie's almost full here. If also day by day doesn't win this location, Viv is going to be stuck there, which allows day by day to kind of go in a bunch of different ways and maybe just win that middle location because the clog on Pixie itself. So this is looking like a pretty strong point also for day by day here.
Yeah, he can get the Raft for free while his opponent doesn't benefit from the Raft at all with that Merlin spell, and keep his options open. But at the same time, this is why I'm not really a huge fan of the Weekend decks, because if for some reason you just miss and you don't draw your Weekend, which isn't that unheard of, it happens quite often. Yeah. Then you end up in this situation where you're constantly playing off curve, you're not utilizing all your energy, and honestly, you put yourself in very bad situations, and you're just playing one card every turn.
Yeah, no, I think, like you said, like playing one card every turn makes it really tough because you're fighting for it. Like this style of Wiccan, whereas like the other Wiccan where it's just Quicksilver and then you have 2-drops that could also generate cards. So you have that other value, whether it's, the Cape Bishop, the Merlin, some are even running like Surge to be able to get some cards out early. This is very interesting. Of course, Day by Day has priority here. So Shang-Chi can really do some damage there on the left lane, but we do have to worry about what also Day by Day did get from the Raft. Is it an Infinite that they can't play at all? Or is it,
I feel like this is over though, because you can only play one card and then like you have to contest either left or right. And if they have 7 points, basically, not even 7, they just need 6 points because speed is going to grow as long as you utilize all your energy. Then it's over.
Yep. And Day by Day did also Loki right before it got destroyed by Warrior Fall. So they also have a discounted card as well. We need to keep in mind. Ooh.
My bad. They both had speed. So they both had speed.
Wow. It's a casserole.
Yeah.
Wow. What
I think Pixie just gave up there. I think they said, you know what? I don't think I can win this. It looks like the spicy list managed to pull the win. I'm happy. Maybe we get to see it again on stream.
Yeah, and the Loki gave them First Steps Galactus as the top deck for that final turn as well. So they high rolled into the highest card in Pixie's deck as well. Wow, what a freaking start.
So this is what I wanted to see, because you were talking about the weekend turn for the Loki player, but they don't run weekend.
That's true.
They just stole it with Loki or something. I don't know what happened. In the game.
They cabled it. They probably cabled that. Oh my gosh. That's probably what actually happened.
I think they cabled it and locked it. That's why they played two of them.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yoink, my weekend now. Maybe they managed to curve out and then they cabled it and then then located it, and it was incredible. I'm just sad we didn't get to see the whole game there. It's looking like it was an incredible game.
Yeah, and that's like the unknown factor, I think. Like, while there's White Queen, there's Super Scroll, there's Leader and stuff, that's like, what card are they getting from Loki? What card did they steal? What card did Iron Patriot make? What spells does Merlin have? What is Copycat going to be? What is, like, there's so much unknown with this, which allows you to be, like, aggressive with your snaps in the tournament setting, which is really, I think, like, what we saw in that situation where we had that Wiccan list that did have Shang-Chi, but they weren't really able to utilize from what we saw because there were so many other things they had to deal with.
Yeah, information is king in tournaments, especially in MarvelSnap tournaments, and any deck that can be unpredictable while at the same time being competitive and being able to deliver points on the board, which it seems like this deck can do, is going to be able to compete. And I'm very, very happy that this list is doing so well. In fact, I'm probably going to yoink this list and try it out myself.
Yeah, no. Are there any other decks you saw that you really want to kind of test maybe going forward?
Well, I honestly haven't played this weekend list that everyone seems to feel so strong about. So that's something I might explore. But as I said, I'm not super excited for the weekend lists because they do feel a little bit clunky once you don't find the weekend. Anyway, we're going to take a short break here and we'll be right back with more MarvelSnap.
I cannot say enough how much fun this has already been, and then we're only 2 rounds into this tournament area. This is awesome.
We have gotten some incredible games and some spicy decks to boot, and it's so much fun. This is what I've been talking about for a long time. This game is, in its core, in its essence, a very fun game as long as you give it some breathing room, as long as there's no meta tyrant that dominates the meta and warps the meta around it, kind of like what was happening with maybe Mercury and Cannonball until they got nerfed. Then you get to see some really exciting stuff, some really creative stuff at the same time, and almost everything can compete and do well, so long as there's room for them.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think something I really want to harp in on is because of how much Wiccan stuff we're seeing right now, Mill has kind of been an archetype that's people are oh, it's really good or it's really bad. But into a Wiccan meta, there's certain Mill cards that really do pretty well into that, and that's going to be your Baron Zemo. That is going to be your cable to either offset that curve. And I think especially with it being a Quicksilver and Domino style Wiccan, you're able to get even more exponential value with Zemo now, kind of in a Pixie meta kind of situation sometimes too, where it looks at the cost currently of cards. Not having another 1 or 2 drop in that deck means that Baron Zemo is going to draw a 3 cost or higher for you and offset potential tech for your opponent, which is very strong.
Baron Zemo is indeed a genius meta call into a Wiccan meta right now. Because as you said, everyone's running that 1 cost and the 2 cost and nothing else, just 1 cost, 1 2 cost. They're always going to play them by turn 2. So your Baron Zemo is guaranteed to pull a 3-drop or greater. And that is crazy value for a card that is already at 5 power for a 3 cost. So you're basically playing a 3 cost that's pulling at minimum another 3 cost. So you're basically playing a 3/10 on average.
Yeah, essentially, the low roll in that Wiccan style deck you get would be either a Mobius or maybe a Viv or a Negasonic, which also into that situation, if you get the Negasonic, that essentially gives you even more value because it destroys another card played there. Whether it's the Viv and you have a 3/5 stat line there with Baron Zemo, there's a good likelihood you'll be winning that lane, so you get that Viv Vision proc as well. And then with Mobius, you also might be potentially offsetting your opponent's combos for later on in the game with any discounts. So there's just so much value you can get from Baron Zemo, which has kind of been a meme kind of card in a sense for the longest while that it's been out. Kind of like a Gladiator sometimes. Gladiator is a meta-dependent card. Baron Zemo is a meta-dependent card. Gladiator either can win you the game or throw you the game. It is definitely feeling it's one of those situations that now doesn't really feel like Zemo is necessarily going to throw the game for you.
Yep. And with that, we're going to move on into looking at some stats from round 1. We're going to look at some card stats. We're going to look at some deck stats after that. And here we have it on screen for you to enjoy. It looks like there is a win rate for all the popular cards right here. And it looks like Shang-Chi isn't doing so hot at the moment.
Yeah, Shang-Chi's in the most games like we were talking about earlier at the beginning of stream, but he is not necessarily the game winner, it looks like. It definitely, takes power off the board, but I think that also, plays in mind with there being so many different games with Shang-Chi. Not saying Shang-Chi brain is what people have all the time, but it's not necessarily going to be a one-and-done win card, opposed to some of these other cards that are doing really well, like Iron Patriot being on the board. We're talking about some priority decks earlier too with a 57% win rate, as well as Negasonic with a 61% win rate. We got some really cool stuff going on. Surge has a 40% win rate right now, which is still one of the most played 2-drops, probably behind Merlin, I would say, at the moment. Some crazy stuff.
Wiccan seems to be doing well at 57%. That's not bad. It's not as popular as the games we saw on stream would suggest, because it's only at 91 games as opposed to the 200 plus games for Shang-Chi, but it's doing really well. Stardust, Stardust is killing it. I think Stardust and Wiccan are probably going hand in hand because that's where you see Stardust the most, and so it's the same deck. Luke Cage has been doing really well. It looks like if Luke Cage is doing really well, maybe Cerebro 2 is doing really well.
Look at Cerebro. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Which all versions of Cerebro, I think, are running Luke Cage, whether it is C5, C3, or C2. Having that and Cerebro with a 70% win rate is really solid.
Yes, you want to have that Luke Cage because it nullifies a lot of bad locations for you that you can't win unless you're running Luke Cage. So every Cerebro deck basically has to run Luke Cage, but the only one that benefits from running it the most is Cerebro 2. And we have Frigga at 61, but I feel like we are going into a space where, it's cards that aren't being played a lot. Usually you're going to have a more inflated win rate because people who choose those cards are people who really know what they're doing with those cards. So Ghost Spider is doing really well. So that means Move is doing really well.
Yeah, and I think Victoria Hand has a 60% win rate, which goes kind of hand in hand with Frigga. So I think that might be a reason why those cards are getting some high value as we do. Which Mr. Fantastic is that? Is that Mr. Fantastic First Steps? I think with...
It's Mr. Fantastic 3 dots.
Mr. Fantastic First Steps has a less than 40% win rate right now. Wow.
Yep. I don't think end of turn lists are doing that good right now, and Mr. Fantastic doesn't really fit in anything else after the nerf.
Yeah, for the 2-drop to a 3-drop, definitely seeing a huge impact. As we did see, Madam Web had a 70% win rate. Going back to what you were saying about Ghost Spider, I'm interested to see what Sparky might have for win rate rise too. With Sparky with almost 60 as well. Okay, so yeah, the move deck, like you said, is performing really well. As we were also just looking at the cards that haven't had a lot of play rate, but Miss Marvel, Cerebro 5 maybe, with a 100% win rate in 3 games. With Ancient One,
these are more of a meme because they've only had 1 game. The Ancient One, though, seems to be doing really well with less than 10 games, but still. What else? Silver Sable is at 76% win rate, so that is interesting. Proxima Midnight also.
Nocturne? Wow, that's some crazy games.
So out of all these cards so far, the one that stands out for me is Cerebro. Cerebro has the most amount of games and a very, very high win rate. And when we are looking at Cerebro as a card, we're also looking at Cerebro as an archetype because that card is an archetype. And it looks like Cerebro is the deck to beat so far.
Yeah, Cerebro is looking scary. Madam Web also right under there with a handful less games. Copycat value. Copycat and Emperor Hulkling in a tournament setting are absolutely huge impact cards because it is that unknown factor. Copycat, especially stealing the ability from one of your opponent's cards, is huge, as well as Imperial Hulkling being a 6-drop that has a lot of crazy combo potential is something notable to look at.
Copycat, I feel like, has been an underrated card for a long time. That card, every time I play against that card, it seems to find a way to gain a lot of value and ruin my day. So I feel like it has been one of the cards that has been flying under the radar for most people and the meta. And it looks like people who realize their potential are getting a huge payoff in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Because Copycat's another one of those cards. In a hella meta, Copycat's not a great card to play because you're not necessarily getting the crazy value. But in a tournament setting, people aren't going to be playing too much hella, so you're going to be able to bounce around and get certain conditions that can be snap conditions. As we do look at the win percentage here, like we were talking about, Cerebro 2, Harry, has a 70% win rate right now.
I have played Cerebro 2, and I can tell you without a single shred of a doubt that it's strong. It's very powerful. I didn't expect it to do this well. Both Cerebros are the only 2 decks with a 70% plus win rate and a respectable amount of games. Right? We have a lot of singletons, a lot of decks with and Cerebro 5. Oh my God, what is happening?
100% Cerebro 5. Wow.
Do you think that's just one person that's playing Cerebro 5 and just killing it?
Well, there's only been 2 rounds, so there's at least maybe 2 to 3 people playing Cerebro 5 because I don't think we've had any buys this time around. So that's very interesting. Destroy was one of the most popular decks we had entered into the tournament that has a 34% win rate right now. Very unfortunate.
I feel like Destroy is kind of a meme. Like, it's not a powerful deck. It hasn't been for a long time. And I feel like people who brought Destroy are just people who just wanted to join the tournament and have a little bit of fun.
Oh, yeah. 77 for probably classic discard. I saw Proxima on one of the previous scenes did have one of the higher percentages of win rates for cards itself. So that's something notable. Also, I'm interested to see what this Zabu control list is that has a 22% win rate right now. I wonder if it's like the Zabu Gwenpool, like Mr. Sinister kind of thing. Okay.
It's not looking...
Yeah, Zabu.
Oh.
Got you.
Contrary to his name, it's not looking like it's controlling much with that win rate.
No, Galactus First Steps also, I'm wondering if it is the Guardians Galactus First Steps that has the 37% win rate here. Agamotto also, by the way, 42%, as we did see Cosmic pick up at least a dub with it, being able to boost that win rate, but looking a little rough here for some Agamotto as well.
This card's doing well, though. This card's doing really nicely. And it is almost time for round 3. It looks like I'm hearing whispers in my ear.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is there a world where we maybe can watch a Cerebro 2 game? Because I just want to see, like, it's one of my least favorite matchups to face right now because there's just so much they can play around kind of situation. But a Cerebro versus Cerebro matchup is also one of, as we see guests on screen here, one of my favorite matches to see happen, not play against, of course, just like how they play around each other kind of thing.
As long as you're not the one suffering from Cerebro 2, yeah, it's funny. It's fun to watch them play it. But I feel what you're saying. It's quite annoying playing against that deck because they're putting that cut on one location, they're storming the other location, and they're like, I dare you, I double dare you. Choose a location. Which one do you want to contest? Are you going to play your small cards on the cut location? Are you going to play into the storm location? Are you going to contest the storm location? And honestly, sometimes just them storming a location means you've already lost it because they can follow up with so many points. It's ridiculous right now. I feel like every time we see a card that gives 3 or more power as a buff, whether it's I don't know, Galacta or whatever, it kind of gets out of control and instantly becomes meta and very powerful.
Yeah. Do you think Cerebro is warranted to go back to +2, or do they make Cerebro a 4 cost?
I like what I am seeing. Honestly, Cerebro, again, people who know me know how much I dislike that deck. I do not like I don't like Cerebro, okay? So a small breeze blows and then you lose the game because, I don't know, you got a random 10 cost or you got plus power or whatever. But Cerebro 2 has always been the only Cerebro that I've really enjoyed playing. Namely because it's versatile. It played more like a control deck with Storm and so on and so forth. After Storm got changed and you weren't able to run it, I stopped playing Cerebro already. So yeah, Cerebro 2 has always been my favorite, and I feel like right now it's in a great spot. There's some really, really nice and powerful cards that you can play in Cerebro. You can play your Shadow King, you can play your Luke Cage, you can play the what's the 2 cost that when you activate, they activate 2 cost that
Lasher.
Yeah, you can play Lasher. That's a really, really, really strong card. And then you have a lot of cards that multiply themselves in Brood and so on and so forth. So Cerebro 2 for me is the strongest one of the Cerebros, and it's a joy to play, a joy to watch right now, and it is extremely powerful. And I'm happy that it is powerful. We need more powerful decks, not less.
Okay, I think that's fair. I do think Cerebro 3 will be getting some additional cards this season that might elevate that a little bit more, as we do have Bastion coming out on Tuesday, and then Jocasta potentially having some weird maybe Cerebro 3 activation stuff going on, maybe getting some of that Omega Sentinel extra value for Cerebro 3 later this season. So it will be interesting to see how the Cerebro meta does continue going forward. But I do think Cerebro 2 is the best of the 3 Cerebros we've seen. But maybe in a head-to-head matchup, we'll really get to see, is it Cerebro 2, is it Cerebro 3, or is it Cerebro 5 that is the new shaker?
Surprisingly enough, now that you mentioned it, I was looking at some statistics, and for some reason, one of the worst matchups for Cerebro 2 was Cerebro 5. I don't know why. Yes. And I'm talking about ladder here. And that was really, really strange for me to see. So if we have a chance to look at that matchup, I would love to watch that game.
Hold on.
Just to
I
see
got
if
this.
that's true.
Hold on, I'm interrupting you. Hold on. That's because 5 is bigger than 2.
Well, that makes sense.
And 3 Cerebros potentially with Ancient One, I think, is also something to note instead of 2 Cerebros. I think maybe that's another reason why it can like scale kind of crazily as well. But I mean, I guess Red Guardian is also run in Cerebro 2, so maybe in some instances it'll be like interesting. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. I'm glad that you are getting, fun out of playing Cerebro again. And I do agree that I like that the meta is still very open and we have strong decks, but we don't have a definitive tyrant like Thanos, like in a couple of the Golden Gauntlets we've had. We had Thanos just everywhere and we were teching for Thanos. And then Thanos got, changed. And I haven't seen, we saw, of course, Arishem Thanos. I don't know the likelihood of a regular Thanos right now, or if it is just Arishem Thanos that people are playing.
So what are we looking at on the screen right now? We have minimum 40 games and win rate with minimum 40 games. And we're looking at Cerebro and move dominance here.
Yep. Yeah. It's the Madam Web. Like we were thinking, or like I was going into the tournament and I really thought that move bounce or move in general was going to be really strong. And of course, Cerebro 2 has tech cards and stuff, but if you get a torch going with the new cards that we have with Sparky, with potentially even Frigga on a torch itself too, that is huge. I've had some games where I've gotten torch to 76 power. Just with Sparky and, just a couple moves here and there, being able to bounce it and copy it. But what do you think in general, as we see a large array of cards actually having large win rates that aren't just definitively to a single list?
Exactly. Can we scroll up a little bit? I feel like the standout card here is Negasonic, the Teenage Mutant Turtle is...
Warhead.
Oh yeah,
Warhead
is standing out because so many games. Oh my god! And it's like the what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 best card right now with win rate. Oh, this is really really good. Which decks are actually running Negasonic?
Cerebro 3, Wiccan. There's probably, I know Supergiant had a really high win rate, and I bet the Supergiant list is also running Negasonic. And then the Agamotto list that Cosmic Casual also had Negasonic in it as well. I think those are at least 3 or 4 so far that are also running Negasonic.
So, but those lists aren't necessarily at the top of the win rate list, meaning that is this the list that had Negasonic in them, or just Okay,
so it's not just Negasonic played; it's also looking at the list having Negasonic in it. Gotcha.
Yeah. So it looks like the lists that did have Negasonic in it were performing better than the ones from the same archetype that didn't have Negasonic in it.
Yeah, 61% win rate is really solid. Like you said, with the game spread too, with almost more than double, almost double, I think math-wise, for like Cerebro and everything, and then Copycat. Some of these lists are running Copycat and Negasonic too, so both those being in that 60% win rate category kind of makes sense for those kind of tempo and just kind of control cards, I think is really something to note for sure. Ooh.
This is the worst performing. Yeah, I mean, Odin doesn't really have a good list right now. Neither does Onslaught, Deathlock, and all, like this is all the destroy cards. And we saw the destroy list was not performing well, so that makes complete sense. Vision
Season pass
is
card.
Surprisingly not doing really well, and it's a season. Are we looking at a fast buff approaching in the horizon?
Maybe. We also have America Chavez, who also did recently get buffed in an OTA, getting more play, but 35% win rates. Mr. Fantastic First Steps, like we noted as well, from the change from a 2 cost to a 3 cost, is in less decks and definitely not performing as well. Whereas we have Surge, which is something you're probably playing more instead of Mr. Fantastic First Steps, with 154 total games and 40% win rate is pretty rough.
Yeah, it is pretty rough. It looks like the Surge nerf paid off. She was kind of, dominating the meta along with Mr. Fantastic, and both of them getting hit has opened up the meta, and we're seeing a lot of fun cards in play. I'm looking at Magic there also. I'm mostly looking at cards that have a lot of games, more than 100, and aren't performing that well. And Magic kind of makes sense because one of the most popular cards in the whole tournament in Merlin, I think it's the second most popular card in the tournament, is a direct counter to Magic because it gives you a way to remove that extra turn, that limbo location.
And it is a positive win rate with a 52% win rate. Tech cards though, Shang-Chi, and then Killmonger did have less than 50% win rates. I believe when we were looking at it, they were at like a 45-ish, which for Killmonger into Victoria Hand is something you're probably noting as a potential counter to Victoria Hand, but also thinking about Destroy being the second most played archetype in the tournament itself probably also is bringing down that rating a little bit because it's a deck you kind of have to fight for priority with, like not having priority so you can Killmonger and Victoria Hand, knowing that with open deck lists. Like open deck list really gives you that kind of psychology of, well, I'm just not going to have priority this turn, so you can't use your main tech card that counters my entire deck, is something that's going to be at play, especially for like snap conditions and like playing at slower tempos, or just, seeing what happens with location mitigation. Like there's so much more at play, I think, with open deck list and a conquest setting opposed to ladder to really allow you to play around things.
I gotta say, I loved having a chance to look at the numbers so early in the tournament, and it is looking like some of the most popular cards aren't really performing that well. I think Move was one of the decks that everyone had on the radar and expected to do well in this tournament. I don't think Cerebro was up there though, because let's be honest, even though it is a powerful list, it's very easy to counter. There's so many different ways to stop Cerebro in its tracks and basically ruin their game plan. And especially Cerebro too, if you find a way to stop their Cerebro ongoing, which I don't know, just Enchantress, I guess.
Red Skull.
Or Red Skull, yeah. They're just not doing anything. They literally don't have any power. The most they can put is 8 on every location. That's not enough.
Yeah. What do you think are some of the main tech cards? What do you think are some of the main tech cards that really benefit being able to like negate a lot of the Cerebro stuff? Because I feel like there are instances, of course, like there are tech cards that totally exist, but I feel like there's definitely we're at a place now where Cerebro 2 has some pretty good like location mitigation, and then also one of those decks that also doesn't really fight for priority for final turn. Like Goliath, of course, can do some crazy things, but like Goose can help against that.
I think Goose is the main card. Goose and Storm are what are pulling the most weight in that deck because they stop some of the counters very, very, very easily. Namely, Alioth, you can just put your Cerebro behind Goose or just play one in the Storm location so it never gets touched. And that by itself, I think, is what is making Cerebro 2 a top tier deck.
I like it. As we are about to go to a BRB, we will be back here very shortly with round 3. All right, we are back, and we are soon to be starting round 3. Like we were saying earlier, it's just been an absolutely fun time, blast, great time, just being able to cast this tournament with you, Harry. Like, this has been a lot of great games and just good vibes and everything. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it has been awesome. I want to give props to production for all the numbers. I love numbers, and we got to see a lot of numbers already. We got to see what is performing, what is not performing, what cards are overrated. I'm looking at you, Shang-Chi. You are in my opinion, always up there, undeservingly, always one of the most played cards, just because people only remember the good things about Shang-Chi. They never remember, oh, I played it for 3 power, you know? They never remember that part, but they do remember when they shanked 3 10-power cards and won the lane. So everyone keeps bringing Shang-Chi, and I know I was saying, maybe you want to bring it in a tournament, and I think you still do want to bring it, but I'm just happy it's not doing very well. Maybe we'll see less of it on ladder.
Yeah, we have this deck on screen from Rad Knight, I do believe, which has Stardust with a couple really cool interactions here. You can use your Stardust to not get the Void from Sentry, to not draw a card from Gladiator, or just to offset what your opponent is doing. Have you been playing much Stardust yourself, Harry?
I had very high hopes for Stardust, and I think it's delivering. Like it does have 7 power for a tech card. That is a lot. In theory, it is a niche card, but as we can see here from this very intelligently built list, you can use it not just to prevent your opponent from, putting stuff on the board, but you can also use it to your advantage. You can build around Stardust. This is basically a Stardust list with Zabu, a bunch of 4-cost cards, a lot of tech, and another one of my favorite cards in the game, Merlin, which is very popular in this tournament. I really like what I'm seeing here, and I can't wait to see it in action, to be honest.
Yeah, I think I like the potential as we are jumping into a game with Rad Knight and this list, as we have a crazy zoom over here.
Yeah. I mean, we're just looking at what we need to look. This is all you need to know. You're on a need to know basis. Yeah? You only get to see the first location. So yeah, we've got the list back on screen, and honestly, I like what I'm seeing. The only question I have here is, what exactly are you what is the expected value for Silver Surfer in this list? Do you just go Iron Patriot into Silver Surfer first steps and double up on that cheap card?
Yeah, I think it's that or Surge. You either do it on the Iron Patriot lane or you do it on the Surge lane to try and get value. And it's a 3/5, so you have that as like the stat line for this card as like a kind of higher base power. But I believe we're facing another Monty deck with a Mobius on turn 2 into Utopia. Makes this a pretty good, I'd say, matchup right now for Last Order, as they get 2 cubes out of Rad Knight immediately.
Yeah, there was a snap there, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think it was
Rad Knight decided to stay. I guess you stay when you don't know that they're going to play Mobius, but that Mobius got a lot of value right there.
Yeah, and I think that's like something we were talking about earlier too when it comes to like Arishem itself, is like when they snap, what are they snapping? Are they snapping a generated card, or are they snapping a card that they already had, pre-established in their deck, which makes it like, okay, I should stay in this because I have a good hand, or do I need to actually retreat this kind of situation? As we do have a different iteration of Arishem here with Valentina adding another layer to this deck as well.
Oh. Hey, that was an interesting snap and a fast retreat.
Yeah.
It's looking. You know what? It's looking like we are in the people who are more experienced kind of side of the tournament right now, because games are fast. Everyone's snapping fast. Everyone's retreating correctly. It's not like before. We did have some YOLO stays in the previous games, and I feel like Arishem Thanos is an underrated list that is probably going to do really well in this type of situations. In this format, and in a tournament setting, we can't stress this enough. I know I've said it a million times already, but yeah, information is king. Yeah,
and I think that is totally true. And I think like into this too, like we now have a targeted draw at the very start of the game here with Space Stone drawing Thanos, so you know that Thanos is coming down. But we have also all the tech pieces with Thanos. You were thinking already having tech pieces. You now also have that with Arishem having the extra energy. We're fighting for Viv on Danger Room. This is going to be very interesting too.
That was a risky play there because you do want that Viv to survive, but that risk pay off. It was a high risk, high reward play, and here we're seeing a little bit the awkwardness of the deck. They do have Stardust though. They put it on the board, and now Sentry is just a 2/11. That's going to be a 2/12 after the Vision buff. I feel like Rat Knight is in a very good spot. They have that Shang-Chi for Thanos. They don't have Prior here, so they need to be careful. They have an 11 power Merlin, dude. What is happening?
Big Merlin, big Sentry value. Is Last Order going to have a Soul Stone to mitigate the Thanos? Also, there's going to be a 12 power card that Last Order also does draw here too. So a lot of... Wow.
They try to take the... So a lot of things happened that turn. Obviously, oh my God, they got their location locked. Obviously, Shang-Chi didn't go off because of Soulstone, but at the same time, they expected to get the extra energy with the Squirrel Girl play and then being like way ahead in White Hot Room. They forgot about Stardust.
Yeah, they forgot about Stardust. Soulstone saves them that game, and then Viv going to clog that lane. It is almost impossible, I feel like, for Rat Knight to win that game with the tempo that Last Order had. So we're going into round 4 now with a 2 life advantage for Last Order.
Yeah, and it goes back to what I've been saying about snapping aggressively in this type of tournaments. When Rat Knight was clearly ahead, if he had snapped, we see that Last Order. You see that Last Order when you snap. You see that Last Order immediately retreats. It means that they don't want to deal with the unknown. They don't want to deal with the aggressive snap. So instead of going down 1 cube, you could have gone up. They could have gone down 1 cube. That's a net gain of 2 cubes, right? So don't be afraid to snap, guys. When you're in this situation, do not be afraid to snap, especially when things are going well for you. For example, here, if both surges activate, just snap. Just snap.
Which both surges should go off here with the Prodigy just going down there. We also have Gladiator at a 2/9, which is very strong for a Gladiator here too. Like lots of great options here for Rat Knight.
I feel like you want to put Stardust on the left. Don't give them a chance to Shang-Chi. They do run Shang-Chi, I think. I think I saw it on Shang-Chi.
Yeah, it's all the tech cards.
In their deck. So just put the Stardust on the left so it doesn't go into... Oh my God.
The extra energy playing a factor there for Arishem being able to play that on turn 4. We do, of course, have Thanos able to be played now too because it was drawn by Space Stone. Do we cheat now?
There is ever a list that wants to run Cosmic Ghost Rider. It is an Arishem list because they do get to play it 1 turn earlier, and you don't mind playing a 4/7 that has a good effect.
Oh my gosh, the Chi gets baited again! Wow! Wow!
It is the second time in a row that Last Order has baited Shang-Chi. Incredible gameplay by Last Order. Incredible gameplay. I really like what I'm seeing here. And I don't think Gladiator on the right is going to do it. I think you need to contest every location if you can, because they are going to play that big Thanos here.
Yeah, Thanos wins right and wins middle. So it's a really tough situation here for Red Knight. I think this is like the last time you can retreat for 1 cube before you go into high stakes. So I think this might be a smart retreat here for Red Knight. Of course, no snap from Last Order. Going back to what we were talking about in round 1, or I think round 2, you were talking about not necessarily snapping to kind of maybe maximize getting 2 cubes instead of just 1, making it feel like it's a more casual game. I think that is something really good to note here. Everything comes down.
Oh, the Mockingbird. Oh my God. This is the essence of Arishem, right? When they high roll, it feels like there's nothing you can do, basically. Right? Yeah. And they are going to high roll. They're not going to high roll the first game, the second one, but at some point they're going to get that high roll. and you can't really predict their output on the last turn. That is why they're so good in these tournament formats.
Yeah, no, and I think dodging Shang-Chi not just one time, but twice by last order. And also Subterranea is a location here that has potentially a worse impact on Rad Knight than it does last order. So this is going to be very interesting.
What do we do here?
Yeah.
We snap on the Subterranea flip. We just snap it. Just snap it. It's 2 cubes. Snap them.
Yeah.
It's more, you have 50 cards in your deck already. You don't care about 4 rocks. What are 4 puny rocks going to do to you? Nothing, right?
Yep.
So just snap it. It's going to potentially ruin your opponent's draws.
And Gladiator value gets much worse.
He does have a lot of, he does have good cards though, Rat Knight in his hand. So he potentially, and Mind Stone.
And we have one no snap? Oh my gosh, what is happening? Okay. Wow.
Last Order, though, has been putting on a clinic, dodging Shang-Chi twice, baiting the Shang-Chi out so you can freely play your 10 plus power cards. That is, and Quinjet, come on, what is it going to take for you to snap Last Order?
Like, literally, you have like the win now conditions here. Even if you draw rocks, you also have DC. This is worse for Surge. This is worse for Gladiator. The right order here for Surge, which I do appreciate that they're doing that, right? But
Snap!
Snap! Oh my gosh. Wow. Another Chi is really good though. Bro.
It's really good until both of them get baited.
Yeah. What in the world?
So Gladiator, I guess. Rocks did get some value with a DC flip on the last turn, and Merlin can potentially transform them into something useful.
Please, no card. Oh my gosh. Why are we not snapping the Mobius either if we're not fighting for the lane? Cosmic Ghost Rider. I think it still goes off.
Oh, he dies. Choosing to polymorph the rock instead of getting the 3 power on the right, he does get rewarded with a cable into a Craven. That doesn't really do much.
You can target where that vision's going to go and get the Craven value. I think it's more going to be like a once in future kind of target here. Probably go like Craven once in future into Surge. Or Zabu.
It feels like that vision is just going to get buffed.
Yeah.
And then it's another game of guess the Shang-Chi. And so far, Last Order has won every single one of those games.
Mm-hmm. But
why are we putting the cards on the right, like low value cards on the right, when they can just get buffed in the middle? Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Good.
But like once in future, you can play both Shang-Chi's if you wanted to, if you do use once in future of his turn. Oh my goodness.
Very true.
Oh.
It looks like Last Order drew poorly. Very unlikely to draw that rock.
Oh my! But the Moonstone onto Quinjet?
Moonstone onto Quinjet means the potential output of Last Order's hand is huge. And I'm so not used to playing the game without any sort of information on the screen. So we don't know how many cards Last Order has in his hand right now, but he can potentially just drop his whole hand.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a retreat for Red Knight here. Definitely.
I think it feels like Red Knight is feeling pressured, and they might stay just because of that. Obviously, the correct play, looking at the board, looking at their hand, and looking at what Last Order can potentially put out on the board. That is the correct play. Is just retreat and save your cubes for another day. You can still make a comeback from 3 cubes. It's not unlikely. I've seen worse. I've seen better, bigger comebacks. And then sometimes these Arisham decks just low roll a bunch of games in a row, and that can potentially give you the out to return back into the game.
Yeah, location variance is still a thing. Like, there's still a bunch of different ways that, like, Rad Knight can totally come back. He's not completely out of this game forever. Bar with no name does make this really interesting. The last time we saw a bar with no name with something like Monty itself, there was a crazy quake that happened. So it'll be interesting to see what goes on here with Merlin also coming down as well.
I know I'm repeating myself a bunch of times, but there is a bar with no name and you just played Merlin. Snap that.
Yeah.
You are the one that decides whether there's going to be a bar with no name at the end of the game or not.
Oh my goodness.
They are getting Rat Knight is getting a lot of value though. They are getting a lot of value right here. They can potentially have 2 cards that are discounted. I like the snap now.
Yep.
I like the snap.
Yep. Takes away lockjaw value.
I still feel like Last Order was in a very good spot. I think they felt like there's no reason for me to stay here. I'm so far ahead. 2 cubes are nothing to me.
Yeah. No, I think that was okay. We don't need to go for 3 kind of thing here.
That's some nice draws.
Yeah. Cosmic Ghost Rider and Thanos. So we know that Last Order is not going to get Thanos from Space Stone. Kind of mitigates that card.
I love this snap. I love this snap. You get the info. You understand that your opponent is missing 2 very good cards from their deck, and you snap it. So we're all in. Last Order decided to stay. It seems like they have a good hand, and we're gonna go for all the cubes.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Also, because Last Order got the Zabu from Rad Knight as well, so he doesn't get the discount on his cards unless he gets some really solid Surge hits. This is gonna be a very interesting game. No Thanos, of course. Full hand for Rad Knight as well.
That in Merlin is going to keep the hand full.
Yep.
Unless they manage to sneak in 2 cards in one turn, but it's looking like it's going to be a little bit hard to do that. Because I feel like they want to play Stardust next turn, like they always do on turn 4, because this is essentially a Stardust deck.
Yeah. No, this is definitely like a Stardust tech deck kind of thing here. Viv, they can just literally move Viv around like crazy and potentially just clog Last Order as well, which will be very interesting to see what happens here. We do have Cosmic Ghost Rider that can hit your Quinjet or hit Frankie Nova on this next turn. So a lot of good options potentially here for Rad Knight as well, which is why we're saying this game is not necessarily over. Like there's still a lot that can happen here.
It's an interesting hand and a very interesting board state right now. Yeah. It looks like they're giving up the right. They're going to give them the buffs.
My
and they
goodness.
managed to read a Professor X, and it looks like it looks like they can still win the middle, but they do get to play spells in the Professor X lane.
Yeah, that is something they added, I believe. It was either a patch or an OTA a couple seasons ago, where you can play spells, but you can't play cards into this. So Korg is going to transform to Craven. Ooh, okay. More energy. Hand space isn't completely full now. Ooh.
I feel like the smart thing to do now is maybe give up that right. I know it sounds crazy, but if you give up on that right, that means Vivian stays there, and then Nova doubling its power isn't going to win the middle location. That being said, you never know what an Arisham has in their hand. They might have anything.
Spectrum would win this, but... Ooh. I don't think that's going to be enough. Wow. Nice.
Easy win for Rat Knight gets rewarded for the early snap.
Yep. Professor X proven to be costly there, actually.
Yeah, that read won them the game, basically. And it's looking like Rat Knight is back into this and is feeling himself. This is what I said. Arisham can high roll, but it can also low roll. It's not just, you remember the high rolls when you're playing against them, but they can also low roll, and a series of low rolls can potentially cost you your tournament.
Yeah, and I think that's also like, especially in like tournament setting, opposed to like on ladder situation, able to play safer as we do get a project.
Oh my God, I love this. You can Surge, you can Surfer, you can Vivi, you can Vision. This is an incredible turn for that.
Ooh, we get Shang-Chi out on the board early, though.
As is tradition, Dogok pulling Shang-Chi. That has been happening since the beginning of time, since the game got released.
Wow.
We don't even get our Surfer proc, but the good news is that the location isn't clogged.
Oh my God!
Viv is going to move out, but Maximus refills their hand.
Oh my goodness. Something interesting that could happen here from Rad Knight. If he plays this a certain way and ends up winning that right location, if there's a big card at the end of the game, Shang-Chi could potentially go off again with Surfer for steps. Of course, you know, all things have to like fall into play there. But the Maximus, I think, is very rough, and them having Mobius in their starting hand makes this even tougher on Rad Knight here.
I don't think there's any situation where Last Order plays 10 plus power on the right and Rad Knight wins the location.
Yeah. No, I think this is looking pretty scary. Also, the Daredevil can move wherever it wants here too. We get to see this full play that Last Order can now set up for his final turn play. This is looking like a pretty rough situation once again for
This is one of those situations that, like you mentioned before, that snapping is bad.
Yeah.
For Last Order, of course, because maybe with some copium, Rat Knight stays into this game, it looks 100% lost. Yeah. But because it's very difficult for them to win the Project Pegasus location. And Last Order finally snaps and Rat Knight leaves.
Yep, making it at most 2-game series now. It could be ended in 1, but this is at most going to 2 games now. We'll see how the draws are for Red Knight into Last Order here. Maybe we get a Darkhawk from Iron Patriot. This will be very interesting.
I like the opening hand from Red Knight. They seem to have what they've been missing, a good curve, some good points, an Iron Patriot. Hopefully they don't get Mobius again. And then maybe even Cosmo. At the same time, Iron Patriot, anywhere but left, is not going to have a middle, is not going to have a good follow-up because a 3-cost there is just not going to stick because of Asteroid M.
And the Valentina here, they're able to play the 6-drop now on turn 3 with the extra energy. So this is going to be an interesting kind of situation.
The Valentina is actually huge because the 6-cost doesn't get pulled by Asteroid M if they took that line. But instead, they're just going to play Mobius and say, you're not getting any Iron Patriot value anyway, so I don't even need to contest that location.
Yep. Having the Mobius there is so good. They have Stardust for those points of power left, but they're playing Stardust middle. Erisham getting extra energy. We're not worried about that, it looks like here. We'll see what happens going forward there because all these 4-costs are moved middle.
It feels like they've had Mobius every single game there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
It feels like an Arisham deck has had Mobius every single game, and now they proc Sakar, get an extra energy, get an extra cheap card. This is not looking good for Adnan. It's not looking good at all.
And we're thinking the Enchantress middle could have been a play to be able to get the Jane to be cheaper, but it also offsets your Stardust. And with another 6-drop, a lot of these 6-drops are cards that can generate tokens, whether that is going to be a Dr. Doom or an Ultron. They're trying not to enable that for Last Order, which does make this play a little rough here. Thanos?
It is Thanos. And who's got Prior here? Rat Knight has Prior, so that Shang-Chi can't get value. Oh no, there's a Soul Stone. Cannot get anything. So maybe that Enchantress on the previous turn was a good choice.
Yeah,
Because it also would take out Soulstone. You didn't know though for a fact that they had Thanos in their hand because they didn't play the stone that actually draws Thanos. I think this is looking like game over.
Yeah, 1 point of power needed for that right lane for Last Order, who also has not played the 6-drop they generated from Valentina yet still.
Might be a Taskmaster on the Thanos.
Yeah, this is going to be, yep,
They just went for
right.
It's looking like an easy win.
Yeah.
For the Last Order. I feel like the Arisham decks have been doing really well so far.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of them have necessarily... That was a risky play. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Rat Knight wins because of Asteroid M and not feeling the middle location.
What in the... Okay.
It's not all rainbows and high rolls for the Arisham, dude. Sometimes that happens.
Oh,
It's unpredictable. It's strong in tournaments, but it can mess you up. Sometimes you just don't get the draw. You just don't get what you need, and then this happens.
What in the world is this game?
Surely they're not gonna have another Mobius on turn 3, right? That would never happen.
Never. What?
Surely not. Oh, that once and future is so good with the rock that just got generated.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of outs that Rad Knight has here, as we are in our last game, legitimately, of the set.
Yeah, it is. It is the last game. Merlin is probably one of my favorite cards in the game right now. I've always been fond of the card, but right now it's just popping off.
Oh my gosh, this is a potential power position too. Also here for Rad Knight, there's so much going well for him.
I like this. I like this, taking advantage of all the energy that is available to you.
Infinity Ultron, let's go.
Infinity Ultron is huge, especially with so much energy.
Ooh, but these locations. Oh my gosh,
that Cosmic Ghost Rider getting an insane amount of value right there.
And they didn't activate Widow either.
Wait,
so
just how much energy do they have? Oh, it was 8. Okay, all right. They played Infinity Ultra, still had 8. I got confused there.
This is really rough actually for Rad Knight here, with Nowhere being a location, Widow not being activated just yet. Oh,
but he did get a bunch of stones though from the Infinity Ultron, so their hand isn't necessarily dead, and the stones do cost less now. Oh,
ooh, I don't like this.
Just as a 2/5, I feel like that's good.
2/5
There is potentially already 4 power in the middle for Last Order, just like Rat Knight played their 1/4 there. Last Order probably weaved it in at some point. I wasn't really paying attention. It looks like we're going to contest the right, but I think all 3 locations right now are pretty open for both players.
Yes, Space Stone also does not go off on Nowhere or on Dark Dimension because Rad Knight has priority. Okay.
Viv, if left gets lost, Viv moves to another location, which can potentially win you the game.
Viv moves at the start of the game, so Viv actually should stay where she's at.
Oh, to the start of the game.
But
1 point.
Wow. By 1 point middle, Last Order does take it from Rad Knight. What a roller coaster of final turns over there. Holy smokes.
I feel like the fact that I haven't played with Viv at all is showing. I have not used that card at all.
Well, originally she was going to be a potentially end of turn card, but I think they changed that kind of conceptually to make it start of turn, probably because of like situations like that, where it could have like because end of turn has been so crazy as of recently. So it's a start of turn card now, as we are also in our next game over here, potentially down to the wire.
Yeah, we're probably the last game. It's looking like another Arisham.
Yeah, is it
Merlin
Airsham Clog versus Clog? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's looking like Clog is the deck of choice for Czech, and Panayotov is potentially playing Arisham. Yeah, it's an interesting Clog list with Laufey. I guess Laufey can potentially get a lot of value if you clog their lane.
And Laufey the rocks can make it so Nihilus sends the rocks over.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then it is an Arisham deck on the other side. Arisham, when we were looking at the archetypes, we didn't see that much Arisham, but it seems like everyone's playing Arisham on stream.
Yep, a lot of Airsham. This is not Airsham Thanos though, so this one doesn't have the same draw enablers. I guess also, Thanos stones do add bulk to your deck, but it doesn't have other ways to mitigate that by giving you potential extra draws with those stones itself.
I love how that we've gotten a lot of new tech cards, and now it's just food for Arisham.
Yes.
Arisham and the tech cards is the story of the deck. I feel like.
Yeah, no, I think you're totally spot on there. Invisible Woman, Omniversal. Ooh, this is actually interesting.
That Asteroid M just ruined the plans of Czech there completely, because both Goblin and Sentry moved to the right. So now it looks like the right is we have an overkill situation. But I feel like Ani on the left just takes care of business right now. Potentially, Merlin gets to grow on the left, but I don't think anything else can threaten the left. And you also have Omniversal presence, so your own Merlin can grow on the left at the same time and match what they're doing.
Yeah, no, this is a very interesting situation with the Asteroid M. I would assume with all the extra energy, they fill right lane. But I don't know. This is Annie's gonna send the Void over potentially, but I don't know. This is just a really weird situation because they also have ones in future potentially on MF's side of the board. So I don't know. This is just going to be one of those situations. I mean, you're all in anyways, so it's make or break. They're thinking their playthrough. They
did fill up the right.
Okay.
They did play.
But
yeah,
wait,
I think Czech wins this, so it is potentially the end of.
Wow. Omniversal taking Merlin over the top on that left lane. Okay.
Which is exactly what we said would happen, right? They both play Omniversal, and along with Ani, it wins the lane.
As we get the daily boosters? No? All right. Which, by the way, we have at the moment some daily login rewards. How are you feeling about some of the daily login rewards that we have at the moment, Harry?
We have daily login rewards.
Yes, daily login rewards. Today is 155 boosters if you log in to Snap today.
Oh, I haven't logged in. Did they start today, or was it?
No, they started 3 days ago, I do believe.
I don't notice that. I just click. Oh, let me play. Let me go in. Let me go yap. Let me go yap about MarvelSnap.
Oh my goodness.
Let me go just check out the meta. Let me go just play some snap. I don't really notice all that stuff, to be honest.
No, it's all good. We're looking up our next game over here as as Harry gets his login rewards. I got 155 Kitty Pride boosters, but I have a Godspeed and Kitty Pride, so I probably won't be using those anytime soon.
I mean, it's free stuff. I'm not going to complain about it. I'm not even going to notice it. Oh, it's
final turn,
last final turn of the final game, potentially.
Oh my gosh.
That is a lot of power mid.
The emote too? Oh my goodness.
And the Shang-Chi dodge?
Wow! And Taro stays alive!
Yep. And we're down to the wire.
Holy smokes, what a game to get into. As we watched Taro's game, round 1. This is the Wiccan Stardust, but with Viv Vision instead of Mobius deck against Erishim, it looks like. With Red Guardian Erishim. Ooh.
Another Arisham deck, it looks like. So yeah, this is fun. And I'm trying to figure out the Arisham border. It looks like it's the Christmas one. That Angela.
Yeah, Candy Cane.
Might be the Arisham card. Everything else is Tech and Surge. Those are cards you put into your own Arisham deck. And it looks like Angela
Turn 1
is
Wiccan.
the one.
Oh boy.
One Wiccan from Intero is gonna put him in a very good situation.
Oh, it's not Erishim. They're running.
Oh, it's not Erishim.
Oh, it's the Zabu Tech deck. Okay. Some Zabu Tech with Jeff. Jeff the baby land shark is getting some play. Mr. Fantastic first steps as a 2-cost. Actually good here. This is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it looks like D. Lansky is in the lead here with that Stardust landing in Altar of Death before it flipped. They have a huge advantage with a free location.
Oh my goodness. This game is going to get crazy.
That Gwenpool right off the top, surged and ready to go on turn 3. Yeah, it's looking like Delancey's game to lose.
Yeah, no Shang-Chi in this list like we were talking about earlier. There is Negasonic, there is Eliath, but Altar of Death having Stardust there's not necessarily a way I don't think Intero can get into Altar of Death. So they're going to have to fight for right and left lane here. Ooh,
they slapped that Surge with the Cosmic Ghost Rider, and she's out of here. No more Surge, but we can potentially play that Galacta on the left, and that's going to give us a way to contest Baxter building, but at the same time, contest Project Pegasus with that 6 power. So that is a great draw. Maybe one of the best draws he could have gotten.
Yeah, and I really think that Mr. Fantastic being able to come down on turn 2 at a 2-5 and then continue to add that extra power, that unknown Intero doesn't know what cards got hit with Gwenpool, what cards have been hit by Fanta, what's going to happen really is going to be impactful here.
So here, you know they don't have Shadow King, they don't have Shang-Chi, so you just stole Prio, so you're not afraid of Negasonic either. You can just pop off on the Baxter building.
Yeah.
And Jeff gives you the option to move it out and play the next card next turn.
Yeah, the only issue here is that we only have 1 card left in our hand for Delansky. This is going to be, it's of course going to get a buff from Mr. Fantastic in some way, but
I feel like this is the correct play because Intero wants to put that Negasonic on Baxter building. So that he can secure Baxter building. But having Red Guardian in your hand means you can mitigate that Negasonic value by Red Guardian. Uh-oh.
Okay, so
math time. So if we lose 4 power, they go to 22, right? So if we lose 4 power, we go to 17. Correct? Plus 6, that's 20, plus 8. We always win left. So you just play Red Guardian left, and that's a guarantee. They have Quicksilver. Okay.
Yeah, and we just moved Jeff left here.
Yeah. This is the correct play because they have Quicksilver there. I didn't notice Quicksilver. My bad. So Red Guardian is always dying. That was a good play by Intero, and we get to contest the right let's see if they have the points
Yeah,
to win right.
And Taro make enough to win this right lane. Really, it makes or breaks this game here. It's going to be Copycat into... Oh, Copycat was Zabu. Wow. That's unfortunate. Yeah, if Copycat was Shang-Chi, that's the only way. Yeah.
Yeah. Goes to show you that when you get a free location on turn 2, you got the advantage, kind of.
Yes.
And in a game like this, where no one can actually run, and it's just a one-off, whoever wins gets to win this round. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and that was like, even with the turn 1 Wiccan, it was because, like you said, Stardust was played onto Altar of Death. There's no way for Antero to add cards there. There was the movability of Jeff also for Delansky there to be able to get value. It was just almost a just losing situation there. But we're going to head into a quick little break, you guys, and then we will be back shortly. All right, welcome back. As we've had a great, also round 3, man. These matches, like I can't say enough how much fun it has been to be able to see the back and forth, the highs, the lows of all these matches so far. It's been a solid tournament, as we're only through 3 rounds, Eric. It's crazy.
Yeah, the games have been incredible, very close also, which is always exciting. And we're seeing some new decks, some new cards, some interesting decks that are winning. So that's fun. And right now we're going to go and check some players, how they're doing, how they're not doing, how many wins they have maybe, or this is just round 3 results.
Yeah. These are results for round 3 right now. Top of the bracket are the winners are undefeated at the moment.
Okay, that's really nice. So anyone we know? Well,
W?
W is obviously winning since the name, hence the name.
Song YY?
Shang Enjoyer is doing better than its namesake, it looks like, because Shang-Chi is doing horribly. They're probably not even running it in that deck. They're just using that name to throw people off. That's why they're winning. And
Yep.
Songy.
Been
Oh
doing
my
well in the
God.
other gauntlets too. So
They are actually destroying the opposition. That's a 10-0.
Yep.
And they're undefeated. Wee Woo, Cheeseland, Millie, Fathor Newman.
Father Newman, all right.
Is that Fathor? The one that, okay, they're doing really well.
Hella Enjoyer, Madam Ava, which is Avazord, Ornifer.
Kraken? Is that Kraken?
I think it is. Husky received their first loss. Cosmic Casual, we casted earlier, is continuing their Agamotto journey over here. Got some really solid stuff going on right now.
Wait, is there this many people undefeated? I'm missing something. What do you mean blue names are undefeated?
So where we're at in the bracket right now, since there's so many different people, the page of participants goes very far off for undefeated right now. I think once we get closer to like rounds 5 and 6 is where you're going to see the fall off really start to kind of like transition more.
So we've got around 50 undefeated people. That's huge.
Yeah, we got a lot. It's prior to this round, because of course, like the rankings will adjust when we start round 4. We got a lot of people.
Is that 160? Huh?
Well, I think because you get 3 points per win right now. So this right now is cut this in half, close to probably 80 people. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Well, it'll be 80 after this round because it was 160 after round 2. So it'll be 80 after round 3. Going into round 4, that's when the cut will go to 40. Yeah. I'd say I was expecting to see a lot of Wiccan. Erishim kind of had slipped my radar a bit, but then as soon as I'd seen the first couple games, I was reminded about how pretty well it's done in a bunch of the Golden Gauntlets as of like the past, 2 to 3 we've had. So like that doesn't surprise me that it is doing well with the unknownness that that we keep harping on, like as we are casting this themselves. But I'm surprised we haven't been able to see the Cerebro games, but I wouldn't be surprised if Cerebro is also still doing well.
To be honest, I expected Move and Cerebro to be doing somewhat well, simply because I feel like Move decks reward higher skill players, and higher skill players tend to join these type of tournaments. So I expected Move to do well just because of that, because it's not an easy list to pilot by any means, even with all the new cards being printed. I expected Cerebro maybe to do well, because it's been doing well on ladder. I didn't expect it to do this well. I just expected a lot of people would bring it, to be honest. Not that it would do this well. But when you think about it, it makes sense why it's doing well. And then outside of that, I did expect to see a lot of Negasonic. Usually in these tournaments, Negasonic shows up big, and I think it won also one of the previous gauntlets of the power of Negasonic. I think it was an ongoing list that was running Negasonic, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe I'm misremembering. But yeah, outside of that, I think the meta is not outside. I think in general, the meta is very diverse, and that's what I expected the most. That we would see a lot of different things, a lot of people cook up unexpected things, and we've been seeing that. And they've been winning, they've been rewarded. So I'd love to see more of that.
Yeah, I think it's just been a very wide open kind of just like situation in general, which is really nice. As we are looking at the stats on screen here with Sandman, which we saw Sandman in that kind of like priority deck. I think was it round 2 or was it in round 3 where Sandman took the dub on Jotunheim, but with an 83% win rate. Of course, smaller sample size, but pretty good stats for going into round 4 now.
I feel like the first significant strong card, very powerful card that's standing out is Frigga with 140 games, sitting at a very nice win rate at 69. So the Frigga is probably winning off the back of both Move and Victoria Hand, because that card is core in both of those decks. So I'm not surprised to see her up there, and it does look like Victoria Hand and Frigga have a similar win rate.
Yeah, and they played together. It's interesting because like something we were talking about in the very beginning of the stream was Misery's buff from a 4-8 to a 4-9. Something we don't talk about enough also is Frigga went from a 3-3 to a 3-4, which I'm wondering if that stat line itself, having that extra point of power, can also benefit Frigga as well in these kind of lists. Of course, you see Frigga if it's in Victoria Hand, some doing it in Move Bounce, some doing it in Dock and Discard. I think that's why it's not the same exact win rate as Victoria Hand, because it's in Discard and in Victoria Hand, and maybe it's a little bit higher because of that, and there's less Discard. But also Misery itself, 62% win rate in over 169 games as well.
So yeah, it's looking like these 3 cards are together: Misery, Victoria Hand, and Frigga. Yeah, now that you mention it, probably people aren't playing Move Bounce that much anymore, right? It's more just a straight up bounce. So maybe Frigga isn't that often seen in the move decks. Copycat is doing really well. We saw that before. It's keeping up right after with the win rate.
Yeah, no, I think something to note here. We've seen all this Erishim. We see Rockslide. We saw Cassandra Nova. Both of those cards also had over a 60% win rate. Cerebro has dropped from 70 to 58%.
It's a strong deck, but it's still a good win rate, though. It's still a good win rate. 50, 60, almost 60% win rate is nothing to scoff at. It's a strong deck, but it's looking like the biggest winner of the tournament is probably that Victoria Hand deck, which was also, coincidentally, the most popular deck. So a lot of people realize that is the meta.
Yeah. Also, the Hood is in a 310 games, 58% win rate. That is a great win rate for the sample size. Same with Nico following suit with 275 games, also 58% win rate. Look at that.
So Hood is again in the Victoria hand deck. Also in some clog lists. Any other notable lists that run Hood?
There's a Victoria Hand Werewolf by Night Deck, of course. That's Victoria Hand. There's a Destroy list running Hood right now. Bounce, like typical Bounce with like Hit Monkey and stuff. The Morgan Le Fay deck might also be running Hood at the moment. Those are some of the more like notable ones I can think of off the top of my head.
So yeah, Hood doing really well. Do we have any other stats that we're gonna look at, or are we gonna move into the next round?
Round 4 is started. Yeah, but Mercury did have a 57% win rate. I do want to note Mercury still had a 57% win rate earlier, but whoa.
This is another move deck with a Stardust deck and a Juggernaut.
And Topaz!
Again. Yeah,
Wow.
they're running Topaz. It is somewhat light on the carries. It's running more than the other deck we saw, but less than I would expect, to be honest. So they just have Craven, Human Torch, Vulture, and Dagger.
Yeah, no Ghost Spider, no Iron Fist, and no Aranya in this move list. Wow, and it is Cougar. We're watching Cougar's move list at the moment. This is going to be very interesting. Into Pixie? Okay, yeah. Here we freaking go.
We've seen so many games, and outside of Arishem, we haven't seen that many, archetypes repeat themselves. And I mean, does Arishem really repeat itself? It's all random anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Also, Hood is also in Pixie, so we know that now too. It is also in a Pixie, which is probably running like, the Merlin stuff and everything too. But wow, we have a really.
I like this setup.
Yeah,
I like this setup a lot. So they've placed their Madam Web in the middle, Topaz on one of the side locations, and then you play all your stuff onto Topaz. It moves them in the middle, but then you have Madam Web to move them one more time if you so choose to. That is a very, very, very interesting way to play the move deck.
Yeah,
and then you've got Cloak also, so that you can place on the third location and just have like a bunch of ambiguous plays that your opponent doesn't know what's going to happen on the final turn.
Yeah, and I think this matchup specifically is looking like a clog Pixie list. Into move can be potentially an issue because you're really trying to mitigate your board space so much with the move list. So it'll be very interesting to kind of see what exactly Cougar does here.
Would you ever play Cloak on the left just so you can move that void somewhere else in case it gets shoved over to your side?
That's very interesting. I hadn't thought about potentially doing it that way instead. Merlin, Nico.
So it's looking like a Merlin play instead, where they are trying to transform that void into something else, potentially.
Ooh,
they can just completely clog the right location. Human Torch is potentially going to take care of the left. It's not 11 though. They need to remember that Human Torch doesn't win the left by himself, because he's going to lose 5 power, and then whatever's left is going to double. So he's just going to be 12 power on the left.
Yeah, I think Cougar was trying to play around them moving their cards to the right and trying to mitigate that.
I forgot that Cloak is for both people. I haven't played with that card in so long.
It's been a minute. And then cards like Hellion come out, and Hellion, of course, only affects your side of the board. So a lot of different shouts there.
Does Red Dragonfly run Red Guardian?
I'm not sure. I know Cougar's running Red Guardian. Dragon's not running it. Okay.
That Sparky is super safe.
Okay.
But Sparky is safe. Nothing can happen to it. Mobius doesn't do anything against this deck. So it's just going to be Clog. Potentially, a Red Dragonfly is snapping if that's their snap. Because I can't see the cube right now.
Yeah.
And they're potentially just snapping the Altar of Death because they can easily win that.
Yeah, they have Uncle Ben to be able to play on Altar of Death. Even with Cougar having Stardust, it'll be like a situation. I think it's a Pixie Snap, if anything, that really they were snapping into. Really good starting hand here for Cougar. We have 2 move enablers, Madam Web, and we have Dagger.
I think they've got their perfect hand. This is what they want. They want to play Madam Web in the middle on 2. They want to play Topaz on one of the sides on 3, and then they want to pop off from there after.
Yeah.
Especially since Red Dragonfly isn't playing anything that can interact with Madam Web. This is a very nice snap.
Yeah.
I feel like they should have snapped before the Madam Web play. They just played too fast. I do that too, so I'm not gonna throw any shade at them. I'm not gonna call them out because I do that too all the time. I just forget the snap, and then when I finally snap, it's too late. I've shown my hand.
Yeah, I think they snapped into turn 2 probably because Pixie didn't come down. But I agree. Like having a situation like that where you had that really strong starting hand. There's no Killmonger also by Red Dragonfly either, so your Vulture's going to be safe. Like this is
you've got Cloak, you've got a great whip. Do you just snap this?
Okay.
Did they snap or did
no?
They
just
leave?
Immediately left. So
someone's tilted.
Latest. Wow, another move location. And we're in high stakes.
I would snap. You know they're tilted. They'll just snap them out of the game. You know they're tilted.
Okay.
So I assume, I don't remember, but I assume they do run Killmonger, seeing Uncle Ben and seeing as Cougar isn't playing Vulture on turn 1.
Yeah, I think actually I may have misspoke. Do they run Uncle Ben, or do they run Killmonger in this list here too? Or they do? Okay, Killmonger is in this list. I totally misspoke. This is going to be interesting.
I wouldn't play Human Torch on the left there. I would play it somewhere else and then just play Cloak on the left on turn 4. So I can move my stuff on Strange Academy on turn 5 and then let them fly all over the place.
But we always draw Madam Web here, so... No, okay. Okay, Stardust to offset potential... I mean, Sentry Middle... It's going to be rough. Pixie into Asgard also is pretty solid for...
I guess Cloak on Strange Academy turn 5 is a huge play.
Yes. Which I think was what Cougar is setting up here.
Yeah, that's what they're setting up right now. So that's a beautiful play. And they are going to snap into that play. Is it a double snap? It is a double snap.
We're going in for 7 here.
They both snapped at the exact same time. That was so weird.
I think Dragonfly will probably get middle here, which is probably what the snap is.
I think they had a very nice top deck after the Pixie, which is why they're snapping.
Omniversal, wow, into Space Throne.
Well, that's not a huge problem.
Yeah, not with Cloak.
Because they do have Cloak, yeah. It is a little bit of a problem, just not a huge one. You do have to Cloak.
Jug. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Torch can win left lane with...
So you can just move Torch and then click Sparky.
Yep. And then Torch is going to go... He's going to go to 6 power onto Carmitage. And then he's going to move back to Space Throne, get the 3 power, so he'll be at 9. And then he'll go to double again. He'll go to 18 power on Space Throne.
He will get...
So wait, yeah. So Torch
Sparky gives 3 power?
Yes, Sparky is +3. And Cougar's going to have priority here.
Wait, I just realized that all Stardust also kind of soft counters clog decks.
Yes. Yes.
It's not a huge counter, but it is a soft counter in that it doesn't give you targets for your clog.
Yep.
Then you click that, and then you Juggernaut. You Tobas left, Juggernaut mid. Okay, this is. I think Cougar is easily gonna win this.
Yeah. No.
Unless something weird happens.
This is poetry in motion right here.
Huh? Oh, he expects them to move Juggernaut, to move Sentry out?
Interesting.
Why would you do that? I think Human Torch beats everything on the... Oh, maybe they have...
Okay. I think...
Are they running Shang-Chi in the Dragonfly? Dragonfly is running Shang-Chi? Oh, they're trying to play around the Shang-Chi, I guess. Yeah, Shang-Chi just straight up wins for Dragonfly. And that's a great play, right? You just move the Sentry and Shang-Chi on the left. Is he gonna run out of time?
This is for 7. We're all in here. I like this line.
This only loses to Shang-Chi left, let's be honest.
Yeah, and only loses
Is Red Dragonfly gonna make that raid? That's the question. Are they gonna make that raid? That's the only question. It's not a very easy read, but it's not an out of the question read either. It looks like they might have just made the read.
It looks like Chi is going left, which is very unfortunate. It is the Chi read. Good read by them. Good.
They read the play and they got rewarded. That's why Cougar was thinking about the alternative play. They were playing around the Shang-Chi. They should have played around the Shang-Chi. Because where else are you going to Shang-Chi them? You can see both Sparky and Human Torch as well as Cloak. Everything's on the board. You've laid out everything, right? Yeah. And your best play is Human Torch ends up on the far left location.
Yeah. The only other way.
Priority. So you probably want to be playing around the Shang-Chi there.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting list, though. I like what Cougar is bringing to the table. Is this like the standard move list now, or is this something that?
No, this is a Cougar personal cook here.
It's very interesting. It has that easy high roll of the Madam Web into the 3 cost on the side, where you're almost guaranteed to win.
Yeah, no, and like
so that's a very, very easy snap. And Pixie on the other, this is the play I'm talking about. But Pixie on the other hand makes things complicated because that's the Red Dragonfly high roll on the other hand.
Yeah, and I think like last game, I think Cougar was also thinking about they clogged the board since they have 2 demons and the Chi, trying to like mitigate around that. Is it going to be Annihilus? Is it going to be Chi? Like there's so much there. And then we have this. Like this is another game, a good location for Cougar, 100%. But Chi, again, just once again, Chi exists. And how do you set your power up here?
Vulture gets +3, right? Every turn it moves now. So I'm wondering, why are we? Oh my God!
Wow!
Was that a 3 energy Alioth?
Yeah, I mean they once featured and Alioth there on 4th. That is heartbreaking. Like absolutely heartbreaking.
G to the G, my friend. That's what that is. That is a G to the G. And you play Vulture again on the right?
It's just he's so afraid of Killmonger, like rightfully so.
Are they gonna? They have a demon. They're playing demon on the board.
But they have so much power also with Eliath there already now too. That's where they get you. I'm not gonna Killmonger. I got a demon on the board. Why would I Killmonger? And then they're like, well, I accounted for all the power there, so. Oh,
Surprise!
yeah.
Magneto.
Oh my gosh! And Magneto.
They might have pulled the trigger.
Oh my! No! No way!
The universe has decided, dude. You're not winning.
Oh my gosh!
Ben Brode said you're not winning. RNG decided. Bro, they played a Magneto then played on Eliath on turn 4 and Magneto on turn 5, along with the Merlin spells at the same time, and they high rolled everything, hit everything. There's no winning here.
No, unless we pull something out of the hat and like this Cougar has the craziest play ever. This is looking like really, really rough for Cougar here. Okay, and then are we setting up for Torch Strange?
Sparky doesn't do anything there. The way they played it, it moves Strange.
Okay, we're just
So
going.
I'm guessing Strange just doesn't do anything. It's just for power mid.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're gonna end up with a bunch of power on the left. That ninja, you don't get the ninja. I think Cougar has a chance here.
Wow.
I think did they win? They lose the mid.
They lose just barely. Holy smokes. Everything that could go wrong went wrong that game. Oh my gosh. Merlin giveth, Merlin taketh, Pixie giveth, Pixie taketh. Like, wow. That was a game. That was one of the craziest games actually we've seen so far too. I think like with the RNG aspect of that game was everywhere.
Yeah, a bunch of random effects just happened on the board, and the game was decided. But they did put up a good fight with the move then. And here we have Angel versus Rose in a late game scenario. We've got 5 cubes and 7 with all 5 on the line on this turn.
Oh my gosh, we dodged the chi here, I think.
I think it looks like Angel wins, and we've got a game on our hands. 5-2. What round is this?
This is round 6.
Okay. So we're playing for all the cubes every game. Oh, this is the cool list with is it?
This is one of the coolest. This is a werewolf mill list.
Werewolf mill, and they get a free cable.
Ooh. Wow.
This is looking spicy already. So yeah, you can go Hood with Zabu, and then you can Killmonger if you want to. Or you can keep milling them here.
So it's Werewolf Mill versus Mill Clog. Yeah, Werewolf Mill Clog, yeah. Or not, Werewolf Clog. Okay, so very interesting inverse kind of matchup. One adds cards to the board, one takes cards from your opponent. So...
And then we see the werewolf coming down. I'm honestly a little bit confused here.
Okay.
Okay, so they remove the location, but we still have Killmonger. Angel still has Killmonger in their hand, so they can take care of that pesky hood and move the werewolf mid if they so choose to, and also remove a bunch of power from their opponent's hand. But I think they want to play the Baron Zemo this turn. Maybe you want to do the Killmonger Demon play this turn. It's looking like they want to have Merlin on the board first.
I wonder if they want to try and also get a copy of their starting hand, because it kind of looks like they're playing around. Oh my gosh, the Negasonic pull is huge. Now we just fight for Prio or
Misery 2? Maybe? Better play here?
No,
but then you give them a Shang-Chi target if you play it mid. So you are getting a lot of value, but you're giving them a Shang-Chi target. So maybe you don't want to do that.
Yeah, no, this looks like a really just good power position, I think, in general.
I think that's a good play. Are you gonna, if you play this demon now, you're saying I'm not gonna Killmonger their Wanderers.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you want to keep that option open.
Yeah, I think that's a great shout right there, especially allows you to kind of mitigate this a little bit more. Of course, like you said too, if you Misery middle, Misery is in Chi range, and we've only stolen their Negasonic, so this actually might be a situation where we're trying to get.
They're gonna get a copy of their original hand there.
Yep.
So they're not drawing anything else. So maybe they knew what they had at the beginning and they wanted more of it. I don't know. Do you? I mean, maybe double Baron Zemo is cool here. Well, someone is gonna get their location full. So someone's getting a free location here, probably.
Yeah, this is looking. Well, I think Angel is more likely to get clogged here.
I think no one's getting clogged. I forgot about the Killmonger. Killmonger just clears everything out. So I don't think anyone's getting clogged here.
Yeah, it just depends on how these roll. This could be very interesting.
Maybe middle.
But if they can keep priority here too. Ooh. Okay. There is Prio at play for Angel.
Yep,
so
that werewolf can end up anywhere.
Yep.
Do you ever Baron Cable here?
That is a lot of power. I'm thinking they're setting up for.
They're setting up for a Negasonic.
Okay, they do the cable.
You play the cable. You play the Misery on the right. You Negasonic on the left, and Baron Zemo just stays in your hand. I guess. Maybe they don't have any cards in their deck left because they did get milled for a little bit.
Yeah, this is interesting. They do have Merlin spells to mess around with here. They didn't play the Kate Bishop. They only got the copy of it from Astral Plane, so they haven't played that for another additional on reveal for Roz's. Ooh, okay. They don't play for right.
That Baron Zemo was wise because it looks like it would have pulled the hood.
Ooh.
They dodged the Shang-Chi. They killed the Shang-Chi.
They Kate into Merlin, and Angel takes it. No additional on reveals to move the werewolf out of the middle lane. Wow.
Well played by Angel. Very well played by Angel.
Very patient. Like, that was a very patient play, setting up the Killmonger instead of going for the Misery for the extra power. Very good, like, board management and everything, too.
So we're going to move on to our next game. It is, again, the final, it looks like the final match of their game. And Jar No is at 5 cubes, whereas Claxton is at 2 cubes. We're on turn 6, but we can potentially go to a turn 7. There is, however, a Merlin on the board. It looks like there was a kiln that Jarno won, so he's just contesting the limbo, and it looks like they're expecting them to rag pull the limbo.
Yeah, this is a very interesting kind of situation here. No, Chi at play for Jarno at the moment. Chi would win the middle lane.
And they didn't rack pull to the limbo, and it looks like there's a huge Galactus in Claxton's hand that is also sporting that Galactus profile picture.
Oh, yeah. And also, this list by Claxton, by the way, has Astral Projection in a Wiccan Shell, where we have Quicksilver, Merlin, Domino, Astral Projection, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, Mobius, Silver Surfer First Steps, Wiccan, Stardust, Cosmic Ghost Rider, Lady Deathstrike, and the Galactus First Steps. No borrow, no name, right? Oh, yeah. That's not really crazy.
Yeah, it looks like tech, the list is Tech are us.
Yes.
Every tech in the book except Shang-Chi.
With Astral Projection for bonus tech.
You know what? At the end of the day, it's looking like the people who didn't bring Shang-Chi were correct, because Shang-Chi's win rate is abysmal.
Mm-hmm. And I think, Jarno, this is the first just regular Thanos gamer we have here, but it is Thanos Destroy with the Venom I'm seeing in this list as well. And I think I saw Professor X as well, so it's a very interesting style of Thanos Destroy.
There's a
Gwenpool
in there. It's kind of an
old
school. It's not actually a Thanos Destroy list.
Yeah.
There's just a random Venom in there for no reason.
Board space, I guess.
Probably.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not expecting Professor X in here. You have Wave and Fanta as ways to discount and get your cards. Get the different benefits and stuff. Do we know which? Yeah, bro, Ultimate Magic is so good too. Okay.
Mr. Fantastic on turn 3 is not as good as a Mr. Fantastic on turn 2.
Yeah.
They do have magic, but Claxton did put Merlin on the board, meaning that
no Wiccan Curve.
Magic's effectiveness is reduced, and this Venom is coming into play and proving useful in Sanctum.
Okay. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. But yeah, no Wiccan Curve for Claxton here. But Big Venom being able to clear that lane is definitely beneficial, like you're saying as well.
And no Shang-Chi for Claxton, so that Venom is safe. At the same time, Venom did eat the First Steps card, so they lose that value.
Maybe helping his win rate a little bit. We'll see how it pays off, but this is a tricky situation here.
Just playing a Daredevil as a 2/3, because if he's already turn 5.
Doing that for extra energy.
And then they can potentially just Gwenpool along with something else on the next turn.
And they're playing Magic first to make it so there's no feast value for either player here.
Oh, they did remove that feast. No extra energy for anyone.
Ooh, the Soul Read! Ooh, Brooklyn Bridge, though.
Wait. Oh, and no one can play there now. So that's just... Wait, why are the turns bugged?
Yeah, wait.
Why does it say 6 out of 7? And why did they... Yeah, but... Why just play Shang-Chi and not Thanos? Did they get confused? Are they just reading the 6 out of 7 and they forgot that there's no other turn?
Yeah, I am Cosmic Ghost Rider moves over to the right, and then they polymorph into Surtur. Okay. Which that's 27 power. They lose by 1 point, by the way. But Thanos would have won that game. They just play Thanos pretty much anywhere.
I don't understand why not just drop Thanos there.
They don't have Prio either.
It's a point difference game because there's a guaranteed tide on the left. You know they don't have Shang-Chi. What are you afraid of? I think they got confused.
Yeah, because even
I'm
with
pretty sure
Negasonic,
they got confused by the text on the right on the enter button.
I mean, we were a little confused too. The VFX bug right now. So to be fair, but like, yeah, I don't know, because I also like into it like a Negasonic situation. If they were running Negasonic, you just play Thanos left and you just win that almost every time. Thanos moves anywhere and dodges a chi or anything.
Bugs are costing people tournament wins.
Oh man. Do we magic Lake Hellas when we are running 1-cost cards?
You magic, but
Okay.
you have Reality Stone, I guess, to remove the magic if you need to. But at the same time,
my.
is that? There's no.
Oh my!
It
Astral projection, wicked.
The astral projection, the weekend, dude.
Oh my goodness!
They did the high roll thing, and it looks like Jarno is just drawing horribly, which is such a bad feeling when you know it's your last game, it's your last chance to win, and then this is your hand. Oh. That weird Venom though, in their hand, punishing them. I don't even know why they're running. I don't understand why this Venom is in this deck.
I guess they maybe run into a bunch of board space issues when they haven't had Strange Supreme is kind of what I'm thinking, but yeah.
Kind of makes sense, but at the same time, like...
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. Claxton's drawing perfectly too.
Yeah, double weekend into Merlin. They probably have more energy than they can spend. Wave? They're running Wave?
Yeah, they're running Wave. They're running Venom. For the Professor X, I'm thinking, is they're trying to get Professor X early, or maybe it's trying to get Thanos early. The Lady Deathstrike middle actually is a pretty good shout here too, because if they don't have Omniversal this turn, it makes it so you have Limbo.
I do like Lady Deathstrike in the middle more than I like it on the left, because Strange Supreme is just going to eat here anyway.
Yes.
So why aren't you taking out Merlin?
Yeah, this is going to be...
I feel like Jarno is a little bit shaken because things haven't been going their way, and they're making... Wait. Didn't we see their deck and it didn't have Shang-Chi? Oh, they got it from Daily Bugle!
Yes, they got a copy from the Bugle! Oh, this is...
disaster!
Yeah. I mean, I guess you have to play Thanos out here. And you're praying that they don't have Omniversal.
They probably do. It's been 2 or 3 turns, two turns with Merlin on the board. Very high chance that they do.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. Thanks, Daily Bugle.
Wow. I mean, I thought the other game we had was a roller coaster, but we got the Astral Projection coming down on 3 as well. I mean, this is... very interesting decks by both players over here. Negasonic, Lady Deathstrike.
They missed. So there's another turn now, or they just didn't play it. Hey, interesting, very interesting here. The problem is that Jarno literally doesn't have the points to contest. Well, they can contest left, but just barely. But at the same time, isn't left the only location that they can actually
I think
win?
We're just cooked here.
Negasonic didn't proc, huh?
No,
so Negasonic is still active, so they can't really contest the left. This is their best play. They have to take it. There's no retreating. So... let's see if Claxton plays something that can get Shang-Chi.
We pray, like they're praying that Claxton plays a polymorph on that right lane to offset that power, and Wave Chi can win that. That is what Jarno's hope is, that it's a polymorph onto Cosmic Ghost Rider or Lady Deathstrike here.
Oh yeah, I think you're right, because this literally loses on board.
Yeah.
This is just 13 to their 14. So it's not like they have an option. They can't win left or right. Because Negasonic is still active. It's not like there's something they can do and they're not doing it. They're just YOLOing because...
Okay. There's
Well,
no
this
way it's
means
polymorph, right?
They always lose now. Yeah, it means they always lose, even if it's polymorph.
Okay. It could have been bar with no name. Bar with no name is the only way they would have won that in that situation. Holy smokes! Unfortunate for Jarno there. They had an out to win the turn prior if they had played, or not the turn prior, the game prior if they had played Thanos instead of Shang-Chi, but unfortunately for Jarno, Claxton had a double Wiccan because of astral projection.
And then they got a Shang-Chi because of Daily Bugle.
Yup, just not in the cards. Merlin gamers and just RNG has been just a highlight, especially of round 4.
RNG giveth, RNG take it away. That's the name of the game. This is how MarvelSnap is. I feel like we have the game has a lot of RNG. It's no secret, but the best players are the ones that can mitigate the bad RNG and take advantage of the good RNG, which is also true in most card games. And MarvelSnap is not any different. At the same time, I feel like MarvelSnap does have a higher skill ceiling than most. There's so many decisions that you have to make every single turn, and due to the limited amount of turns you have, limited amount of not options. You have a lot of options because of the 3 locations. So your decisions matter a lot. They carry a lot of weight. Even the early decisions, even where you're going to play your 1 cost, where you're going to play your 2 cost, all those things matter. But at the end of the day, it might look like RNG decided everything. I feel like the left player wasn't playing their best.
Yeah, there's definitely RNG, but there's also, the way you play your cards, the way you order, there's a way of playing just, you have your combos and you're playing it that way. And there's also playing reactionary. So playing and reacting to what your opponents are doing in order to set yourself up for later turns. And I feel like maybe in some of those instances, it was a little bit unfortunate for Jarno there, playing reactionary to cheat instead of playing for the combo there with Thanos. And of course, visual bug issue as well may have also been a factor there with the non-limbo game.
I think that's where the downhill started, right? There's a huge chance that the visual bug just threw them off their game.
Yep. Yeah.
They didn't notice that the limbo was gone. The visual bug told them there was another turn. They believed it, and that completely threw them off their game.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to take a look at stats here really quick, too. See how everyone is, or how cards are shaping up. All right. Still Sandman. Sandman still doing things.
That Sandman is a classic at the top.
But Quake putting in work. Okay. All right.
We're seeing the Ancient One having a very nice win rate.
Joaquim Frigga still. Conchu. Okay.
Aren't there very similar numbers that we saw before?
Very similar. But that means they didn't drop. So they stayed even. So
I'm talking about number of games though.
Oh yeah.
Number of games. So. Ooh.
Oh, but she's better stats. It's gotten up, I think, 2 or 3% now. I think it was at 44, 45. So
it is the most popular card in the tournament by a wide margin.
Yes.
So I'm not surprised because that it's going to tend towards 50%. If 2 people playing Shang-Chi, one of them's got to win, one of them's got to lose. So that's just pushing the stats towards 50%. Merlin, however, even though he is the second most popular, does have a positive win rate, which goes to show you the power of Merlin. It's funny because they nerfed probably all the super powerful 2-cost cards, and now Merlin is the only one that's left.
Yep. Do you think Merlin gets changed to a 2/2?
I don't think Merlin is problematic. I think Merlin's power level is similar to Hawkeye's power level, another 2-cost that's quite strong. And Hawkeye's never been touched. I think Merlin's going to stay the same. Merlin does, however, provide more utility.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
But it's the RNG aspect. I think you're playing into
I don't think he deserves a nerf, but it's not up to me.
Yeah, no.
Red Guardian isn't doing that hot either,
Mhm.
as we can see here.
Unless it's a polymorph Red Guardian, then it actually is doing pretty hot.
Any cards that are standing out to you here? Any cards that you were expecting to do better or worse?
So I honestly expected Hulkling is doing way better than I thought it was. I think Hulkling normally is in like that 55 to like 60% range, but getting closer to 70 here with almost 60 games, like more people are actually running Hulkling right now. Like I feel like, or 19 total, or 19 different decks are running Hulkling. Sorry, the stats kind of threw me off for a second. But
honestly,
yeah,
I'm surprised you were expecting anything at all from Hulkling. I'm surprised you were even considering Hulkling. Because I forgot that card existed.
Yeah, I think what it was, the first Golden Gauntlet Butt Squad was running Hulkling and was able to get off some really sick plays like a Galactus Hulkling. And since then, it was a Pixie Hulkling deck. And since then, Hulkling's kind of popularity has risen a little bit more. And especially in a tournament setting like this, where Unknown is so powerful, Hulkling is getting increased play rate. Of course, Copycat, like we were talking about as well. But Copycat's, of course, Unknown can be better at times because it's stealing a card from your opponent, whereas the Hulkling's random.
I see production here highlighting Blink, and that is a great call, simply because I didn't expect Blink to be doing this well, since Stardust seems to be very popular in this tournament. But it's looking like Blink is getting results in. It's getting the numbers at 66% win rate at a respectable 53 games. That's some really good stats.
Yeah. No, I think that's a great shout, especially with all the Wiccan decks we've seen with Stardust, and then also just some of these decks in general running Stardust into the Blink is very interesting, which like Hela is running Blink right now. So I'm wondering if some of these Hela matchups have not seen Stardust potentially.
Mirage is also doing really well. Mirage, I assume, is in some kind of Victoria hand list, which is very expected. All the cards in that list are going to have good stats because that list is popping off. It was one of the most popular decks as well, and yeah, it's performing.
Giganto also has a 63% win rate right now too.
So is that Hela?
It's Hela, or it could be Hela, Red Wing, Black Knight.
Only 8 Hela decks and a 50% win rate. So it's not Hela, it's something else. Maybe some kind of Red Wing list.
How many decks is Giganto in? Red Wing's in 9. Okay, with a Red Wing having that low of a win rate though,
it's not looking like Hela or Red Wing, since both of them have much lower win rate than Giganto.
Unless this is in the Hela deck, and is win rate here based on card played or card just in list? Or just in list.
Okay.
Just
card in list. Yeah.
So if Hela has a 60% or 50% win rate and Giganto has a 60 some odd, it's in Hela and probably another list. I mean, interesting.
Black Knight also has an abysmal win rate.
Yeah.
Who's running Giganto? What's your secret? Confess. Tell us right now. How are you winning?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Unless it's like a strong guy Dracula dump deck without Red Wing, maybe. Maybe it's Dracula. Okay, that's what I'm inferring. Probably something like that. But man, Harry, this has been an absolutely phenomenal time here casting the Golden Gauntlet. We had some absolutely incredible matches here, and it's just been a blessing just to be here, for real. Yeah,
thank you for having us here. It's been a pleasure casting the Gauntlet, a new experience for me, and definitely one I will remember for some time. The games have been incredible. It's always, MarvelSnap is such a beautiful game, especially when the meta is in the state it is now, when it hasn't been figured out, when there's no one oppressing, there's no tyrant, and we're seeing it. We're seeing very beautiful games, a lot of RNG, a lot of fun stuff happening. on the board. Obviously, MarvelSnap is a fun game, and that's where you need to lean into. You need to lean into the fun factor. You need to lean into all the possibilities that can happen in a MarvelSnap game and enjoy it. And I think this is what the competitors are doing, and that's why this Gauntlet has been so good.
Harry, you said it best, man. You really did. It's the beginning of the season. There's so much changing over, and it's one of the things that I like about having the Golden Gauntlet right at the beginning of the season is it kind of reinforces the idea of let the meta define, give it that time, rather than, as we learned from the very first Golden Gauntlet, at the very end of a season where it's just everybody playing what's already established. So I like this in the very first week. I'm glad you all had a great time with it as well. But this is that moment where we will be switching up the casters just a little bit. So Ordinary Harry and Tucker, this is your moment to let people know where to find you, which of the socials, how would you like them to find your content. Let's first start with Tucker.
So yeah, the name Tucker, Tuccrr. You guys can find me on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, X, Twitter under the same handle, Tuccrr.
And I am Ordinary Harry. You can find me under that handle pretty much everywhere, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, you name it. But I am mostly active on Twitch every day. I stream mainly MarvelSnap and other fun things.
All right, so we'll be right back in just a moment. We're going to get round 5 off and running for you with a brand new set of casters. So y'all stick around. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we're now moving forward here with round 5. And I think I made a small impression on the next couple of casters who are going to be joining us, because they felt the need to show me up very clearly, as we're going to bring on the very loud, air-conditioned, one and only Super Tech God. Hello, how you doing?
What's going on? I'm fantastic. How are you doing?
I am doing really, really well. Thank you so much for being here with us. I think it's only appropriate we bring on your good friend, Not My Dance. Welcome on in, good sir.
Hi, I'm stoked to be here. It's going to be a pretty fun time, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's very clear that y'all said, hey, look, guest is wearing a suit jacket. We're going to put on a tie. So you're going to just straight up show me up here. I'm here rocking my chain, relaxing on the production side. And you're like, nope. Time to own everybody on the way I look. But I'm not complaining, though. You guys look sharp.
This is the Golden Gauntlet. You got to come dressed to impress. I don't know. Where's your tie? Where's your button up? I'm sorry. I get it. You hosting the show.
I'm all over the place, man. I'm doing everything back here. I can't have
Everything but wear a tie. Everything but wear a tie.
That's right. This is true. Everything but wear a tie. But give it a little bit of time. I'll get into the tie world. But for now, I'm going to leave it to the two of you to take over as we head into round number 5. So, gentlemen, have fun. Let's talk about the Golden Gauntlet.
Yes. Are you ready? Are you excited?
Oh, yeah.
Listen, the matches have been great so far. The standings look phenomenal. I cannot wait to see what happens next. We got a lot of undefeated teams that are going up against each other. So let's see what the top cut's going to look like at the end. But let's take a look at those wonderful standings and see what we have. Oh, my
Makes
goodness.
sense.
Look at that.
Honifer, I believe all these players are currently 4-0 that we have in front of us here. Honifer leading us off into Hella Enjoyer. Then Xgus, Tuscan, Toxic Soul King, White Tiger, Bad Musician, MSC, Toffee, and Canadian Alfredo. Top 10, but those are all people who have completely just made it 4-0. No losses so far. A lot of really awesome players here.
Yeah, and you want to know something crazy? One of those awesome players have a deck with a card that I feel, and I said, will make it all the way to the championship, and that's the Victoria Hand deck. What deck are you looking at, and what do you think is going to be that number 1 deck to take them to the next round of Top Cut?
I think Victoria Hand is really strong, but I don't believe that move can be ignored, especially with Sparky entering the scene. Sparky is extremely powerful, does pretty much everything a move deck wants, especially does the fact that it doesn't even care about the last card played. It's the last card moved, so it puts down a bunch of power, not even mentioning the +3 for, Human Torch or whatever. It's just a really great card. That's Victoria Hand, not going to argue. That's very strong, but I do love this. I do love the move. This is the season of it. It's back.
Yeah, I'm glad. Move did get some nice moving pieces to help make them even better. And I mean, listen, that is a good deck to go up against. I know it's a very difficult deck to maneuver and try to play with, but the players that are running it right now in this tournament is making it do what it do. So I'm excited to see if they can match up well against that additional power that Victoria Hand actually gives out to those cards.
Yeah. And we didn't see Father Newman in the top 10 or in the initial group there, but this is the Victoria Hand. You're talking about it. Victoria Hand Misery style, a little bit of destroy stuff here that has currently taken Father Newman 4-0. And we'll be watching his perspective here in just a moment. What do you like about this deck, STG?
I like that Moira. That's right. Moira is sitting up there at the top. Moira X doing big things. One of the new cards that came out this week, and the fact he's utilizing it in the deck right now is phenomenal, right? Because if you look at the destroy aspect of it, trying to get rid of the card to get that opening hand, if that opening hand also has an extra hood or even an extra Victoria Hand, I mean, this deck can just get huge in numbers.
Yeah, and if y'all are unfamiliar with Moira, as she is just brand new, Moira X basically, whenever she is destroyed, she will duplicate your opening hand. None of the modifiers that have applied to any of your cards since then, but she duplicates your opening hand and puts those back into your own hand, which again, really works with Victoria Hand, a little bit of hand synergy there. But I also really love the shout for, I think Valentina's a card that I think continually gets, I feel like underappreciated, I think is the word I want to use for it. Like she's not bad. I don't think anyone ever really has said she's just purely bad, but it's also a card that I feel like people sleep on too often to look at cards like Iron Patriot or something else like that.
Yeah, people don't like the negative aspect of it, right? Making sure that you have additional -2 power when you get that new card. People are like, you know what? If it's not infinite, I don't want that -2 power. So that's the reason why Valentina gets pushed to the side for Iron Patriot. But, you know, it's kind of crazy because Iron Patriot, you need to win that lane to get that discount. So I agree with you. I think Valentina is very underrated. And listen, getting that additional -2 cost on a card, I think is way better than trying to win the lane and try to get that additional discount for your other card after that.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you a hot take here, I don't think the best card in this deck is Victoria Hand. I think Frigga is the best card here.
Listen, I'm a big fan of Frigga. I hear you. But to me, I think the best card in this deck right now is Venom. Look at that variant. Oh, my goodness. Woo!
He does rock it up at Disco.
Oh, my goodness. Sorry. That's right. Disco Ball, Venom in the building. So for me, Venom wins that take. Oh, my goodness. You know, we got to get Moira. We got to fix that. Father Newman, we're going to talk after this. You got to get a better card for Moira.
Whew, the shade, the pure shade given there. But we do have a looking like Merlin Galactus First Steps list. Good amount of tech cards with Luna and such here. All right, well, what jumps out to you here?
I'm a big fan of the Galactus First Steps here. Of course, you know, being able to play that card early enough to help buff that card at the end. I love Stardust and I love Cosmic Ghost Rider. To have all three of those cards in this deck right now might help them get over the top of what they need, because if that Victoria Hand is in the front lane, Cosmic Ghost Rider stops all that buff super early. And of course, if you try to go ahead and copy additional cards or try to get other cards on the field without playing them, Stardust also shuts that down. So I think this is a cool looking card list, but of course it has three of the cards that I think we're going to see for the remainder of the night, and that's Quicksilver, Domino, and Wiccan.
Now, I wanted to point those two out. The first two, Quicksilver, Domino. If I were to go back, let's just say a few months here, and I told you that Quicksilver, Domino, you'd actually get tired of seeing those cards in MarvelSnap, would you believe me?
I would have not at all.
It's kind of it's really insane just how everything like that has just been changing.
All right.
And this is the list from Toxic Soul King, I think. Yeah.
Yes. All right. So Toxic Soul King, we're going to start at that match. And this deck looks super cool. They definitely have Victoria Hand as well, and the Mirage, and Iron Patriot, and the Frigga, as you mentioned before. So I'm pumped to see what this looks like. And I believe they're starting their match very soon.
Yeah, I think actually Toxic Soul King has already started and just got a 2-cuber over on his opponent. And I think we'll get the opponent's deck shown below in just a moment here. But yeah, so again, Victoria Hand stuff, just as he's playing against Classic Destroy.
Ooh. All right, so this looks really good. He got Nico open in hand, of course, Misery, Frigga, and Mirage. So Nika's going to go ahead and play down over on that Star Brand Crater. Let's see what the opponent Kraken is looking to do. Also, Nico with the same ability. That's amazing. Have you ever seen that before?
Isn't that like a 1 in 7 chance on both sides? So like 1 in 49 or whatever. That's a really low chance. Pointing out just the CL there. Okay,
numbers is your game today.
I'll take it. I can't believe they added numbers to my superhero card game. I don't know why they did that, but here we are anyway. I think what do you go for here? You can go Nor Dimension adds a Djinn to your hand because Victoria Hand. Camelot, Toxic pointing out there, a little bit scared due to the fact that it does set all cards power there to 5. Now it's not including buffs from cards like Victoria Hand, but it is very interesting, especially with those Djinn, I think is what he's maybe trying to go for here.
Yeah, so that makes sense. You just get the Djinn, throw it over in Camelot, get those buff with the 5 power at the base cost. Of course, put your other cards in there, like Mercury, of course, to help get that extra power. And that's going to be great. It's going to be huge once that turn 5 play happens. All right, so now they drop 3 cards over, looking to get a bunch of Daijins, or Djinn, however you want to pronounce it. And those cards are going to be huge once Camelot procs off as well. All right, 1 Daijin comes down. What's the other one? The other card is a Deadpool. That's right. We got Destroy stuff going on. And then what's the other one? Ooh, Deathlock. That's interesting. All right, so we got 3 Daijins in the hand.
I made a promise to SCG that I would not be correcting any of his
you made that
phrases.
promise. I didn't.
Makes sense. We did get Deadpool destroyed once with Deathlock over there, and Camelot obviously still giving you a lot of value, but if I'm Toxic, I'm a little bit concerned about the Quinjet, as Killmonger does exist, and as he has priority, it's probably not going to be the most helpful here.
Not at all. But the cool thing is being able to play the Moon Girl right now, be able to copy the 2 Negasonics, I think would be huge for the final turn, as long as he keeps priority, right? I mean, this is a cool thing to do right now for Toxic Soul King, because being able to play 2 Negasonics in 2 separate lanes and anything else additional by playing this Daijin, right? I mean, the Jin right now, I think is going to be huge.
I'm pretty sure it's Daijin.
Awesome. Yeah, you know what? I prefer you. This is why me and you, we hit.
Let's go, STG.
You know what I mean? It's okay. It's all right.
He's uncertain a little bit. Okay. So one of the nice things I think about Mercury, especially in the middle here, is the fact that Mercury can just put that 5 power wherever Toxic wants to on that final turn, which is going to be really nice.
Agreed.
Though I don't know how much the movement's going to be good.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, listen, we got another Victoria hand. We got 2 Negasonics. We have a Mercury at 5 power that can move. This is all mind games at this moment, right? Because Kraken and Toxic Soul King both know what cards are in each other's decks. So yeah, good call getting that Death out early to get that extra energy on Starbrand. We got the Jin going in the middle again, of course. That's 3 of them, I assume. No, Venom out the west. Interesting. Okay, well, there it is. He got to destroy more. I guess he has a big null he's looking to play real soon. All right, so let's see what happens on this final turn. We have Toxic Soul King with 8 power. Again, being able to play 2 Negasonics and a Victoria hand. Let's see what he decides to play.
Yeah, and I don't remember, you said there's null. Is there a, do you remember if there's a Zola in Kraken's deck as well? I think so. And I think that there is one.
Yes.
And that's another, so like Zolaing Venom is another real shout there, which is a little bit concerning. Okay.
Because that doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter about Negasonic if he does Zola the Venom, right? So let's see what happens here.
This is going to be interesting. I like play, putting Negasonics at both the side locations, basically just stopping from any other additional power getting played over there. And I think the cloned Negasonic is going to be in the right lane, which is... Can you still win the... Yeah, you actually win the left currently by exactly 1 point for Toxic. Actually, no, by 2 more, because Victoria Hand is currently not showing the cloned
additional
Victoria Hands buff.
Correct.
Phrasing, weird stuff.
Ooh.
Toxic feeling confident with that snap there. Okay.
Ooh, snap. Nice. Okay, yeah. All right, let's see if Kraken still feels confident enough to stay in or leave on that Boomer Snap. What do you think? What would you do in this scenario?
I would be retreating if I'm Kraken, but Kraken's got cojones right now, ready to go with this. Negasonic over in the right, and Victoria Hand Negasonic obviously going in the left as well here. What's Kraken gonna do?
Okay, destroying that card on the left, but again, don't forget, Negasonic is there. What does Negasonic destroy in the left lane? Negasonic destroys. Wait, nothing yet. Okay, he destroyed the right lane.
At 5 power from the Zolid Venom, I don't think it's going to be enough, as it looks like the middle and right, at minimum, are Toxics. Toxic sixes.
That's correct.
I don't know.
Yeah, and Wolverine, which is not bad to get destroyed, because Wolverine goes and flipped over to another lane, but doesn't matter. 15 power is not enough for that big 26 power Victoria Hand deck doing damage. Oh,
that's good stuff right there. Wow.
Oh my. Yes, sir.
I mean, you're right, though. Victoria Hand puts down a lot of power, but I'm going to hold on to my Frigga belief, because Frigga did put that additional Victoria Hand into the game, which did change it up. I don't know. You're still probably right here, but I don't want Frigga to get ignored in this list.
Frigga won't get ignored, but Victoria Hand is the star. We got to make sure we remember that. Okay, we have we have the star and we have the second star. I mean, I have to make sure I say that without saying something wrong. So Victoria Hand is number 1, and Frigga is number 2. All right.
There you go. And Victoria Hand going down the left lane with Feast. One of the fun things about Mirage here is that after a few cards have actually been destroyed, you can get some real value for Toxic and actually get a pretty cheap death here.
That is true. And that's the thing. That's what Kraken is exactly looking to do here, because he has to remember now that he has to get on top and beat out the power that Victoria Hand is going to put out there. And with Victoria Hand coming down on turn 2 and seeing a Frigga on turn 3, he really has to think about, do he want to go forward with this? And why are we not playing Quinjet? I guess just in case the Killmonger come out. So I get it.
I think it's Killmonger, like being afraid of that card currently. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a little bit concerning. I feel like you could still do it again, trying to go with that death value, but I also understand the fear and apprehension here from Toxic's angle.
Correct. Did we see what Copycat copied? Oh, he just showed us. It looks like it was the Venom.
Yes, it's Venom.
Yes, it was. So let's go. All right. So thank you. We
can't hear us, but he's just he's feeling what we're questioning.
We're here. We're here with him. That's right. We're one. All right. So down comes the 2 cards. We got X23 in the middle. Killmonger destroying X23. Now you don't have to worry about Killmonger destroying your Quinjet going forward. All on the feast, giving additional power to, additional energy to everyone this next round. Everybody's having a feast of energy. And oh boy, at this moment, Kraken, what are you thinking? 2 Victoria hands.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to see?
Quinjet Moon Girl, that does give you an additional copy of Victoria Hand here, which is a real shout. Although, are you potentially dropping a Nico just to drop it? What's the plan here from...
Yeah, I think I would have, but we'll see. Down comes Quinjet on the right with the Moon Girl copying Copycat. Mirage as another Victoria Hand. And we're sitting pretty with that buff. Null coming down nice and early, just in case we got to worry about the Negasonic play, which I totally get. Turn 5, this is one of the craziest rounds right now. Kraken really has to think about this. Do he want to stay in this game? Seeing he saw Moon Girl drop right after Frigga played and copied Victoria Hand. So your opponent must know at this point they have 2 Victoria Hands in hand.
Yeah, and I do love, again, the shout for Mirage here, because Mirage can give you just another one of the cheaper cards here. Hopefully maybe a death. I don't know. I don't think many cards have actually been destroyed. We'll see.
Zola.
Huh.
You might not want to use it, but why not? 6 power.
Right? It's a 6. I actually don't know if I hate that for Toxic side, right? Because like, you could even throw it mid, and that does put that everywhere else on the board, giving you, in the end, a 10 power Zola mid.
What about Victoria Hand, right? Putting Victoria Hand and then playing Zola? Ooh-wee. What does he do?
Is that what we do?
Oh,
okay,
man.
no, this is spicy.
I need to see 4 Victoria Hands. I need to see 4. Come on.
Well,
come on,
each hand actually has 5 fingers, not 4. I don't know if you were aware.
That's fine.
Yeah, so we actually would like to see 1 more, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get that today. Yep, 4 Victoria Hands. Whoo, this is spicy. This is going to look like a lot of fun stuff here. I think that's going to be, in the end, 12 power mid?
I won't snap. I wouldn't snap. Okay, wait. Did Kraken snap?
Wait,
Am I seeing that properly? That's what it looks like. I'm sorry. What? Yeah, take
No. What's Kraken doing? What's Kraken doing? There's something going on.
He's going to Zola the null. I mean, that's the best plan here, right?
You don't even get to the left lane, do you?
You don't worry about the left lane. You need to get the middle. I mean, you don't win the left. You're right. So what is he doing?
I don't know. I don't know.
So, I mean, if I'm Toxic Soul King, I'm hitting end turn. But nonetheless, let's find out, guys. It comes down to this.
Honestly,
Kraken for all the marbles.
I think, if you're Toxic as well, this could be a 10-0 potentially. You don't have any cubes to lose. And I don't think it... I feel like he's got the points. Not to mention, by the way, Victoria doing another ongoing over at Smithsonian Museum
does
put additional... It's everything. Okay. All right, let's see this.
End turn. It is 1 card. It is the Zola. As I mentioned before, very interesting that he's banking on Zola winning the middle lane. That is it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the power of Victoria Hand. 1 Victoria Hand, 2 Victoria Hand, 3 Victoria Hands, 4 Victoria Hands, winning your lanes. There it is. Victory for Toxic Soul King.
That's impressive. That's fun. I don't think I've seen a Zola Victoria Hand. I just think ever. I don't know.
Well, only on the Golden Gauntlet, baby. That's why we're here. So I'm talking
about. Let's go. It's good stuff. That was great from Toxic Soul King. Toxic Soul King, currently undefeated in the Golden Gauntlet, but that's not to say that that is the only competitor. There's been a lot of competitors. Obviously, Craven did really well. I love the energy. I loved the attempt there. It didn't work in the end, but he tried, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, listen, all these players are doing phenomenal. They're in this for a reason. They're making it do what it do, and he did try his best to win that match doing the Zola with the null, which makes sense, right? In most cases, you want to Zola the null, but the fact you had no space on that left lane was kind of difficult to win that. And I was intrigued to see why they snapped, but yeah, it was just a Zola, and it is what it is.
Stuff. And now, speaking of Victoria Hand, speaking of destroy, we're back at it again. Victoria Hand, Fire Hair, destroy. List currently below me that EXO is running, playing off against Goose. Is this a Erisham Loki, or is this like a what type of deck do you think Goose is running? And we'll probably get pulled up here in a second as well.
I'm definitely going to think it's about that as well. I think it is some type of Erisham play or War Machine-esque type of play with Legion, etc. Yep. And it is an Erisham deck, which makes sense.
Quick, opening hand is Moira, Firehair, and Carnage. God, the animations for this season, just on the cards themselves, they don't need to go this hard, but every single time they're killing it with these, and I love it.
I love every piece of it. It is phenomenal. It's a great thing to see. I love it. The animation is the best this season. I totally agree with you on that.
I think both of our players here also really enjoying Panopticon, as that does give all created cards here +2 power. It doesn't care about whether or not they are made in your hand or whether or not they were made in your deck with Arishem or Loki.
Agreed. I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter, right? Because at the end of the day, as long as you get that buff, you should be good to go. But let's see what he pulls off here.
Frigga in the right lane. Is this due to maybe wanting to Carnage things in a second? Because you can do, okay, I don't know if this is Exo's plan, but Exo can play X23, then Victoria Hand, and then Carnage Frigga, and you should get a third Victoria Hand with Frigga triggering due to Fire Hair. Am I like playing all that correctly in my head here?
You are doing that very correctly, and that's exactly what Exo is doing right now. So Goose is really
entirely
thinking about it. He got the opening hand. He got the Fire Hair, which will give him an additional opening hand, but he did not get the additional Victoria Hand. So no, you're absolutely right.
Still, that's going to be a lot of points.
Yes, it is.
What do you do as all right, so you can Killmonger. You have, I don't know what I'm going for as if I'm Exo here. I feel like
you're going to put Myra on the
scared.
right. That's a guarantee, right? Myra is going right. So getting that extra buff from that wonderful location, that +2 power, plus the buff from the 2 Victoria Hands. I mean, Myra right should cover that after you play the Killmonger. You know what I mean? But nonetheless, he's going to do, let's see. This is the final play. Interesting that he's stacking everything right.
But the question is, how do you win another lane? And I don't see an immediate answer.
Yeah,
I guess Carnage gets to 6, and then with the other Victoria Hand gets to 8. I guess you're just hoping that Goose isn't putting anything else mid, and Exo's got the cubes to spare, potentially going for that play, or not. I don't know.
Oh, I think the first thing we said is right. You go ahead and do that on the right. Yes. Yeah, you go. I don't know if you still win this lane. Well, the middle lane is yours. Down comes the Red Guardian, turning off a Victoria Hand. That sucks.
Oh, that's a
Shadow
big
King
one.
Removing the power from the Carnage. Frigga copying a Shadow King. It doesn't matter. This is the last turn. In comes Fire here. All right, so everything looks good on the right. Myra coming down, getting additional 4. And Victoria Hand buffing it to 15, still winning that lane. And then, of course, Carnage going off in the middle. If one of these come back to the middle, boy, that's not good. All right, next one. Nope, that's not good. He still wins because
good.
8 power from Carnage. All right, that's why math is hard.
I can't believe it. It's fine. Listen, I don't believe anyone expects us to count inside of this game. It's all about superheroes doing cool stuff, right? That's the point of it. Yeah, I love to see it. It's
shout out to Goose.
There you go. Gotta make sure you give the love as needed, which obviously appreciate it. I'm loving these lists for what it's worth. Like we're seeing some Victoria Hand stuff. We've seen that a couple of times in a row, but we are swapping it up here as it looks like we're going over to some. I think this is a Cerebro 2 gamer. Which, speaking of Goose, we do have that being played by Lion King UA.
What happens? Undefeated matchup between both the Lion King Simba versus Shang Enjoyer. 10 rings. All right, so let's see what goes down. The final turn. What does it look like to you?
We don't have a bullseye on board. Without knowing exactly what Shang has discarded so far, it looks like you've probably have at least 2 Dakins. Most likely you're going for, trying to see if there's anything else that would have just discarded or destroyed anything. Probably like a MODOK with a blade. Is that it? And then the rogue mid. Oh, I missed that.
It looks like we got the Lion King winning this one.
Potentially. Let's see. I don't know. I appreciate you hitting us up there with the music. You're just musically inclined. You can't help it. It's okay.
Here we go. That's what we got to do. All right, there it comes now. We got Mystique copying the Cerebro, buffing the crap out of the left lane, and of course the right lane as well, hitting that Nico. Then we have Rogue stealing the Morbius. Oh boy, what are these 2 cards here? Oh, you do it down.
Blade hitting a Grandmaster. So Blade being the first card into a MODOK, hitting a Moon Girl. Proxima Midnight. Oh, Proxima sneaky from the opponent. One Blade or 2 Shard. And Adam Warlock Wait, this deck's running Adam Warlock.
no.
Cerebro 2 with Adam Warlock
Yes.
just actually won there.
Did win them the game. They lived to see another match. All right, this is why they're both undefeated, guys. This is woo.
I actually used to love Cerebro 2 with Adam Warlock. It made Adam Warlock one of my most played cards, like way back when Adam Warlock didn't gain any power, back when Cerebro only gave +2. And seeing Cerebro 2 coming back in any way with Adam Warlock is really good to me. I love that stuff. Exactly. And I love the discard stuff. It's okay. We've got Shadow King as well, which depending on priority could also make a big difference for Lion King here, just due to the ability to just turn off a Dakin. Great stuff.
Yes, and of course, getting Goose out there will help out with any other big cards that Shang and Shadowland giving them some awesome cards in the middle. 2 ninjas. All right, what do you do here now? Nothing you need for Karmatage at the moment. Yep, it just Goose there. Heck that. But you don't have priority, so Shang and Joy can get 1 Karmatage off if need be. I
think it's turn 2, so I don't think we're going to be seeing anything sneaking down that soon.
Sure, fair enough. All right.
But we'll see this going through. We have a Morbius, so Echo's not going to do anything here. At least for now. We could still see like a Frigga or something like that, stop some stuff going later. Meek in the right lane. Oh, but Rogue is also on the board.
Do you Rogue now? You do Rogue now.
I like it. Because I don't think you have a way to discard your cards. You've seen locations, you know it's not going to happen to you. And then if this is anything like a Frigga, you're kind of chilling.
There it is. Frigga coming down.
That's a great one for Lion King.
I think there's a snap coming down. Come on, Lion King. Hit that snap button.
Now, it's good for Lion King, but I will point out there's an easy chance for Shang Enjoyer here to do some great stuff with a Bullseye Dakin combo, even though the Morbius is currently dead weight in hand.
Go ahead and adding the Echo for backup. All right, let's see what happens. Ended their turn. Shang Enjoyer, what's next? Is Dakin coming down? Nothing is coming down at the moment. In comes Storm, turning off Eternity Rage and leaving the Meek out there on that island and putting Echo just in case. Now, you have a Lash. Out well for them, but it looks like they're going ahead with the Luke Cage just in case they get their Bullseye out.
Yeah, exactly. I think Bullseye is potentially one of the scary things currently, so I think Luke is a good shout. One of the other things I'll point out, as we do know our opponent, as Shang Joy has Proxima mid is going to be where she goes. She's not going to the right lane, as even though that's going to be locked out, mid is the lowest powered location as she works. Bullseye's just gone. Wait, what's left in hand? Is there anything left in hand right now?
Sure, but Meek can move, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget that Meek can make some moves here. Lion King decides, think about it. Then his hand really is nothing much that can really help him out. Kang does have priority, but there is treat from the Lion King. All right, these guys are both undefeated, guys. Coming down to the wire. This is a matchup you want to see. Wow. All right, Shang Enjoyer, boy. Lion King, oh boy. Joy versus, Discard.
Discard. There you go. So I like the Adam Warlock as, again, this deck, the deck is called Cerebro 2. If you don't get Cerebro, you're really struggling here. So I like the Adam Warlock that you can play, I guess, pretty much only on turn 4 or I guess 5, just to try to get that one extra draw, try to help that consistency.
Meek turn 1 every game. Shang Enjoyer should just lucky stars because, wow, all right. Down comes Adam Warlock. Get that extra pull because you're winning that right lane. Just makes sense. You know what? That's a great call. You're very, very intelligent, Mike. Like this a lot.
Oh, and also, Shadow King doesn't get stopped by Luke Cage anymore.
Nope.
So a Shadow King to stop your Adam Warlock from getting too large doesn't actually ruin your game plan here. Oh, I love that from Lion King. Okay, no. This is even more cooking.
They came prepared. They chefed this deck up real nice. Dakin coming down. All right, so at this point, looking at Dakin on the board, and you know they have Grandmaster. Looking at Dakin on the board, you might want to save your Shadow King for that final turn. You might want to lose priority. Surprise them with that. So let's see what they do next. Their hand looks great here, guys. Have the Cerebro, have the Mystique, Rogue, and they have the Shadow King. the perfect hand. Let's see what they do with it.
Yep. Right now, you are. If I don't think Shang Joy has an easy way to try to win Asgard right now, which means Adam Warlock probably won't get over the line there. So you should be okay if you are Lion King, just in terms of your Cerebro continually staying active. Cerebro now as well means that Mystique can go next turn, which is another really big deal.
Now with the extra Frigga coming down, you have to give up a lane. What lane will that be? It might be the right. Now I have to focus on the other two, because once that Dakin comes down, it's going to be a.
And you really are enjoying probably Asteroid M if you are Lion King, as continually Shang and Joy is kind of getting pulled into that lane and having more of a rough time for themselves. Goose, Goose is potentially fun. Lasher,
save this, because you're going to take priority at this point. You don't want priority.
True.
You want to make sure that you hit.
Scary.
Boy, all right. Well, took it. Now I have priority, so that Shadow King will no longer be needed.
Ooh, this is, you're right about the priority. I hadn't thought about that. So that's actually potentially a little bit scary, a little bit of an issue. I wonder if it was potentially trying to play Lasher mid just to try to dodge that. Although, no, you still wouldn't have, because you would have gotten to 16, I guess, unless you floated entirely. Was the logic?
No, not float, just not play.
Or just not play Lasher. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, 13-2 would have been Shang and Joya. You just play, Shadow King mid and got to do. But nonetheless, listen, they're here, they're undefeated, so they definitely know more than I do. So let's see what happens. Comes down to this. Now we're going to see a Dakin. Going to see.
What else are we going to see?
That's Bullseye going to go. So you do have.
And they probably they've hidden Morbius. Morbius has been in hand, right? They're not playing anymore. They don't want Rogue to have anything happen. So Morbius left right now with a Dakin right or Dakin left as well really does a lot for Shang and Joyer.
Does. He has the middle lane. Middle belongs to him. Now it depends on how he can get bigger on the right and that's what he needs to think about. I'm Shang and Joya. I'm playing both my cards to the left. But we'll see what happens here as we count down to the final seconds.
Also, a different thing is Echo blindness is real. No, oh my gosh, please tell me there's no Morbius in the right lane. If there is, Echo blindness is a real thing. Let's wait to see what happens here. Dropping a bunch of cards down. Currently, Lion King winning every single lane, but we're about to see some big shifts with Bullseye and Dakin and such. Collector getting dropped with Dakin's Shard getting thrown back into the hand. Dropping a Swarm and Swarm. Okay. 1-2.
And bigger. Oh, it tied.
Wait,
and
tied.
Shang and Joya lost. Oh my goodness, tied the right lane.
The Adam Warlock.
Yep.
That one power, it just got there right at the end. Actually just saved Lion King. Into the... Wow, that's insanely great.
Gentlemen, the way I look at it, I think Adam Warlock, he got to nerf Adam Warlock. Over.
That probably does seem like the only fair option at this point. I don't know. That just completely makes sense to me. Yeah, I love seeing... It's okay. I love Cerebro too with that, but that's what is it? We're going to be calling. There's really good stuff as we're swapping feeds. About to see Miles dropping some pretty fun stuff here in just a moment. Golden Gauntlet so much fun, SCG. I really enjoy this.
Love it. We can't stick around and watch one match. We got to keep it going and make it do what it do. So I love it.
And
that matchup, you guys are wondering who won that. But Brown, you will find.
You'll find out. Hopefully soon. Hopefully we'll find out pretty soon with that bit. These matches have been very intense. They've been a lot of big games, a lot of heavy snapping there, as I think a lot of these players are currently really confident as they have made it further. And we're seeing that, I want to say, pay off in a potentially negative way for a few of them.
Yeah, it's been interesting though, but I have another match coming on up. That is the one and only Jack versus Unhelpful Yoda. Right.
There you go.
Yoda got his back against the wall, though. But let's see what happens. He'll pull this off.
Some
one energy.
Merlin Clog, Werewolf by Night stuff over from Czech. Unhelpful Yoda looking like they're probably playing some, I'm going to guess, Victoria Hand potential shenanigans with that Destroy package. Although I'm a little uncertain about some of the stuff. I don't know. We'll figure this out.
Outcome Gladiator. What does Gladiator pull? It pulls debris, adding additional debris all over the place. And of course, gets destroyed. We go into Iron Patriot. Enough. All right. What's over here? And the Demon. Excuse me.
All
right.
Bless your face.
Now,
Omniversal Presence.
Oh my. Alfie, not enough. And Cheek takes a loss.
Mercury is a very real card. Mercury being the bane of werewolves everywhere, actually. I can confirm this. Stopping werewolf from jumping over to the left lane and potentially allowing Check to get that win here. So just a very good card, very helpful card that has been... How do you feel about Mercury, SDG?
I think Mercury's fine now. I know people were saying Mercury should have got Nerf. I think Mercury's a great card. She doesn't need to be played with Cannonball. So Mercury doing what she does best, stopping cards from moving, I think it's totally fine. So Mercury, cheers to her. As long as they don't give her additional power. Now we have Merlin coming down on the...
Will be revealed next turn.
I say Armitage.
Carmitage. I'm gonna say Nova Roma. I'm going there. I don't know why.
All right, let's see what happens. Mercury comes down. All right, on that right lane, Merlin comes down, and that location is...
Drum roll. Like I said, I called it Vibranium Mines. Wow, I can't believe I got that correct.
We were close. We were close.
What do you mean? I definitely said that. Don't check the VOD. Werewolf Fight Night over at Necrotia. Ooh, and you've got Sentry Debris. Middle location being Dark Dimension is really rough.
It sucks. Yes.
Especially for Werewolf. And you've got Mercury. Oh, this isn't great.
Werewolf has to go. So let's see what happens here. Down comes the Sentry. Wait, think about it.
Potentially. Potentially not. You can do some fun things here.
Hey, you have Polymorph in your hand. Sentry into Polymorph next turn. All right, Sentry coming down Necrotia.
See this? Fenris Wolf is potentially really scary as well, which I think is another thing here, just due to the fact that we did see it recently go from a 2-3 to a 3-4, but that doesn't stop it from still being a force to be reckoned with.
Of course. Fenris is still a great card. And again, shout out to Second Dinner doing their balance changes because it doesn't really hurt Fenris, but it puts him in a perfect spot where he should have been in the beginning.
Yeah. They're legitimately is actually just one of my favorite things about it. Just the fact that the balance is continually updated within this game, and it can be difficult, right? You can be like, okay, my card does different than it used to in the past, but at the same time, it also allows the game to continue feeling fresh and make it so that all cards can be viable in some way, shape, or form, which is enjoyable.
That's right.
I feel like, I like the Laufey potential.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I had to stop for a second. I'm about to say, okay, well, there we go. And it also makes these tournaments phenomenal, right? Because of the fact of these changes all the time. Something different allows you to play with the cards that you like to help you win your games. Now, Cannonball mid makes sense, but I did like the Laufey on the right as well. But let's see what happens. They're thinking about it.
I was thinking about this. The reason they may not be going for that Laufey is due to the fact that that does move Werewolf over to the right, and then, Unhelpful Yoda can get that with get it back with Fenris. It's stuck. It's not a great time. Shadow King is fun. Okay. And throwing Debris down. This is interesting stuff.
Clog up the lane a little bit. Let's see what happens. And I guess he assumes Mercury's going to move come turn 6. If they have Cannonball in hand. And of course, make that Fenris go off. But no, can't do that because you need to leave space open on that left lane. So I think Mercury stays where it's at. Let's see what happens next. He's thinking about it.
And this is great because we are seeing every single play getting thought out. Every single play is being trying to evaluate, like, okay, what's going to happen here? These are open deck lists, obviously. Our opponents know what's going on both sides. Not just due to the open deck list, just due to the fact they're pretty smart at the games that they're playing.
Agreed. All right, down comes the Debris, putting rocks everywhere. Misery comes down and turns off the hood, giving us an additional demon in hand. And now the final turn is here. All right.
Okay.
Let's see what happens now. Final turn. We don't know what those two cards are in the middle for Yoda. Cannonball behind the Shadow King. Polymorph, ready to get rid of the Void. Ladies and gentlemen, does this end Yoda's game, or does Check pull out the W?
Right now, it does feel like Check has a lot of options, but the problem is we also don't know what's currently going on at Dark Dimension for Unhelpful Yoda side. So as much as I'm feeling, this is looking pretty good for Czech, it's definitely not out for anyone here. This is definitely anyone's game, even as we are currently, Czech is currently up 6-1 to Unhelpful Yoda. I wouldn't count anything out yet. I've seen people come back from worse losses or worse detriments.
Agreed. Yoda is a great player. Yoda is always in my Discord and stream, so shout out to Yoda. So there it is, the move to Mercury to the left. And this stops, destroys the cannonball.
That's a good shout as well. Oh, wow. So Werewolf no longer can move, but the fun thing is that Fenris Wolf doesn't actually get any value out of using, out of being activated here, which is another really good piece.
And Cannonball moves a demon to the right. Doesn't make a difference. That was enough for Yoda to win. Oh my goodness. What a play, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we can't count Yoda out yet. Back down to the wire, still with one energy left. Czech is probably scratching his head like, what's going on?
Isn't that when the cat is like most dangerous when its back up is against the wall? That's when it can really just go crazy. And that's what Unhelpful Yoda's feeling right now. Coursing through his veins, just the pure adrenaline. Hood's just always a great turn 1 bit.
100%. And you got the Avengers over there on the compound. So let's see what happens next. Turn 5 is going to be very interesting to see what kind of plays go down. If you think about turn 5 cards like, Cannonball or Sentry and a 1-cost card, we'll see what goes down come turn 5. Now, unrevealed location. What's the third unrevealed location? I'm going to go with this time Bar Sinister.
Bar Sinister? Okay. We're going to go with the location that creates a ruins. Let's go there. I'm going to call it out. It's Los something base, I think.
Los Diablos. Los Diablos base. All right.
Is it Los Diablos base? Okay.
Yes. Let's see what happens. All right. So we got a demon. Both demons coming down in the middle.
Kind of feels like it's mirror dimension at the mid, by the way.
And it's Super Flow. We were close. We were super close.
Ooh.
Super Flow. That's right. 101%.
Oh, and Green Goblin's amazing here for Czech. Although you're playing it mid. You can go right, but I do love the mid shout here as well.
Yes. Be careful because Yoda has Misery and he can go ahead and destroy it by trying to send it back. So at this point, I think you try to do something a little different here and not send over the Hood because that will give Misery additional things to go ahead and destroy and get copies of the hand. So the smartest play here is to go ahead and play Sentry and send it over there and then Viper it over on turn 4, right before turn 5, when you're locked in to have to play on that left lane. All right, so Viper comes down. As we said, wait a minute. He's thinking about Merlin.
Merlin's interesting. You can potentially do some fun stuff there.
Now, with Mercury stops the cards from moving not lateral, but horizontal, correct?
Yes, so switching sides isn't counting as moving there. Perfect. So Viper is a valid play Czech can go for. But Debris also is just another card that can't really easily be stopped by anything with a Misery.
We'll
see.
Ooh, blocked the Void coming over with the Gorgon. And
very good that Merlin wasn't played, but still rough with, oh no. Okay. Merlin getting dropped here. Green Goblin, you can go. Good. Debris, you have options.
I don't know if you want to play Debris at all, not to block up your locations. I think the Green Goblin is the best way to go because your opponent has to play left, and they know way they can play 4 cards left right now. So you're in good control. All right, down comes
your
the
Merlin
end turn.
can give you, I think, 2 different cards. You got Once in Future and Polymorph that can both potentially make the Void no longer a large detriment to you.
Oh,
all the Hoods and Demons just completely gone.
Yeah, that's interesting play. Nonetheless, Gorgon and Mobius. Yoda, you're mean. All right, so in comes Omniversional Presence.
Lost the 2 out of 3 here, although Annihilus is real.
So
so Annihilus being able to send over any cards that are negative power or just destroying them. And one thing to keep in mind as well is that Fenris Wolf is most likely going to be bringing back the demon. Yes.
Yeah. So your best play.
Nothing to destroy.
Your best play here.
Walk me through it.
Is to go mid with Annihilus. because you can't win the right lane, and you gotta hope that they're not playing anything mid, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. I think Yellow Jacket Annihilus goes mid, and you hope for the best because as you mentioned, Mercury's gonna move. In comes the demon. They did play mid. Let's see what they played mid. Mercury, Gladiator pulling a card. Hopefully, it's something big enough. It's not. It's Laufey. Oh, Laufey will come back.
Laufey just stood on its own. Is this going to be? I don't know if it's going to be enough here.
No, and that's why I said you should have played mid. Mid was your play, my friend. Mid was your play, check. But it's all right.
You were correct. I didn't believe you honestly either. God, this is why you're so good at the game.
You're right.
You're just built different.
I
love it.
But it is what it is. All right. Listen, this matchup has been phenomenal so far. Right? I'm loving it. So let's see what happens next. As we go into check is like, listen, how can I not close this guy out? Yoda's been hanging on from a thread since early rounds. Is this the final round that Yoda loses, or
Mount Vesuvius locking people in even more so than the fact that both of them currently are in for the max amount of cubes that they can be? Gosh, anyway, this is... Hey. Oh, no.
Hey. Third location. What we got?
Third location? Okay. Yeah. Shuffles 4 rocks into each player's deck.
Subterranean. Okay. I like Superflow again. This time, I think we got it. Superflow. Actually,
Ego! Ego!
No. Oh, gosh. Ego.
Stop right now. Superflow.
Let's see it. Going once, going twice. What's Iron Page bringing down for us?
Lake Hellas. All right.
You got it right. I can't believe it. You're so good at this.
Built different, like you said.
I agree. Werewolf by Night. You can try to start playing a Yellow Jacket early on here due to the fact that we've seen Mercury coming down a few times. Just trying to stop it.
And there it is, Mercury, nice and early.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks because Werewolf comes over and Werewolf is stuck there for the duration of the match.
Stop Iron Patriot.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine. Now you think about this. Sentry. And you got to hope for Merlin. You got to hope for, because, get the additional +3 power. But you have to hope for Merlin because Viper is not going to be it's not going to work here because, Yoda already knows the game plan. Yoda already knows, hey, I'm going to fill up the right lane as he just started to do so at this moment. With the Ghost Rider for fun. And that was the card that Iron Patriot gave him.
No, don't have anything else there. Annihilus isn't bad, though, due to the fact that even if it doesn't actually swap sides, of course, Annihilus is still just going to get rid of the Void, which honestly would be pretty solid for check here. I don't know.
Do not play Annihilus mid, though?
You could, but the problem is you then... I don't believe Unhelpful Yoda has Shang-Chi, but I do believe that does put Annihilus in range of Shang-Chi, but... Here we are. Gorgon, making it so that Merlin is non-existent. Werewolf, Fenris Wolf should not be activated right now, just as a pro tip. We can see in the left lane, most likely, we're going to probably see a Sentry getting destroyed by Unhelpful Yoda.
Ooh. All right, so last turn. You have Cannonball. You have Viper, you have Shadow King, you have Merlin, you have Debris. The only thing here you can do is try to cannonball the middle lane in hopes that you win. Or cannonball this lane in hopes that you win. And hope that the card is not strong enough to beat you on the left lane. I hope it flies to the left because you're not winning the mid.
Yeah, that's... Cannonball is just a great one to also put down as well. There's a lot of stuff here. One of the other things I want to point out is the fact that Mercury is most likely moving. So there's a real chance Werewolf could do some fun stuff.
Right. If you played it mid. Well, let's see.
The hood here. Wait, that's just Unhelpful entirely. Unhelpful Yoda. But Ghost Rider potentially getting knocked. If Ghost Rider goes mid, I think you're okay. But I don't know. Yeah, with it going left lane. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough for check here.
No.
Was there a possibility? Was there a
Of playing it
possibility of
mid.
trying to go? I was thinking trying to go with a Debris or Viper to like the middle lane to try to move Werewolf over there.
That could have worked too. Get Werewolf to bounce over because Mercury was leaving on that final turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
But
well,
it's great stuff.
That round wraps up with some good stuff. We'll catch you guys shortly. Be right back.
This has been fun. This has been enjoyable so much so far, STG. How's it been for you?
Oh man, intense. Awesome matches. I'm pumped to see what's going on. I heard we got a lot of still undefeated teams, and I can't wait to go check out what their deck lists look like and what's going on with the whole standings. And as we speak, there it is.
Number one, Corvus Enjoyer. So is this going to be maybe a Hella deck we're going to see? Just gate predictions based off purely the name.
Corvus Enjoyer. I say they're Cerebral player. How about that?
All right, let's see it. It's your girl, Victoria Hand.
Even better. Even better. There it is. Number one. Victoria Hand's going to the championship. I've been saying it. There we go. All right.
It's a
what
good
do we got
deck.
for our? We saw
Toxic Soul King. We did see it, right? Some more Victoria Hand stuff here.
Yes,
of course. Victoria Hand, I want to point out that it's the destroy stuff as well with the misery in there. Maybe not fully destroy with fire hair every single time, but that both of those being enjoyable. And then Cannonball by Veronica, I believe.
Yes.
With Veronica. Playing some Clog with, I haven't seen any Doc Ock in a hot second. That looks pretty interesting, pretty fun. I love that.
Yes. I miss old Doc Ock. What do we got for the next person up? And that is Sunspot. Wait a minute. Do I see Infinite there? Ooh, no Infinite. Okay, that's fine. This deck looks good though. Yep, Erisham.
Makes sense. Hulkling's been a card that I feel like is continually... I never see it really do amazingly on ladder, right? A couple people can run it, but inside of tournaments, due to the unknown factor, really can pull out some great wins as your opponent has no idea what to go for.
Exactly, and I like that. And then we have a Luke Cage, Black Cat, Merlin C5. Ooh,
I love that. Ancient One is a card that I'm so happy is like found its a little bit of a spot. I know it's kind of struggled here and there, but I do really love the fact that Ancient One's come back in. And Rhino now being a playable card. God, there's a lot of fun stuff here. This is I love these lists, SGG. This is a fun tournament.
These cooks are beautiful. Is this Hanafer here? Shout out to Hanafer. And they're playing a Victoria Hand deck. I'm sorry, I just scanned to Victoria Hand. When I see that, I feel happy. What's that? 3-4? All right, at the top of the list. Let's go. Hand.
I love Werewolf by Night as well, also being another real card here, just due to the fact that it's just, I feel like Werewolf by Night unlocks something that it makes my brain hurt whenever I use it, but at the same time, when I can actually get it working, it always makes me feel like my brain, even though it's hurting, it's exceeding. It's amazing. It's
right. It's Werewolf by Night, and then it's move decks, right? That's exactly what you look at it as.
Exactly, honestly. Hella Enjoyer betraying it with, wait, what is this? Quicksilver Domino looks like Wiccan. Tribunal stuff. Sarah Onslaught. I haven't actually seen this list before.
Well, you should have, because a lot of people were playing it in the past. I believe even TLSG was playing it at some point too. The goal is to get Onslaught on top of Sarah. This is with Ancient One. Look at that. The goal is to get Onslaught on top of Sarah. So on that final turn, you're dumping your hands of everything you need to and buffing up the Tribunal. And I think that's pretty cool. I hope we get to see this actually play out today. Shout out to Hella Enjoyer.
That's another really awesome one. And then we did see a little bit of Father Newman's list here, running Moira X with Victoria Death, Victoria Hand stuff. Gosh, Frigga's such a fun card. She is. I'm going to continue to say it. Frigga's great. I love her. She's just a great card.
That's your MVP. We're going to stick with it. Let's see. I hope Frigga makes it to the end just so you can be happy and say you said that.
Oh, so it doesn't even matter if Frigga makes it to the end. Based off the games I've already seen, I'll be happy at the end of it, no matter what.
Fair enough.
Loving what we have here. What's Bad Musician running?
Bad Musician is running a wonderful Arisham deck with Hulkling as well.
Hulkling as well.
Random stuff.
Pointing out that what is it? Quake and again Adam Warlock inside of this list. Quake's just a card I feel like is it's just a great card typically wherever you get to see it actually run, as it doesn't feel like it's going to be insane, but it sneaks wins in a way that I think I really appreciate here.
Agreed. Then next we have
Morgan Le Fay from Canadian Alfredo.
Morgan Le Fay. Intriguing. And
that's fun stuff.
We got some new cards here that they're doing big things with. I'm intrigued. And it has Death. Okay, yeah, I like this too. Hope we get to see this play as well. I like seeing these unique decks, and I hope we do get to see them actually play out so we can actually cast on them. It's going to be an awesome time. But so far, so good. All the matches we've seen so far has been out of the park. So how you feeling right now, my friend?
I'm feeling just as good as Surge did even after her previous nerf. on top of the world. Absolutely great. It's been a fun tournament. I love it. I just love what we've been able to see here. I love the variety of decks. Even if we are seeing a lot of Victoria Hand, I want to point that out, doesn't mean that we're not seeing some excelling gameplay, and we're going to start seeing some more here with Father Newman inside of the, it looks like second game, and has already gotten Goose, Onslaught Citadel, and sorry, I didn't give us time to guess the third location. I want to apologize, STG.
It's all right. Don't you worry. We always got a next couple of rounds for that. Let's go ahead and get into it. Swordmaster Moira in hand. We have Ares, and of course, the wonderful best card in the deck, and that is Venom. Look at that variant. So nice. So shiny. All right, Moira coming down.
Oh my gosh, Onslaught Citadel with Moira. Oh no, this is... Oh no, this is great. If you're Father Newman, I think you're probably stoked right now.
But you're trying to figure out a way how you can get another copy of Victoria Hand. I know you can't do it because it wasn't in your opening hand with Moira, but nonetheless, let's see
Misery
what happens
mid,
next.
probably just for points, most likely, as it doesn't look like this is going to be able to do anything else on its own here.
No. Transkilling really hurt his hand here, but it's okay. Let's see what happens next. Frigga coming down. They go your card, copying a nice buff 7-power Angela, which we're definitely going to see go down in the mid or on the right lane. Turn 5 is here now. What do we see our opponent do? They can play the Cersei and try to get rid of that ninja on that wonderful side, or start early with the V hand. Let's see what happens next.
Swordmaster being a good way. It's going to hit either Cersei or Venom, and it looks like Father Newman's kind of just okay with either one getting hit here. Cosmic Ghost Rider stopping Misery and more. Oh, and that's part of the logic, it looks like, where Victoria Hand would be in that back lane, protecting her from the dangers that were potentially arriving with Cosmic Ghost Rider. I do like that as a potential option.
These tournaments are awesome because you get to see the decks of your opponent. So you know Cosmic Ghost Rider is here, so you have to play your Victoria Hand in the back lane to keep it protected from cards like the Cosmic Ghost Rider.
Exactly. And you do have Cersei potentially at the mid, but the problem is as soon as Cersei transforms those cards, they no longer get their additional buff. And I forgot, you do have Goose stopping any of those forecasters over in the right lane. Carnage can turn that -2 from Ninja, though, into a positive.
So we know Angela's coming on one of those lanes. Which lanes will it be? Middle or left? I believe it is left. So he might be taking the left lane. Down comes Enchantress, turning off the Victoria Hand. The buffs are gone. Nico into Angela. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Moving it to the mid and winning both lanes. Buffing Angela, giving that extra buff. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that was awesome. Shout out to our opponent on the right side, rocking the Mojo G-Angle avatar. Monvi, the name is. Thank you.
Mom-V.
Oh, Mom
V, running Erishim stuff here with Iron Patriot Valentina and such. But Father Newman has a pretty good setup currently right now. And Mom-V really enjoying what they have as they're snapping immediately on turn 1. No information. We may not get the opportunity to even guess what the third location is here unless Father Newman decides to stick it through. What do you do here?
I think you retreat. Your opponent snaps. No need to try to find out, right? You're still early rounds. Go ahead and retreat and wait till the next round. But Father Newman said, my deck is good and better.
Exactly. Father Newman's got a plan here. And it starts by dropping Quinjet over at the middle lane. You've got Shang-Chi to deal with that monster from Monster Island. Iron Patriot also going to be able to be dropped in the right. Question is Mom-V going to be able to compete in that lane? Oh, with a Galactus first steps and their own Iron Patriot. Okay. What are we going to do then? We've got Moira X in hand. Vibranium Mines actually being really difficult for Father Newman. Not so much for an Erishim deck, as your deck is kind of already full here.
So I'm assuming you go ahead and play Moira in the middle, try to destroy it with the Venom, and hopefully get your opening hand on turn 4 and see what happens. But you have Quinjet there, so you might not want to do that. So I think everything should go right. And of course, play Venom right behind it on the next turn. If you do that and the Hood, maybe. But we'll see what happens next. I think Father Newman's thinking about it. Moira in the middle. Interesting. And of course, we have Galactus first steps getting an additional buff with Galacta playing on Vibranium Mines.
Yeah,
right,
he's saying
4.
We're seeing Mom-V saying that they can deal with whatever this detriment would be. They can do it on their own. They've got this. They're winning right now every single turn. Galactus First Step is going to continually be gaining power, as we do remember our previous season's Season Pass card. Venom mid, getting a lot of potential points here. Moira X duplicating your opening hand. I don't remember what they were. I think Father Newman checked that with the animation.
We have Quinjet, Iron Patriot, and how can I forget? But we did see it, and we were like,
Shang-Chi.
"You retreat." Yeah, maybe. I think so. We were like, "Should we retreat?" And we're seeing those 2 cards. All right, so let's see what we get. Moira with the awesome animation, bringing back those cards, and it is Shang-Chi. You were right, my friend. Quinjet, Shang-Chi, and the Iron Patriot. Now you're looking for Victoria Hand at this point. Let's see what happens. But Quinjet coming down on this turn, at least you get a cheap Shang-Chi, and with playing Valentina, maybe this will help you out as well. But you have to think that Galactus First Step from Mom V is definitely going to that left lane.
Exactly, yeah. It could go, I think there's also a real chance of it going to the right lane as well, as it is also probably fairly protected over there. But the real question is, how do you deal with multiple lanes here?
Shang-Chi. Let's see. You hold on to that Shang-Chi, but it's Legion coming down.
Oh!
Interesting play here. There
that
it is.
Omega Sentinel with the activate ability, if y'all weren't familiar, brand new card, activate, give your highest power opponent card -7 power. It doesn't matter which lane it is in, but currently that is Venom, but that still should be fine for Father Newman here, as a Spider-Woman, I think, takes it home.
Do we snap here?
I don't think you snap. I don't think you tell it.
Okay. All right. There we go. That's all I want to know, because I would have done it, but good call. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, the shock on Mom V's face when Spider-Woman, what?
Yeah, that's why you didn't snap it. Mom V already retreat later. They're good. They were chilling right now. They had a lot of stats here, just due to the fact that Spider-Woman was able to sneak into that left lane. Nothing was played over there. Legion, cool card. However, Father Newman was ready for it somehow, some way.
Down comes Wakanda Embassy, buffing a ton of cards here. And the opening hand is Moira, the Hood, and Iron Patriot.
You get a fun option for turn 2 here, with Iron Patriot being a 2/5, then potentially dropping behind it Moira X and a Demon. Got a lot of good options here if you're Father Newman.
So what do we think? Third location, my friend. Come on, give me something good.
Third location, okay, let's go with, I'm gonna go Mirror Dimension. We're gonna talk Mirror Dimension here. I haven't seen Mirror Dimension yet.
I like the location that when you play on it, it moves your cards. Got the name of it?
Spider Island.
Spider Island. There it is. All right.
Let's go.
Let's see what we get.
Oh, but we're seeing
Down
2 cards get dropped
Demon
here.
And Moira.
Interesting. That didn't go for the Iron Patriot this turn. I don't know what's going on with what Father Newman's got planned here.
It's
Kylan. Silver. Yeah, yes. I said I wasn't correcting you. Yep, it's Kylan. Iron Patriot over at the middle location. Going to be a pretty easy one for Father Newman to win here. However, She-Hulk in the right. That's why we did see Momvi skip the previous turn.
I'm sorry, where did She-Hulk get played? Where did She-Hulk get played?
To the right location, where currently Father Newman is playing the Victoria hand. That's the most you're getting out of me.
All right, now comes Valentina on the left lane. Wonderful bait for Carnage to chew up on the next turn, giving you your opening hand. As well as giving you an extra Hood, an extra Moira, and whatever Valentina is going to give you now is going to be awesome. So let's see what goes down after this turn.
Kiln!
So, Mom V,
it's the Kiln! God, I couldn't hold that back any longer.
Sorry about that, everyone. We did have we had someone who was currently trying to light a fire in their own personal kiln, unrelated to the rightmost location, as it's pronounced Kylan. Anyway, we're seeing an Ultron getting generated by Valentina. Oh, but the Enchantress getting dropped early.
Way too early.
Oh.
Right. But now, this looks good. You have your Ultron. You do have your a snap down from Mom V. You're copying another Victoria hand. You make sure you do that first. Smart choice, putting Friggo down first. Let's go. We get the copy, the one of a Victoria hand, and then this should
Are they going to Zola Enchantress?
Oh, no. That would be
You still have one, and you've got your Ultron right now, right? That's currently... Nope. Okay. Ooh.
All right, final turn here. So, now think about this. You got the Victoria hand in hand. You have the Hood or the Iron Patriot you can play here. You're not winning the right lane. The right lane is a wrap for you. You want to try to go ahead and forget the, wow, it's going to be tough for the middle lane. Only because that wonderful Galactus First Steps also get additional power because you're not getting anything in that right lane. What do they do here? Does Father Newman retreat?
I feel like if I'm Father Newman, I want to retreat right now. I want to have the faith possible, but I don't. Again, due to the fact that you're not able to win this right lane, I don't. It's looking like it's currently in Mom V's favor. Father Newman currently counting out all the points here with everything else. I think Ultron's adding 12 is how much he would be adding, and
31. Not enough. Smart retreat. But you're right, because 31 power is not going to cut it, and of course, if you think about it, all Mom V had to do was play in the middle lane and win the game. So. All right, on to the next one. What we got going on? I can't wait to see the other matches. Don,
swapping over. I'm just trying to be more like you. But we're going to be seeing someone who's playing against one of your goats here. We're going to be seeing Bear playing against Honifer.
Honifer is my guy. All right, let's go. Bear, love the avatar Bast. Whew, beautiful.
That's a Bast avatar. I was uncertain.
Yeah, you were.
Okay.
But it's all right. Don't you worry about it. All right, down here we go. We got Victoria Hand again on that left lane. Turn 4, we got Limbo playing. So we got 7 turns this game. I'm intrigued to see what happens next. Frigga coming down, of course, copying the Victoria Hand, giving them an additional Victoria Hand in their hand. How many times do we say hand in one sentence? I don't know. But how do you feel about this? How do you feel about this? We should have a hand counter. That's what we should have for this tournament.
Well, typically, between us, we have 4, but I don't know.
That's fair.
And then whenever Guess is like halfway here, right? So he's like maybe 5th hand.
That's true. Guess is putting in that work. All his hands. Exactly.
Let's not even count his hands behind the scenes. But anyway, we're seeing Frigga again copying that Victoria hand with Mirage getting value, getting whatever this cheapest card is from Honifer, right? Cheapest character, a recent distinction that are made.
Red
my!
Oh my goodness! All right, and then they get copied of.
They could have gotten another Red Skull there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is great. The Mirage. All right. And we only have 5. We're only in the 5th turn. This is great. All right, so on to the 5th turn. Let's see what goes on here. Bear looking very strong here with his hand, with Moon Girl just pulling up. And, of course, if he really wants to, he can play Mirage.
If you go Moon Girl with the Iron Patriot.
Yeah. And
you get 2 Red Skulls and 2 Victoria Hands.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. I don't think you Mirage here. I would have. Oh, you know what? Why not get the additional 2 power over the Iron Patriot? So I'm with it.
That's fair. Yeah, that's the logic for it. It would be that, or you would want the extra Red Skulls, depending on which one you want. I feel like the Red Skull might be worth it more, but again, there's a reason why Bear made it to the final. Was here in the qualifiers, and I'm not. So we'll see what happens. Right.
Bear's thinking about it.
Or something else, we'll see. Or going Victoria Hand now. This is interesting. What did Nico reveal as? I don't remember. Okay.
Let's see. Find out shortly.
Moon Girl going to get dropped mid. 2 Victoria Hands is. Got another Iron Patriot's actually going to give you value. Mirage just being played for the stats, as you so correctly predicted. Red Skull being a scary force. Mirage getting one of like 5 different cards here. No idea which one Honifer actually got. Important distinction is that right now, I do not believe there's a way that Limbo gets turned off unless Nico is doing something to change locations. This is going to be a 7-turn game. And another Victoria Hand.
Is if they play something on the middle to flip over the wolf and then turn off Limbo. So it all depends what Merlin gave Honifer. Oh, there it is. Honifer.
They would have to play a card to the right lane first, I believe.
Middle lane.
And yeah, whatever. It's fine. Going into another round here. High stakes. Gosh, every single round of this tournament has felt like high stakes, even if it's not technically high stakes.
Agreed, man. These matches have been down to the wire. This is the great part about these tournaments, right? Is seeing the best of the best come out to play, show off their phenomenal card list, and again, makes every round feel like it is a high stakes round. All right, so we got a surge coming out on that location on reveal. Real quick, it is going to be next turn. I say Wakanda Embassy.
Machine World is actually good for both opponents right now.
And it is Savage Land. All right, so now that lane is filled up, but Merlin has the advantage, being able to play a polymorph or anything else to go ahead and take one of those raptors out is going to help them out in the long run. So now Machine World. Oh, wait a minute. Grandmaster coming down, pushing out the Surge. I like this play.
I like the Grandmaster here because that does, again, free your rightmost location, giving you those options while still not actually forcing you to add extra cards into your hand that you don't really want to. Ooh.
Starlight Citadel coming on down, and that is taking the Frigate
Shadow King,
or the Iron Pages or Shadow King. Yeah,
there's a lot of options. Okay. Frigate no longer carrying the spark, as it were, that Surge has. Moon Girl, not really amazing. This doesn't look like this setup is as good for Bear here. Yeah, if I'm Bear, I feel like, especially off the snap, that's a retreat.
Good call. Good retreat. Yeah. Good retreat.
We didn't have you, girl. Listen, I may be a fan of Frigga, but it doesn't matter because Frigga needs the Victoria hand to really pop off. And without your girl, she wasn't showing up. She was shy.
Agreed. It's all good though. She'll show up in this round, I'm sure. All right, so we got Nico on the first turn, but we don't want that ability, so we go ahead and bypass that. Quinjet over on the sewer system. And our second location is the one and only Shuri's Lab, which I'm excited to see here because a lot of cards here can get that additional buff, especially ones like Mirage or Misery. Mirage is going to the left, Mirage going to the right. And we have the Nico Minoru. And what did you get? Beer, you got that same Nico Minoru.
They both have... Oh, yeah, no, because you...
No. Hanafer went first.
No, Bear got their own Nico back. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy.
Because Hanafer went first and took their Nico, and then Bear's flipped and took back his Nico. But it's cool that Nico has two different abilities right now. So let's see what happens here. Mirage again getting another card. I mean, it's going to be another Nico Minoru, or maybe something else. We'll find out shortly. Down comes Werewolf by Night in the middle, getting that to a 6 power nice and early without any moving needing to happen. Mirage goes.
Some people might say that there are 0 Nico Minarus that have been generated, but they would be wrong. It's definitely not Nico Minoru. Definitely not. They're wrong about that. I'm not just saying that because I'm dying on the inside. 3 different of the Nikos with the last name undetermined as of right now.
That's right.
Ooh.
Playing
okay, so you've got... You copy one of them, then you copy the one that's going to be at Shuri's Lab. Is that going to give you a 12-powered Nico?
Yes, it should give you a 12-powered Nico. Yeah, it should.
Okay. I feel like it's sometimes weird with Nico's timing on stuff. I don't even think this is a bad game to stay in.
No, but do you get rid of the Surge or do you get rid of the Nico?
I think it's the Surge, as you don't... Like, there's only 2 more turns left. You're missing exactly 1 spark here, and you turn it into... basically just a positive over in whatever other lane you're playing it in.
Okay, that's fair. All right, so Surge getting removed, turning to a demon on the left. End turn. We got snaps down from everyone. Victoria Hand in the mid, buffing up. Nico coming on down, and of course copying this Nico that turns into still a 1/6. So it's all good. There go your answer for science. All right, and then the Nico flips and turns Surges into the demon. All right, 12 power left, 15 power mid, and we have a Werewolf by Night that's just chilling.
Ooh, and then, that's a Victoria Hand. That's a great Victoria Hand right now. And then with dropping Moon Girl, the problem is with Moon Girl, you can't actually duplicate your Victoria Hand, unfortunately. So what you can do, though, I believe if you actually play your Victoria Hand in the right lane, and then you go Misery left, I believe the Nico on the left was a copy mode. Or no, that would copy still Misery. Yes. It's not Frigga. That's the difference. Nope, I got nothing. I tried.
Right. That's all good. You tried. It's all right. 1 Victoria Hand for this round. That's the only way they can do right now. But you have to think about the middle. You don't want to play Misery in the middle, even though that 18 power will be great and nice. You don't want to destroy the Mirage or the Nico right now. Nico's sitting at 12. We want to keep that power in that middle lane for as long as you can. So at this point, you're either going to play that Nico somewhere else or the 1/6. You do have Shadow King. You don't want to turn off your power. I don't know. It's going to be a very interesting play by Bear. So let's see. They're gonna go for the Moon Girl to copy some additional cards and give those additional cards the buff from the Victoria Hand on that final turn. All right, down
almost
comes
hitting
the
retreat
cards.
there.
Yep, Moon Girl, of course, buffing everything up into Victoria Hands. And then we have Nico,
Okay.
Frigga copying the Victoria hand. So we got 2 Victoria hands on Hanifer's side. The wolf flips over to the right. We have Nico coming down on the left, and then the wolf says, I'll come over there and hang out with you as well. And then in the middle, another Nico, which goes ahead and puts another copy in the hand, and then that werewolf goes back to hang out with them in the middle. All right, we're down to the final turn. What do you think?
Ooh, and who has priority right now? Hanifer has priority, which does mean that Shadow King can put down a lot of value, and there are 2 copies of Shadow King right now, which is an important detail. So potentially 2 lanes are getting what is it? If Werewolf ends up in one of these 2 lanes, 3 lanes right here, then I think Bear's gonna be able to do a lot to stop it there. But can you do enough with that Victoria hand?
Yeah, so I think at this point you are going to play the 2 Shadow Kings. The question is, which are the lanes that you're going to play the Shadow Kings in? And I think you want to go mid and you want to go right with the Shadow King. But let's see what happens.
I think right now, if you're this is the part of MarvelSnap where it's always the most difficult, because I don't believe there's a wrong answer here. I think because you just don't have a way to know for certain. So no matter where, in my opinion, Bear plays the Shadow King, I think it's just correct in the end. The problem is it actually going to be enough to win? Only playing 1 Shadow King, because only one of them would get buffed by Victoria Hand. Playing the one that's going to get buffed by Victoria Hand, or maybe not. Maybe going to go for more safety here. Gosh, there's a lot of answers.
I think you do Shadow King first, right? Because you don't want to turn off any of the additional buffs you get from the other cards, right? I think Shadow King goes right, Shadow King goes mid, and then you play your rest of your cards you want to play. But who am I? We're going to see how this plays out. They're going with the 2 Nikos. Is that Nikai? No, Nico. That's fine. 2 Nikos.
Yeah, if you're playing your other Shadow King, you should play the left lane, because otherwise you're losing your Nico buff here. You can't play that Nico. You need to go for your Victoria Hand in order to do any power here. Going back to the final turn. Is everything gonna get down? Oh gosh, in the nick of time. Right. This is actually the final bit. This is all the points on the line.
Nico on the right, flipping Werewolf over there, getting additional power. Victoria Hand in the mid, buffing up, changing to Tinker's Workshop. So no additional buff for Bear in the middle. And then down comes Misery, destroying that Nico and waiting to see if anything happens, copying the Misery. Now let's see if this is enough for Bear. Down comes Nico. That's some good power there, buffing it. And then Shadow King hitting the middle, buff it, copying that. And then we have Victoria Hand buffing everything mid, but it's not enough for the middle. But we got the right lane, and it's over, ladies and gentlemen. Bear loses to Hanifer.
You said something, SGG, and if Bear, I believe, had done what you had said, I think Bear would have just won. If Bear played Shadow King as the very first play instead of the Nico, Bear wins this game.
Agreed. Nonetheless, this is
it's one of those heat of the moment things. You got to go for it. You got to trust your gut.
Exactly. Don't outplay yourself, right? Just go with the flow. Go with your first instinct and go ahead and play your Shadow King in 2 lanes and win your game. But nonetheless, that's what Snap is all about. It's all about taking your chances and trying to win. And these guys are phenomenal. They did a great job, both Beer and Hanifer. Shout out to you guys. And again, that was just a great matchup out of all the matches we've seen so far this evening.
I know we just did have Bear before, but what if we went back to the Lion King? Are you down to go back to the King of the Jungle here? Is that the King of the Jungle? Shere Khan?
It is the King of the Jungle. That's correct.
No, wait, no. No, I think it's a Pride Rock thing. I think it's the tiger, if I remember Jungle Book right. It's fine.
Nonetheless, we're not going to mention Lasher coming down the right line and Never Delire. I love that location. Love to say it. Never Delire.
Yes, you do. Important thing to note is that Juggernaut did actually stop a rogue from getting Sarah's buff here on this turn.
All right. So Storm into Cerebro on the final turn. Does that help them win this matchup? Activating, you don't have priority, so that will hit whatever card gets played on the right. And let's see if Duality can beat the Lion King here. Okay, Lion King, thinking about it.
Changing the order. I don't see the big difference here between them.
No.
I love that difference.
Oh, because Lasher still keeps his buff from Never Delire. Oh, well, nothing happened there. It's another Cerebro. And with the Ancient One playing, it's wonderful Tau Mandala. Mandala. Ooh, Mandala. Okay, Mandala. I'm with you.
Yep.
There it is. That's a wrap. That's over for you, buddy. That's enough Cerebros to win a game. And there it is.
Is that enough there? Oh yeah, because there's only one Cerebro over on Lion King's side. That would definitely be enough here. Yep. And by the way, please never let me correct you or change the way you phrase a word, even if it may be against the grind, maybe against everyone else. Stand true to yourself, as Duality stood true to Cerebro 5 here, taking it against Cerebro 2. Cerebro, a deck that felt like pretty much a meme for a very long period of time, thanks to the fact that it got a +3 power buff, became extremely real.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the wonderful list from Duality, as you can see, we have Black Cat, Merlin, Rhino, Cerebro, Luke Cage, Ancient One, Wave, Juggernaut, Miss Marvel, Scarlet Spider, Sarah, and Doctor Doom. The Cerebro 5 deck that is phenomenal with all these wonderful 5-cost cards, being able to play the Ancient One and buffing and doubling up on your Cerebros, as well as being able to play the Doctor Doom. Now, seeing Bar Sinister, I just want to play Dr. Doom on that left lane. It just makes me want to do that, or play Cerebro in that left lane. And right now, as we can see, Lion King has Cerebro in hand.
Oh, yeah. This is definitely... Oh, gosh. And we don't currently have any location changing for Gamma Lab, which does mean this is not great for Lion King right now. Forcing yourself to become a Cerebro 12 gamer. If I'm Lion King, that's not what I want to do.
Yep, this is tough. All right, let's see what happens.
Adam Warlock first and then played Nico, would the transformed Hulk still try to double its power?
No.
No? Okay.
I think they changed that, yeah. Well, we'll find out. For science, there it is. They did play it the way that you mentioned. Okay, maybe they're thinking the same way you are. And let's go. Down comes Luke Cage, and it gets...
And then down goes Luke Cage.
And then Nico goes ahead and... everything turns off. Does the Hulk get the extra buff?
We won't know till the next card is being played.
Okay, we're going to find out. Now, do you storm that left lane? Or do you storm the right lane?
I think you got to storm the left lane. If you're Lion King here, it does... I feel like that's just a harder lane for you to win right now. The fact that you, again, are locked into this Cerebro, basically 12 gaming.
But you don't have priority, so...
True. The lack of boost.
Yeah, this might be a problem. Oh, well, you're safe. Okay, there it is. Storm coming down the left lane. Turn off Bar Sinister to make sure that there's no shenanigans going on with the Cerebro. Now, everything costs an additional power, and nothing happened to the Hulk in the middle lane. So there go your answer, my friend.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. What do you do here if you're Lion King? What's your play? Because I like this rogue.
Yep, because they're going to play Cerebro if they have Cerebro right now. That is where you definitely should. Okay, well, maybe not.
Or
yeah, I would
play Sarah.
Too. Yeah, agreed. They're going to play something left, right? But they don't have to worry about winning that lane. So I definitely think either Cerebro or Sarah will be the best play on the left. So yes, I would be playing rogue if I was the Lion King.
Yeah. If you were the Lion King, would you be sleeping in the jungle?
Yes.
Oh, but Wave.
Mighty jungle.
Wave going to be over in the left there, and Scarlet Spider still going to be another card that goes over to the left there if Duality just plays a singular card to that middle lane, which I think this might be, unfortunately, a loss for the Mighty Jungle.
Well, not yet, because if he does copy their Cerebro, if they do decide to play Cerebro, and he has the middle Cerebro, he wins the middle lane and he wins. Oh, no, he doesn't win the left. You're right. It's over. It's a wrap. You're absolutely correct, my friend. Cerebro coming down to ensure that that Scarlet Spider flips over to the left lane. And there it is. It is a wrap. Lion King tried his best. But in the mighty, mighty jungle, Duality was victorious.
What's your favorite type of wrap? Like lettuce. I'm thinking lettuce wrap.
Oh, about to say, what did he say? Iceberg. We'll go to Iceberg.
Iceberg. There you go. Perfect. Duality taking that home. Great job. Cerebro 5, incredibly, I feel like that was a meme of a deck, right? I feel like a lot of these Cerebro decks felt like memes when they first, people were like, oh yeah, well, I'll do Cerebro 5, I'll do Cerebro 4. But again, as more and more cards keep coming out that work with these synergies, as I think we're about to get Bastion next week, again, Cerebro 3 is going to be even better. We've already got buffs to Cerebro 4. It's just continually real. And I love this.
I agree. Cerebro was the meme deck for some time. And now with all these wonderful cards coming out, and not even just the cards. I think these cards have been here. I just think that the players' mindset have changed. And most players now are looking at cards in a different way than they used to in the past. So even though you might think these are meme cards or you thought it was a meme card, some players do really enjoy playing these type of decks, and then they go ahead, do something phenomenal with it, and then everybody goes, you know what? I should try this too. So it opens up everybody's eyes to see that these cards can actually do something better than just be a meme deck. So shout out to all the Cerebral players out there. You guys do not play.
They really aren't, well, other than Cerebro, I guess. But it's good. I love it. It's a lot of really great stuff. And I love what we're seeing from every single opponent, that every single player that we have. It's just so much skill. I don't know. I'm consistently just in awe with the level that these players are going with. They are just so they're well versed. They know all the mechanics. They're trying all these interesting decks, a bunch of different stuff here. And that's one of the fun things I also enjoy about this Golden Gauntlet, as it's at the start of the season rather than, middle season when stuff's been figured out or whatever. We literally had 5 new cards come out less than a week ago. The meta's on its head right now. We don't know where it's going, and I'm enjoying the ride.
But we are going to be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. That's right. We had to go ahead and roll down our Victoria hands to get our hands dirty. Yes, I know.
You meant roll down the sleeves to get the Victoria hands. Cool.
I said what
We're stoked. He said what he said. I'm sorry. I said I wouldn't correct what you said during this. I'm so sorry. I failed at my one task I gave myself here.
Indeed.
But
nonetheless, let's go ahead and look at some of the cards that were not played as much.
Yeah, we've had a lot of decks that I think we've seen a good chunk, but there are quite a few cards that have been played in not as many decks, but also have a pretty decent win rate, which I think is going to be interesting just to shout out here. Now, I'm not going to talk about number 2 and number 3 here, but Proxima Midnight is, I feel like one of the things that I actually really enjoy about Proxima, she kind of hit that perfect line of what Second Dinner could do in terms of the amount of power a card could get put down, not quite for free, but right. it's semi-free. You know what I mean there?
Correct, of course, because you have to discard it. In most cases, she's in with MODOK, so once you wipe your hand, at least you get that card to go right onto the board. Kind of like how if you wanted to discard X-23 or even Wolverine. But Proxima being a 7 power card, I mean, yes, not for free, but in most cases, you do get to play that card for free.
Yeah, and we're talking about rolling up our sleeves to get our Victoria hands dirty. As Victoria hand, the package with Frigga is taking both number 2 and 3 slots. Now, to be fair, Frigga, one of the things, again, I'm going to point out why I love her, she can be played in a few more decks. We've seen her in the Dak and Bullseye deck. We can see her even in like move bounce decks. But again, we're talking Victoria hand here.
Yeah, and I mean, look at it. Going into this, we felt kind of what's going on with the meta. Victoria hand being able to buff cards and put out immense power on that final turn. And of course, it's sitting here on this list because, I mean, I don't think a lot of people brought it, but the people that did bring it are in the top 10 matchups.
So what you're saying is they definitely brought it.
100% they brought it.
There you go. Speaking of, he's so sweet. Khonshu is another card that he's apparently only in 10 decks, but that's a 66 about % win rate there. Khonshu's doing pretty interesting. How do you feel about Khonshu as a card or what it does to the discard archetype?
So I think Khonshu is a great card and it does great for discard. My whole thing is I think it having a 65% win rate just really tells you how great the card can be. But it's not kind of like Hela, where Hela gives you that random amount of cards that come back in different locations. You can at least put it where you want to put Khonshu's discarded card.
Yeah, very truthful. And Emperor Hulkling being another card that we've talked about a little bit earlier, right? Emperor Hulkling just giving you the knowledge of what it actually is as soon as you draw it, that your opponent doesn't know. Very good stuff there. Debris, of course, inside of the Clog package it's interesting. I actually didn't expect Debris to be doing just as well in terms of, even with a lower play rate, due to the fact that we do have the existence of Stardust now in MarvelSnap. That one's a little bit more on the interesting side here. True, being pointed out that it is followed up pretty closely behind with a Dr. Octopus.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't seen Doc Ock in a long time, and I miss old school Doc Ock, just bringing all cards to your lane. But I mean, I get it. Running Stardust right now and seeing Debris and any other type of decks like Armin Zola is very intriguing because, again, Stardust does so much from stopping all those type of cards from even putting out those additional cards like you would always want to see on the board.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool cards, I think, that are getting, not a crazy amount of play, but they're also still getting representation, which I think is a really big deal here at the Golden Gauntlet, right? This is meant to be the qualifying for the Golden Gauntlet World Championship, right? This is the whole series. We're qualifying. We're getting ready for this big thing. So seeing a variety of cards, seeing a variety of options, a variety of tools is what I think we all would love to see. Just different cards, different decks, because that's one of the fun things that I mentioned even earlier about MarvelSnap is that they do a pretty good job of trying to make sure that all the cards in this game are relatively balanced and can every single one has at least some degree of play. Rip to my main boy, Shocker, not even playable in High Evolutionary.
Agreed. We feel bad for Shocker, and hopefully they do something to get Shocker even better. Who knows? We'll find out in the future. But nonetheless, if you look at these cards here, we have below us, we have Shang-Chi at a 40% win rate, which is not that good. I really thought Shang-Chi would have been a bit better. As everybody says when it comes to these tournaments, even myself, the one card you should put in your deck is Shang-Chi. And what I like to see is that people going away from that more and looking to bring cards that do something a bit different than just destroy your card, but somehow get higher in power over your cards, or do something to move your cards from one lane to the other, or disrupt your entire gameplay altogether. So the fact that Shang-Chi's at a 40% win rate, I'm happy to see that.
Yeah, so I'm typically someone who's not a big fan of tech cards akin to Shang-Chi, but I also will say there's a big difference between just trying to kick down an opponent's sandcastle or trying to build up your own, and it's sometimes necessary to have both ends of that. Which, speaking of Shang-Chi even not being in that many places, Cannonball Mercury in pretty low in terms of their overall just, I believe their stats in terms of how many decks they are in. However, Mercury having a higher win rate than Cannonball, which is a bit of an interesting shout here. I don't know how I feel. How do you feel about that? Right? You talked a little bit earlier, I think, about the balancing.
So, so we had the nerf come down to Cannonball, which I think helped out a lot when it comes to that. But as you mentioned before, people were upset that Misery didn't get adjusted. And as we mentioned, Misery didn't need any type of adjusting. And the fact to show here, Misery could be played without, sorry, wrong card. Mercury can be played without Cannonball. So the fact that Mercury has a high percent win rate doesn't surprise me at all, because Mercury, as you've seen earlier, can be used and is being used to stop cards like Werewolf by Night or even move decks in general. So Mercury having a high percent win rate, I'm happy to see it. And it doesn't need Cannonball at all to actually get to where you need to be.
Yeah, and I think that second part of what you just said right there is one really big deal with her. The fact that it does just straight up stop move decks in general. Move decks being unable to do anything as soon as Mercury moves into their lane is a very big deal. So I do like the fact that Mercury is still getting some sort of play there, even without any other changes. But gosh, there's so many cards in MarvelSnap. Right? How many cards are we currently at? Do you know the number offhand?
How many cards we in MarvelSnap right now?
Yeah.
I know much. No, not at all. I know how much variance we have.
I'd love to know that number. How many variants do we have in the game?
Stick around to the end of the show and we'll find out. All right. So now we're about to get, hopefully soon, to the top 16. How do you feel about that? Are you excited?
I mean, I'm loving it. I think the top 16 is going to be absolutely it's just been so cool. I've been loving to see every single game that we've been seeing. And again, I feel like the biggest thing I want to point out is the fact that we are seeing just a variety of decks, and we're seeing extremely high caliber gameplay being done from every single player here. Even if we are seeing similar decks, I'm loving the fact that we're seeing such intense gameplay, so much thought, so much processing done into all of it. It's just really smart and just shows and gives props to all the players in terms of how good they are at the game. I don't know, I just love it. I love that stuff.
Yeah, it is great, and it does pay off for them to see them take their skills and the decks that they built and get them to this next step, which is the top 16. And I mean, as a player, if you get to that level and say, all right, I made it top 16, I think you're like, you know what? I did my best. I did what I had to do. And now I am at the top, waiting to have a chance to get to the qualifiers and do even more. Sure.
Yeah, can we even see who's in the top 16 right now? I think we're going to pull that up here in just a second. Number 1, Corvus Enjoyer. As we saw earlier, what was the list? I believe it was a Victoria Hand list.
Victoria Hand list, that is correct.
Yep. And followed closely behind by Honifer over here. And we're pulling up, I think, Duality as well as at our number 3 slot. And we even have the full matchups right now. So number 1's going to be playing against Corvus Enjoyer is going to be playing against Veronica. In just a second here as we get into our top 16. This is fun stuff. I love it. And we have the full list of the quarterfinals, semifinals. Ooh, okay. I like this stuff. Do you want to break down the full list of all the players we got here just to give everyone, let everyone know who the top 16 in the second round of qualifiers for the Golden Gauntlet are?
So as you know, we have Corvus Enjoyer going up against Veronica. We have, I can't see clearly what that name says, against the one and only Madam Eve. There we go. Thank you very much for that. All right. So we got, really? That's Avazord. Awesome. Avazord. All right. And then we have Mom V, right? Yep. Versus
El Silvestro.
Yeah,
no, okay. You said it correctly. Nope. I'm going to go with what you said.
There you go. Canadian Alfredo versus Father Newman. We have the Bad Musician versus Hella Enjoyer. We have Duality versus the Electric Flame. Yep. Then we have Millie versus that individual. And then we have Hanifer versus the Toxic Soul King. Now, out of all these matches, that bottom one right there, number 2 versus 16. That's going to be an interesting one. Hanifer versus the Toxic Soul King. We had the honor to cast both players earlier, and they have some decks that might put on one hell of a show. I can't wait to see that matchup. Out of all of them, which matchup are you most excited for?
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of a lot of the players here. I love Father Newman and recognizing other people who do like to stream and create content for this game. Toxic Soul King as well. But also, I do want to see some potentially different decks. Now, again, I like Victoria Hand, but we've seen a good chunk of her. I kind of want to see a little bit of different stuff here. But that's the fun thing, right? We're going to see a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. We're going to see some really awesome people getting some games getting played. But spoiler alert, everyone in this tournament, y'all pretty awesome. And we're going to be seeing some pretty awesome decks as well, whether or not that be ones we've already seen or some brand new cooks that haven't appeared yet on this stream, which I love it. I just love this whole thing, man. It's so much fun.
I want to know, do we have any move decks in the top 16?
That's the first one we're going to.
Ooh,
that's going to be the first one we're going to here in just a little bit. I think as the organizers are queuing it up,
this is Ava Zord's deck on screen.
Ava Zord's cardless. We have Aranya, Ghost Spider, Madam Web, Sparky, as you mentioned earlier, not my dons. We got Dagger, we got Craven, Cloak, Cosmo, Human Torch, Helion, Eliath, and Heimdall. Now, this move deck is very intriguing. You have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 move activators here within Aranya, Ghost Spider, Madam Web, Sparky, Heimdall, and Helion. And then all the other cards are just here to help protect and move around cards to get that additional power on the board. All right, this is an interesting move deck. How do you feel about this? Not my dice.
I like it. I feel like it. On one hand, I want to say this again as someone who's not maybe the biggest fan of just tech cards in general. It's kind of a shame that we've seen Cosmo and Eliath enter this group, but at the same time, the fact that this deck is able to use it so effectively, be able to move their points all around the board with cards like Hellion and Madam Web, really can mean that the Eliath in the final turn stops cards like Shadow King, Shang-Chi, and a lot of other really good pieces. So I love the fact that move is continuing to be prosperous, continue to put up points. Agreed.
All right, listen, we did have the discussion. People said move was going to do what it do, and it's here in the top 16. So wait,
interrupting. That's a cool list. It's a great list. You have got to see what it's going up against.
No.
Who thought we'd see Phoenix Force in the top 16?
I said I wanted some interest. Whoa. Okay. Prodigy.
And Sage.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I love this stuff. Okay. So
go ahead. Let's do it, Dance. Go through it. Let's hear it.
Yeah. All right. So we've got cards. So this looks like using cards like Phoenix Force and Firehair with Elixir, Kid Omega stuff in order just to put down a lot of points. You can destroy things again with Kid Omega and Venom, but then you also have the ability to bring those cards back, or at least use their abilities again with Firehair. Prodigy being a card here as well. Oh my gosh, STG, this is an interesting one.
So what I see from this deck right now, straight off, is just basically Kid Omega destroying a Sage, bringing back the Sage with Phoenix Force, as well as bringing back the Sage another lane with Elixir. That's all I see right now when I look at this deck. And that alone will put out enough power in additional lanes. Not to mention Fire here, which can also go ahead and re-trigger itself as Sage in another lane. This deck is just mind-blowing. Great job. Who's this person? Who's running this list?
Find out in a second here.
Oh yeah, Urantian. That's right. Wow.
One thing I want to point out with this that I really like as a piece of tech, as I've run something a little bit similar to this in the past. You can bring back a card like with Phoenix Force, and then you Kid Omega it. If you destroyed it on the previous turn, whatever card you just brought back with Phoenix Force, you can then, even though you've now brought it back again, you can then bring it back on the same exact turn, maybe even turn 6, with Elixir, potentially getting 4 Sage triggers on that final turn of the game.
Wow. That is that is beautiful. Yeah, we want to cast this match. We pick this one. Yes, give us this one.
Did we get to pick this? Cool.
We picked this one.
All right. Nice. It's good stuff here.
Right,
this is gonna be a fun one. I love Phoenix Force coming back. So when Phoenix Force first came out, I remember talking with a lot of people about this card because I feel like it was even like a 5 cost when Phoenix Force first entered MarvelSnap. I didn't remember seeing people like thinking about it as just a piece to bring your cards back because we didn't have cards like we had with, I believe, Sage, with Cassandra Nova. Those just weren't in the game at the time. And so these cards coming back and being able to be used as just a additional trigger with Phoenix Force is a really cool piece.
Agreed. I totally agree with that. And looking at it, it looks like this is a Jet Phoenix Force list. And shout out to the team that go ahead and retweeted it out and let us know that list it is impressive. I must say, shout out to them for creating this list. And I agree with you. We didn't have these pieces back in the day when Phoenix Force first came out. So everybody was playing different things in a Phoenix Force list. And to see this, especially with Sage, Fire here, and Elixir and Kid Omega, I mean, wow. This is impressive.
I'm going to point this out, by the way, as I know people out there will not know this. There are currently people who are just high infinite, really good at this game, better than STG, and somehow there are people that are better than us in this game, STG, go figure. But they're freaking out about this deck, talking about all the different ways you can use it and just the different synergies, the different strategies currently. They're all really stoked about this list. We've got a lot of people who are pretty excited for this deck, so you can count us as a couple of those individuals. Gosh, I love this stuff here.
Man, I just want to cast it. We want this one. That's it. I'm ready to cast this one to see how they pull it off. Like, that's it.
I didn't know we could just choose it. Yeah, that's great. I love this stuff.
It is what it is. But yeah, I mean, listen, that's a great list. Is there any other lists that you feel that you're like, wow, I didn't know this will be here and this is doing great things? I'm looking at them and I'm impressed with all of them. But yes, I still feel Victoria Hand will probably take it over the top. But seeing lists like this, I don't know, man. I'm impressed. I do hope we see other lists that are different. I know that's what you want to see. That's what the people want to see, right? A different list come in here and win the matchup, not another Erisham, not another X, Y, and Z. So either way, right now, I think we have all 16 decks are pretty good, pretty stacked, hence why they got here. I'm interested to see any of them do what they do best. So I'm excited. Can't wait for the top 16 to get started.
Yeah, we'll be getting started with that over here pretty soon. I wanted to ask, though, SG, is there a card that you feel like we haven't seen yet so far that you feel like is actually a very powerful piece just inside of MarvelSnap? Just a piece we haven't maybe seen yet, at least for us, right? But you think can still hold its own.
I mean, we haven't seen any end of turn cards that I thought we would see more of. With the addition of Cosmic Ghost Rider, with the addition of Ghosts, with the nerfs that came to that whole archetype, I still assume that we will see that in this tournament, right? Because not everybody has Cosmic Ghost, right? Not everybody is playing Ghosts. I think I'm surprised that I don't see more end of turn cards or the end of turn archetype, meaning, Invisible Woman First Steps and Fantastic Car, etc. I don't see any of those. So that's kind of I'm gonna say the archetype, not the card, but the archetype that I'm most, intrigued to not see in this tournament so far.
That's fair. I like that as a shout there as well. Yeah, there's definitely End of Turn is definitely a very scary deck, even though we've seen the list take a few hits, right? We've seen it take hits in regards to, I believe, Fantastic Car just took a hit. We've seen, I believe, Sunspot take hits. Obviously, Mr. Fantastic First Steps took hits, all trying to make sure it's, relatively even. But I do agree with you that is a pretty powerful list that we just honestly haven't really seen a lot of so far inside of this tournament. I feel like there was a specific one I wish would be I wish would be potentially just shown as well, that I know we haven't seen, but again, we did notice that the list was in there. We do have at least one Morgan Le Fay gamer out there as well.
Yes. Correct. Who
I think that's another one that I'm really interested in seeing some stuff with. Again, the destroying and bringing stuff back kind of with the Phoenix Force. You got also with the Fire Hair that can fit into both lists. Really cool stuff just with both of them that I think are a lot of fun. And I would hope I'm hoping we could see some of those games as well. Yeah, I mean, also that back to the Adam Warlock in the Cerebro 2 deck, right? Like that was intriguing to see. Now I know Cerebro, again, is powerful now. People really pay attention to that list and they really think it's no longer a meme card. But adding Adam Warlock to it, it's something different, something spicy. And as we saw, Adam Warlock winning
2 of those matches by getting that additional buff on the final turn, turning it to a 2 or even turning it to a 1. I think those are the type of things I like to see in this tournament, right? The surprises, I never thought about that. Oh, that really works that way? That's amazing. And I hope we see more of that with all these other players in the top 16.
Yeah, I think that I feel like I'm on one hand, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen any Mr. Negative show up, but at the same time, it is a deck that relies a lot on cost reduction with Ravonna and obviously himself. He also uses, I believe, Esme. And unfortunately, I'm looking at the list of just what cards are being played. Mobius is number 6 in most played because, Surge is another good card as well, meaning that Mobius just shuts down the entire list all on its own.
Yeah, you got to also think about Mr. Negative is not consistent. Same way we're not seeing Nightmare in these type of lists because of that inconsistency when it comes to this. I think Mr. Negative and Nightmare are type of archetypes and cards that are great on ladder because you're going to win that matchup. Big surprise. Same thing with Galactus. So that's the reason why I don't think we'll see Mr. Negative. But I do agree, seeing some type of, more Sarah type list or, list that can help reduce the cost of your cards. I'm surprised we haven't seen. But nonetheless, we're going to our top 16 match. And here we go. We got Madam Eva versus...
Versus? Oh, you're gonna let me say it. That's so kind of you. Pulling up, you're on TN, I believe. I'm gonna say it, and then I might be wrong. Who knows? Aranya getting played over to the Sakar Grand Prix in the left lane here. One of the fun parts that I do actually love about MarvelSnap again is the fact that this game does work in terms of completely language translations. Doesn't matter where you are, you can play against someone who uses a different language. It does translate the game for you, which is, I do think, just a obviously, you feel like it's obvious, but at the same time, I just wanted to point that out. I just think it's very well done by Second Dinner.
Respect.
Brazilian Portuguese.
Respect to them for allowing this to even be coded into the game and make things easier for players to play. Craven down in the middle and Never Delaire. And we have Fire here over on the
Never
left
Delaire,
lane.
exactly.
Yes. All right, so we have these. It is Never Delaire. What are you telling me? Come on. You've watched. No,
I would never say. I would never say it's called Nidavellir. I wouldn't say that to you, just so you know. I wouldn't be saying that.
That's fine. Vulture coming from the central over here on the right lane, giving them a Vulture, which is an additional help to help move over. And Aranya is going to go ahead and take advantage of that, moving over to the middle lane, giving Craven that buff and helping out Vulture as well. And then we have the cloak flipping over to be able to pull that card back when need be. But they're playing in the middle, and they're playing Cassandra Nova to ensure any of those move cards at least have negative power.
One big thing as well with that is the fact that because you are playing it over to, the way I've heard it, Nidavellir, because you're playing over to Nidavellir, Venom loves that location. Venom gets to eat big there, and every single card is going to give him even more stats, which is very good for him.
Totally agree. All right. So now we see what's going on here. We have the Madam Web over on the right with Dagger, and everything moves left. Craven also getting additional buff with the Vulture. Madam Web getting that Dagger being played. Absorbing Man coming down, making sure additional Cassandra Nova action is going on. I love the card back. Shout out to that awesome card back.
Which card back was it? I missed that.
That is the one from Okoye, Black Panther season. The Infinity card back.
Oh gosh, I didn't. What's the first season you got an Infinite card back? Was it that one?
No.
Or what?
It was the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. versus Hydra.
Ooh, okay. Gosh, that's a good one.
So
Hellion getting dropped in the right lane as Dagger gets some big points over at Nidavellir. Silver Sable getting dropped, but I think we're about to potentially see a Venom getting massive stats, and Firehair gonna get some big triggers here.
Here we go. First one. We have the one and only Cassandra Nova. And then again, Cassandra Nova one more time. And then Silver Sable. Oh my goodness. This person's card list is depleted.
Is the top card of the deck, if I'm not mistaken, is it currently -8 power? It is.
Negative. Yes, it is.
Oh my gosh.
It is.
Goliath's struggling over here right now. What do you want to move here if you're Madam Eva? How do you do this?
Okay, so you have priority. So your Goliath in the middle might work. Depending on what they're looking to play in the middle, I think you play Goliath mid regardless. Or if you want to get the additional move triggers, you go ahead and play Heimdall. And there it is. You got to play Goliath in one lane. No matter that. I would have went mid, but doesn't matter because you want to get Eliot's ability versus his power. So here we go. Turn has ended, and we're
I think
waiting.
I like this left lane here.
Yeah,
due to the fact that if you Eliath mid, you're committing your 6 energy into a lane that I don't think you could easily win there, because as you would only end up with 6 power in that lane. Venom is still beating whatever you can do there. But doesn't matter. We were both wrong. It was the right lane that was the secret sauce. What's going to happen here from... Oh, okay. Urantian's getting Okoye. That was from the Maria Hill.
And the Phoenix Force bringing back Silver Sable.
I don't know if that's going to be enough here. Silver Sable getting 9 points. Not enough. Madam Eva taking it home. Great stuff here. Good. Want to point out, by the way, Maria Hill generated that Okoye, and also that Vulture was also generated by A Central. I forget the actual name of that location in English. But totally there you go.
It's A Central. A Central. All right, here we go. Round 2. Madam Eva is up. All right, Sokovia takes away Elixir and Craven. Aranya on the left lane is always a good start on turn 1. And as we see it there, they're contemplating, and...
It's interesting that now the opponent has also lost Elixir. Both of these 2/3s do a lot for each of the respective decks. So it's a pretty even trade there, legitimately. I feel like if I lost my Craven, I'd be upset. But honestly, Elixir is going to put out some big points over for our opponent. Ooh, Mojo World at the mid. Whoever has more cards there gets plus 100 power at that location. It's going to matter a lot.
It sure will. And if you think about it, of course, he has Cloak. She has Cloak, she has Hellion, and Heimdall to help move cards into that lane. So I think Mojo World might go to Madam Eva.
Yeah, but we're also seeing from Madam Eva struggling a little bit here, as they currently have no move payoffs right now. They've got a bunch of move enablers. They've got Hellion. They've got Heimdall, Cloak, Sparky. You're talking about all these guys. But what are they going to do with them?
That Sparky is rather gorgeous. Great variant. Love that Sparky. All right, here we go. Again, their hands are built to always do the same thing, huh? Nova into Absorbing Man and making sure that your top card has no power. All right, so with the Cloak in the middle, this is a very tricky thing. I think we see a snap coming down, not from Madam Eva, right? No,
it's not from Madam Eva here. It is from, and again, we're going to struggle with this name, Urantian. But the problem currently here is that Dagger's not going to get enough. They're mostly going to be going for a Venom or something akin to that in the middle lane, which then means you're only going to get 1 trigger for Dagger, who gets +2 for each opponent, each enemy card at her location. So not looking amazing from Madam Eva's angle here.
We could get a lot though. We could Aranya, play Dagger right, then Sparky. And then on the final turn, you have Heimdall. I mean, you could do something like that. But down comes a Nico moving over to the left.
That Nico is going to be cloning that Venom as well.
Firehair doing the re-triggers as always. Ensuring you have -8 power.
So is Urantian planning on winning that location still? Because now they no longer are going to have more cards there than Madam Eva, which is an interesting shout. I don't know what I can feel about this. One thing also, they can still activate Sparky on this turn in order to move Dagger all the way back over to the right location.
That's exactly what they tend to do. So you move back to the right, you then use Ghost Spider to pull it back in the middle. That ensures you winning the middle lane. But then what do you do on the left lane to win? Do you just go ahead and Eliath?
You wouldn't be able to play Eliath and Ghost Spider here. You could go with a Hellion.
That's true. That is correct.
I think there's a real chance where... Ooh, we're seeing this. Okay, so Sparky's not getting active. I don't know what the correct thing is here. This is the stuff, like I talked about before, where my brain feels all wrinkly and just completely beat with a deck like this. Because I don't know what to do.
You have to... Yeah, I think you have to Sparky. You go Spider mid. Make sure you win that middle lane. And then you have to play Helion on the left. I mean, that is your only chance of winning. Or you just say bypass all of that and just play Eliath in one of the lanes, in the left lane.
I feel like there's a chance where if you just Sparky here, you're going to add 3 points to Dagger, 2 more with Firehair at minimum there, which would put you over to... Oh, and you can... Oh, that's interesting. You can still Ghost Spider and then activate Sparky.
You can, but I don't think you want to do that. I think you want to fill the mid. And there you go. You know what? Why not take that retreat? Nothing to worry about. You are up so far, and that's a great retreat from Madam Eva.
Yeah, this is probably fair here. I love this stuff. I'm trying to figure out all the correct plays and all the lines here, but it really feels like that was probably maybe the correct answer in the end. If we're struggling that hard, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like two heads are better than one. I think this one might be a little bit stronger than ours together. But
so we have a Gruta, which is the Vault, and we have Zero Pico, which is the Peak. Go ahead and swap in cards over there. So they get the Cosmo, and down in the middle comes Craven.
True. We got Madam Eva just got Elixir from Urentian, and Urentian just got Madam Eva's Madam Web. So an Asteroid M being another really great location here, potentially meaning that like a Cloak could be a real card over in the right lane, just trying to give Craven that additional value.
I would say the same thing. I would say, man, I wish you played Craven on the right, but now you have the ability to do so by playing Cloak right, moving the Craven, and all your 3-cost cards will just get that wonderful buff. And there it goes. Urentian. It's like, you know what? I'm not happy with this location. Down comes the Cosmo, which will go ahead and sit in that right lane now. So a snap coming down from, from Madam Eva, and Urentian says, I want none of that.
So we did forget, I feel like I forgot, I don't know if you did, but that Madam Eva is running Cosmo, which does shut down a lot of this deck. We actually just hadn't drawn it on those first few games, but
correct, we did remember.
Yep. Pop off here. Oh my. Yura. Okay, we'll go with Yura instead. And drawing their Kid Omega and their Enchantress. That's interesting. Silver Sable popping off, getting a couple of points over here. And okay, that's going to be difficult. Madam Web you have, though. I don't know how great that's going to be in the middle lane.
Well, you don't have nothing to worry about. You only have the Helion and the Heimdall for the middle. So you're good with the Madam Web being there. All right, so we should be fine. And then, of course, we go to the new location.
Richards Lab.
Reed Richards Lab. That's correct. So now you go ahead into the wonderful Human Torch in the middle, moving it. You also have Ghost Spider if you want to. So you can move it back to the middle, giving it 2 additional triggers in this one turn. And there it is. And then you can go ahead and Cloak or Sparky if you want to on this turn. And of course, why not? What's the thought process here?
We said why not, but there may be a why not that we don't know about here. I'm liking the strategy here. You can going for the dagger potentially, but then you have the options. You can also try to use Cloak to move these cards again in a little bit.
Yeah. So all right. Okay. So Human Torch goes and gets the buff. Nico comes down, change the location of Reed Richards Lab. You get a different additional Cassandra Nova Whip Prodigy. It changes to, oh my gosh, Fisk's Tower. That is crazy. That is the worst change that can happen for Madam Eva. Yura is not playing. Must be smiling over there ear to ear right now. I'm surprised I don't see a snap coming down from our opponent.
Yes, this is the fact that Yura's not snapping here makes me. I'm a little confused as to why not. Feels like it's everything going wrong. Remember when we said we were wondering why a snap wasn't occurring?
And there
found our answer.
All right, Cloak coming down on the left, allow you to move all these cards if need be, but maybe you want to Ghost Spider first.
Am I crazy that I like a Cloak mid here and then maybe even dropping a Cosmo in like the right lane?
Yeah, I would prefer dagger right, Ghost Spider left, Cloak mid. That's what I would have thought here. But I guess it's saving the Ghost Spider for the final turn.
I don't think you can dagger right again because of Fisk's Tower, although you maybe get that payoff still due to the fact that, okay,
there's
so
due
to the fact that,
there.
Sure. All right, that's fair. That's a fair point. Yeah, you're guaranteed to at least go up 2, even if you are taking that -4 hit. Even though in the left lane, you're not guaranteed anything. That's okay. I like the logic.
All right, well, here we go. Dagger to the left, get no energy. Fire here comes in the middle. Venom going to re-trigger 2 Cassandra Novas, a Nico to change the middle location now, allowing Ura to play in the middle once that location changes to... Okay. I guess I was wrong.
Compound?
Interesting. I thought Fire here would have triggered and turned off the change of the middle location.
So it's because Venom is technically the next card being played as Nico is looking for the trigger.
Understood. There we go. All right. So now we're on the final turn. That right location means nothing, but it does help with the move process. So Yura just went and helped Madam Eva in this list. And there we go. Sparky's getting triggered. And then we have Ghost Spider going to move the Cosmo.
Ghost Spider would only be able to move Cosmo. I don't know how much you love that if you are your Eva here. You've got Human Torch going to be moved back and forth with that additional +3 afterwards. Playing just more cards in the left lane as Cosmo's going to stop Yura, but still allow Madame Eva to get a lot of points here. Human Torch, I think, getting to 30 points in the right lane?
Yes. After Sparky moves it? Correct. All right, let's go with the math. We got Venom in the mid, buffing the Kraven. Mid is locked down for Yura.
Okay.
All right.
We've got Human Torch getting 12. Elixir getting stopped with that Cosmo.
And then in comes the Phoenix Force, bringing back Cassandra Nova, going for another buff. It's not going to be enough because that 30 power Human Torch wrecks the right lane. And then, of course, the left lane belongs to Madame Eva. What a victory. What a great play. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. But Yura is not out yet. Still have 1 cube remaining.
Yeah, I believe it's Strange World on the left. That actually really hurt Yura here, as Strange World removed 2 cards from Madame Eva's deck and actually gave them over to Yura, which meant that the Cassandra Nova, that's Weird World, my bad. Weird World made it so that all those Cassandra Novas were a lot less effective than you would typically like.
Correct. Now with this wonderful Dream Dimension, no, not Dream Dimension. It is okay. With Dream Dimension on the left, that sucks because Helion will not get played until turn 6 if need be. But nonetheless, Silver Saber coming down to the middle. And we have additional power from Tinker's Workshop. Yeah, there we go. We got this. What is the third location?
Ooh, Cosmo on turn 2 is very good. What's the third location? I'm calling it right now. I'm saying it's that's Murder World.
All right. Cool thing here is Cosmo now stops the Venom from going ahead and try to destroy the Cassandra Nova, or even stops the Absorbing Man from copying the Cassandra Nova. So this is pretty good. Great Cosmo play straight in the middle.
I don't think it would stop Absorbing Man, but it does stop a Prodigy.
That's what I meant. Yeah, from playing in the middle.
Yes,
yeah.
Entirely correct here.
Because the
Human Torch,
going right, but not the Chimichanga with it. Intriguing.
Potentially waiting here for a second, trying to figure out what they want to do. You do have a lot of points again. You can get with that Human Torch going to potentially 3-4 just base, but let's see. Oh, and the Chimichanga just turning into a demon. I don't know. I feel that way sometimes after I eat a Chimichanga. I'm not gonna lie to you, but Human Torch gonna get to 4 power. Then you've got Ghost Spider getting it, be able to pull it.
8
and
power.
Maybe even a Sparky. Nope,
There
Madam
you go,
Web.
Madam Web now. You got Sparky the next turn because of Dream Dimension on the left. So you're looking pretty here. You're going to get a huge Human Torch. And you can Heimdall if need be on the final turn. This could be very interesting. Let's see what Yura can do to survive. They have to play their best to try and stay in this. Madame Eva's just trying to make some things happen. Let's see. Sage coming down the left, getting just 2 power. All right. Then Ghost Spider goes ahead and pulls Human Torch, making it an 8 power. We have Madam Web sitting there ready to move this card one more time again after this turn. All right. Dream Dimension goes off. Everything gets an additional cost, including Sparky. So Sparky comes down and is played.
Ooh, now there's a question because you now have Dagger in hand as well. Sparky, really interesting card. This is one of the reasons why I think Sparky is just a really powerful card. I've heard people talking about this might be already the best card of the season, just due to the amount of power that Sparky can be putting down, especially in regards to Human Torch. How do you feel about that?
I do feel the same way. I do feel the same way because Sparky can do so much different things, not just in move, but in other decks. And here we go. Venom coming down, destroying the Sage and the Demon. Fire here, re-triggering, not getting much from the Sage synergy. And now on our final turn, we can see some madness like Sparky pulling back the Human Torch, and then Heimdall triggering and moving the Human Torch and everything into another lane. Is that what we're going to see here, folks? Yes, we're not going to see that because Cosmo is going to prevent the madness.
Okay, I got that. So it's going to get to 16 points for Human Torch, going to 19, ending up, if I'm not mistaken, at 38 points. Maybe I'm slightly wrong here. 32? Well, no, it's actually going to be +3 before that gets the move. It's going to go to 19, 36, 38. 38. I was right, 38. I said 38 correctly, and then a little birdie on my shoulder was incorrect. Heimdall getting a lot of points. Yura taking it, unfortunately, to the chest. Well done from both players. I do love to see both of these decks. Unfortunate that the Phoenix Force can take it home. I wonder, do you feel like the lack of Misery hurt that deck?
I think so. I think it really did. I mean, you know what? No, it did not, because Venom actually came in and did his job, right? Venom was able to get and re-trigger those Cassandra Novas, those Silver Sables. So I don't think it needed Misery. I think it worked out very well. It's just that the move deck just got bigger than it. The move deck, even taking a hit of -8 power at one turn, it still was able to get additional power to win the game. So the move deck, as you mentioned before, is something that's very surprising and can get big numbers super early by surprise. As you can see there, 38 power Human Torch in one turn.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. You can definitely get a lot of points there. And I think we're about to get into some more points here in just a moment, as I believe we're going to be seeing a another impressive matchup, Father Newman versus Canadian Alfredo. We've seen Father Newman a little bit, but this was the other list that I mentioned earlier, STG, that Canadian Alfredo is running, that Morgan Le Fay stuff here, which is going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, we want to see what Morgan Le Fay does, and it looks like this person is, oh, well, they both have wonderful vibranium rocks in their hand. All right, so Wakanda Embassy coming down, buffing everything in both players' hands, and we do have that Valentina we spoke about earlier, Carnage only being able to destroy things on the left lane. We don't know what the opening hand was, but we'll find out shortly, as we assume Moira will get destroyed probably on the next turn.
Yeah, Moira, I don't believe she's long for this world. I think she's doing her job, but I don't think she's gonna be here doing it, at least. I don't think that's how she does her job anyway. But Valentina giving us a 6 cost, 4/3 Dr. Doom. That's still a 4/13, as you can get the triggers. And with a Misery in hand, that's really amazing for Father Newman.
So the question comes down to it. Do you go ahead and Misery first and then Carnage? Oh, it looks like that's what's going to happen. Misery coming down left to get an extra demon.
That's fair. I think it's appealing trying to go for a lot of those points, but also you kind of lock yourself out of the middle lane there, a lane that you might want to be able to fight for a little bit easier. So I think it makes sense if Father Newman wants to be able to put more points down here just in general on the left lane by getting rid of your hood. Moira is still going to be staying, though, for now at least.
Yeah, for now. We'll see what happens. I think Father Newman is actually thinking out the plays, what to do. He does have 2 turns left, so I think he's really trying to figure out what's going to happen. Down comes Misery, getting rid of the hood, and we have the additional demon in hand. We still don't have Victoria hand, but that death does get additional proc coming down to 5 cost. We have the Carnage destroying 2 cards in that lane, getting death down to 3. Out comes Korg. We're on to turn 5. Now, Venom is in hand, Carnage is in hand. You can Venom that left lane, keeping the power in that lane. You're not just destroying Misery, and I do like that. Giving you your opening hand. Is that something you would want to do? We're going to find out shortly. And
so we've already actually seen Canadian Alfredo fill up that location, as that's the second Korg we've seen them play without any Morgan Le Fay or anything like that. So Canadian Alfredo's already gotten the benefit of Sacred Timeline, and Father Newman won't here, even though Sacred Timeline, kind of a poor man's Moira X, as it were.
Good call out. That's very right, very true. That's exactly what Moira actually gets her ability from, right? Because the Sacred Timeline does the same thing. Once you fill up the lane, you get your opening hand. So that makes a lot of sense. I like that they decided to play on the other side, go ahead and making a nice chunky Venom, and then of course making death free for that final turn. So now you get a free death. You can play your Dr. Doom, but I think you really want that Victoria hand to show up. So let's see what happens. Airwalker goes ahead and brings out Le Fay, which goes ahead and brings a bunch of cards back to your hand. Now, you only have Quinjet. Doesn't help you here, but that Death and that Dr. Doom will help you out. So let's see what happens next. If you were him, Father Newman, what would you play? Oh, there it is.
The Dr. Doom mid is interesting. I don't know if I'd go with that, but I do know you could also go with the Carnage in the middle lane and destroy that rock, then play Death there, and then go with your Dr. Doom, potentially in that left lane is maybe what I would go for, because then you can get that 5-power Doombot in the middle and the right lane, as those are lanes I think I'm most personally trying to win here on my own front. But that's not to say that Father Newman's going to be incorrect, because again, Father Newman's here in the final, in the top 16, and I'm not. So I trust Father Newman. I believe he's got a plan here. Oh, but changing that up again, maybe trying to put a little bit less points. Okay, so yeah, you're just going to go with potentially just playing the Doom bot, getting actually more points in that middle lane, less points in the left lane. Only going to have, or be up 2 points currently from Canadian Alfredo in that left lane. The problem is Canadian Alfredo did just get back, I believe, 3 cards back with Morgan Le Fay.
Correct.
Yep. One interesting thing about Morgan Le Fay is that she actually brings back cards in the order that they were destroyed/discarded. So I believe it's a Korg, Silver Sable, and then I believe Venom as the third card. I might be incorrect about that last one.
All right, so Dr. Doom goes in play, give the Doom bots in the middle and on the right. Is it enough? We have Silver Sable coming in, getting to 7 power. Then we have another Silver Sable getting to 7 power. What is that middle card? It is a Venom winning that middle lane. So now what happens on the left lane? We're going to find out. Is a Death and a Korg. Father Newman thought he had it, but Canadian Alfredo with the W. All right. It's still looking good. It's still anybody's game. Let's see what happens.
Well, this is one of those things that I pointed out earlier when your play would have won the game. Again, hindsight 2020. I think my play right there would have won the game, but that's beyond the point. I'm just trying to jazz us up here. Moira X is going to be able to bring back Valentina, Carnage, and herself. The Moira X Infinite Loop is extremely real.
Agreed. And I mean, listen, as you said before, us calling the match, we see things different than them playing it, right? They get their nerves. They got to think about the butterflies. They got to think about what's going on. We are sitting back here in the booth, just calling the matches. So we see things a bit differently, but nonetheless, we take nothing away from these players. They all play phenomenal. And now we're down to the Raft. Who's going to fight for the Raft? I think the Raft is a great decoy in this matchup, because why go ahead and try to fill that up? Well, you know what? They do have Venom. They do have a way to destroy it and empty it out. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, both the players do have ways to empty that lane right back out. One thing I want to point out, I don't think it's been mentioned yet, is that we do have Canadian Alfredo running the newly buffed America Chavez. America Chavez previously giving the +2 to the top card of your deck, now giving +3, giving her basically a 1/5 in total stats. Canadian Alfredo playing nothing on this turn, potentially allowing both of them to try to fight for the Raft on turn 4. With the... Oh no.
This would be epic.
There's a Galactus that's now been generated by Valentina. And we're seeing...
I love this. Yes. End turn.
Father Newman dropping a raw Galactus in the right lane. There's no way. There's no shot. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Canadian Alfredo is currently, I do have it on record, Canadian Alfredo is about to kneel to the one and only G-Man. Whoo! I did not expect to see a Galactus this game.
Now here's the issue. Canadian Alfredo does have a free 6-cost card.
True, and potential ways to bring back all those cards that were just destroyed with Morgan Le Fay.
Yes, and they might have a Death in their hand. So this is a very tough thing for Father Newman. Now, we like this because that's what we wanted to see, but nonetheless, let's see what happens here.
Valentina generating another 2-cost cards. Very good. Venom also just cleaning up that lane, keeping your points there. Canadian Alfredo snapping. I don't know what they have, but I'm getting scared.
They got a free 6-cost. They might have Death. You got to go. Yeah, that's it. Morgan.
Yeah. There could be a Morgan Le Fay, but also I'm concerned about whatever that 6-cost card is. There's a lot of really good things that we can be seeing dropped from Canadian Alfredo there. Even though Canadian Alfredo kneeled, he did not take that lying down for long. Father Newman having to step back after that, as we have entered high stakes every single game at minimum now for 2 cubes. Canadian Alfredo,
Father Newman.
Did you just snap here? Force him into a rough spot?
No.
No?
No. Nah, this top 16. Winner goes forward, loser goes home. You don't want to take that chance here. There's no need to snap and put him into a crazy position because you don't know what they have in their hand. And so it might hurt you more than them. So I think you just play it out. You're up. There's no need for you to snap here.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with you 100%. Wasn't thinking anything else in any way, shape, or form. Victoria hand over at the mid here. You also do have Frigga in hand here in order to get an extra copy of that. And if you play Frigga in that left lane, we can do that fun stuff where maybe in a turn or two, you get to play another Victoria hand, then Misery, the Frigga, and the Hood to get additional value there.
Agreed, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Let's see now. We got, of course, Silver Sable coming down the middle on Olympia. And on the left, we have a missed Rocket Raccoon. All right, Victoria Hand comes down. We're going to see that Frigga shortly. Let's see what happens. And we pulled the Moira X. Frigga coming down, copying a Victoria Hand. Dream Dimension being that sore spot location. All right, Venom coming down, destroying both the Rocket Raccoon and the American Chavez, putting 10 power on the left. Frigga coming out and getting that additional Victoria Hand. All right, with Misery in hand, Moira, Carnage, what do you do now?
It's interesting. So Moira will give you another Shang-Chi, Hood, and Frigga, and I don't honestly know if you really need any of them here. I think if I'm Father Newman here, I feel like it's probably fair to, I like this Carnage into just another Victoria Hand for that Misery next turn, as that will generate you another Demon and another Victoria Hand. Fire Hair.
Carnage.
Oh, so Carnage
That's
destroying
interesting.
Venom means Venom is going to be destroyed. Then Fire Hair is going to use Venom's ability to destroy Silver Sable, which allows Fire Hair to then also use Silver Sable's ability. Gosh, it's so many different triggers it's so much fun. Love it. Okay.
All right, now in comes the Misery, destroy the Hood, get another Demon, and destroy the Frigga to get another Misery.
Another Victoria Hand, I believe, because it's going to be the previous card. If it was Nico, you'd be correct.
Yes, that is correct. That is right. You did mention that prior, and I did say that's what's going to happen. So there it is. Frigga copying the Victoria Hand. So now we have 3 Victoria Hands showing up on the field with a plethora of demons. Oh, Morgan Le Fay bringing back several cards. Another one. Is that a issue? Is that a glitch?
It makes sense that you do see him, right? You get to know it's in the order. I don't think it's a glitch there. But I will say, by the way, in case it isn't obvious with these demons, I think a 1 cost for 12 power? That's pretty good rate in terms of stats. And that's what currently Father Newman has got. Each of those demons has 1/12. That's extremely real.
And this goes back to the first question you asked. Would you snap here? Nope, because it's exactly what can happen. And there it is. Father Newman dropping 3 Victoria Hands, chunky demons, to go ahead and try to win this match and stay in it. Let's see what happens. What does Canadian Alfredo have that they can play to get on top of these additional Victoria Hands?
I think this was a fair place legitimately for Father Newman to snap on turn 1, as it's a bully snap where you're trying to make your opponent in a worse spot, as they kind of are forced to either stay in without much knowledge of the rest of the game, or they're going to be retreat. If they retreat here, Father Newman loses the same amount of cubes each and every game from this point onwards as they would if Canadian Alfredo had more cubes left. So this is a little bit concerning. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know if I love this really from either
here
player.
we go.
We're seeing it stay
Victoria
through.
Hand, Demon, Iron Patriot. All right, so Killmonger, destroying the chunky demons.
I missed that Canadian Alfredo had
Sable
Killmonger
coming down with the Rocket Raccoon, winning that right and middle lane, and there goes Chavez just for the fun, as Father Newman is now out of the top 16 and on to the top 8. Canadian Alfredo.
That was well played from both the opponents right there. I actually totally missed that Killmonger was inside of Canadian Alfredo's deck right there, but I do love the fact that we're going to see Morgan Le Fay in the top 8 decks. That's a fun one. I love that stuff. I didn't know that I was missing me some Morgan Le Fay, but I might just be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Morgan Le Fay's a good card. Okay card. So I'm not mad at it, but I am sad to see a Victoria Hand go down in the top 16.
True. I mean, at some point, Victoria Hand has to lose, either against itself or another deck. But I think the big thing that really unlocked for Morgan Le Fay, which we didn't see much in those specific games, is Airwalker. Airwalker being a card that can bring back a Morgan Le Fay and guaranteed only hit a Morgan Le Fay matters a lot.
Yep. So now we're on to Mom V versus
El Silvestro.
Yes, right. Silvestro.
And as we were having trouble earlier with, I believe it was Brazilian Portuguese.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is Aunt May's at the left lane, Chimichanga, a taco truck at the mid.
Taco truck in the middle. Yep.
Yep.
And Let's see what location is on the right. And that is Wakanda Embassy. Let's go. All right. Now, as you can see here, we have some phenomenal cards in hand. We have the elixir to bring back what you need, but we also have the Stardust. All right. So what happens here? It's nice and early. Still only one card on the table. Daredevil to see the future. Let's see what happens next. Cosmo
Another interesting shout, which another deck I think we hadn't talked about, but I love that we're actually about to see here from El Silvestro. We're having a super giant Ronin list.
That is right.
That's another one that I don't think I've seen thus far in the tournament, and that's another cool one that's pretty interesting up here in the top 16 versus Mom V's Erishim Pile.
Maximus coming down, getting stopped, and of course, that's a chunky Lady Thor on that left lane. All right, we have Enchantress, and now Daredevil seeing the future to see where Mom V is going to play their next card. Now, this is down to the wire. This is for the ability to go on to the next round, to the top 8. What's going to happen next? We have a Luke Cage coming down on the left lane, giving that lane a wonderful 15 power to tie it up. And
here, I'm going to give you a wild idea here.
Yeah.
If I'm Mom V, part of me kind of wants to play Eliath, and I'm going to say it, and I'm going to explain why now. Oh, wait, no, you can't, because I guess you could enchant your Stardust. You enchant your Stardust, and you get Elixir to bring it back next turn. All right, I'm probably cooking way too much right now, but do you?
No, you're not.
The lines, they're out there. You're
not. You're absolutely right. But the question becomes, playing Eliath, what are you destroying? How are you destroying Eliath?
El Silvestro does have next on Huge Warhead. We did just see that inside of their deck list.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It could. Yeah, but Silvestro doesn't have priority.
That's true. So my point doesn't matter.
That's what I was trying to figure out. But hey, we here. Don't you worry. I got you, buddy.
That's why there's two of us. That's why we got each other. Let's go.
Yes. All right. So Eliath coming down left, showing Daredevil that, hey, we're not playing anything left anyway. We're not worried about that. You can keep your nice Eliath on that left lane. Now, what happens next? Plenty of cards going down. We got Mercury moving to the right.
And there was no super giant, so everything's getting revealed.
Eliath into Gladiator, into Shadow King, into a Chimichanga for Daredevil. All right. So now we're on to our final turn. What happens now, ladies and gentlemen? This is Mom V's final turn if they lose, or they can live to fight another day, and they have a ton of awesome cards in hand. Erishim at a 9 power. Elixir at a 5 power. Enchantress at an 8 power. What are we doing here, my wonderful friend?
So the card I feel like El Silvestro is most likely to be able to try to get points with would be Ronin. However, Enchantress being a card that will just shut down the Ronin is extremely relevant here as well. A Ronin plus an Electra. Ronin in either the middle or the right lane plus an Electra left is most likely, if I'm El Silvestro, what I want to go for. Or it could be also Ronin left into maybe even just a Electra mid, right? That makes it so you're winning every single location there. But, I don't know. There's not easy answers here for anything.
No, we're playing the guessing game where the Ronin is going to go. That's basically what we're doing right now. So you go Enchantress right, and nope. There goes Negasonic Teenage Warhead. There go the Electra, as you mentioned before, and no Ronin. But now,
it's not enough.
Gets destroyed. And that's it. Mom V's out. On to the next round. Silvestro, top.
Let's go.
8.
I totally missed that there was a super giant Ronin deck that had also made it into the top 16. Now, in the top 8. So we're seeing... We did see, again, I mentioned earlier, we did see a few different versions of Victoria Hand kind of making it in there. But now as these top 16 players are battling it out, we're seeing a bunch more decks that I kind of didn't expect to see really taking it home, putting down some major points.
And that's the whole point of the Golden Gauntlet. But we'll be right back with some more awesome matchups. Everyone, we're down to the top 8. That's right. Get excited, get pumped. Cannot wait to see these matches. It goes on from here. The top 16 has been phenomenal, and here we go. As you can see, our top 8 contenders are. Dons, take it away.
We've got Corvus Enjoyer getting knocked out by Veronica as Madame Eva. He took it home against Yura. We saw the last bit of that bit. And then El Silvestro versus Canadian Alfredo, both Father Newman and Mom V getting knocked out there as well. Bad Musician of the Electric Flame, we're about to talk about them a little bit more so, but they knocked out Hella Enjoyer and Duality, respectively. Then Malay and Tux Soul King both kneel to Honifer, and I unfortunately do not remember the other player's name here as well. But it was great stuff so far, and I'm excited by this. One of the things I wanted to point out is, remember we were talking about Conchu earlier, STG? Seeing a Conchu deck from the Electric Flame.
That is right. Having Scorn, Blade, Morbius, Conning Wing, Gambit, Corvus Glaive, Lady Sif, Dracula. Of course, we talked about Proxima, right? MODOK, Conchu, and APOC. A nice traditional-ish style discard deck. Looking pretty good. They're in the top 8, so I know it's doing damage. Can't wait to see what they do in this next matchup. How do you feel about this list?
I love the fact that Conchu did actually bring back discard in a different way and allow you to, again, be more okay, I think, with just discarding some of your other pieces, because Conchu can bring them back. And Corvus Glaive also becoming a little bit more weird as well.
And just like bringing back, here goes the matchups. And we have, of course, Electric Flame versus Bad Musician. Black Cat over on the right. We got Mojo World in the middle and Monster Metropolis on the left. All right, so we got Electric Flame go ahead and Floating Energy. Intriguing. Mojo World getting the Celine, hitting both Blade and their opponents and their side. Let's see what happens next. And we have Collapse Minds. Do we do Float Energy again? Looks like we have to, right? No choice.
I feel like you have to, yeah. And Bad Musician is not, but Bad Musician just snapped there. Bad Musician also not actually base running Celine. That is an Erisham deck. We talked about it a little bit earlier. That was also using Quake. But the other big thing about this list that I wanted to point out that Bad Musician is running is, again, with the extra cards in there, Stardust. Stardust is a big deal as it now shuts down Proxima. It shuts down Conchu. It shuts down a lot of this deck, and that might be really rough for the Electric Flame and might even be a retreat condition.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, Stardust, the MVP of this matchup. As you know, if Stardust gets down early enough and Corvus cannot do its thing to hit the Proxima to get on the board early, or Conchu can't be utilized until the last turn, this is very difficult to see. But nonetheless, both players deciding to play and leaving the rocks on the Collapse Mine.
But not for long. Bad Musician wanted to just basically rush that Stardust as quickly as possible. Now the Electric Flame has some options here, but it's not the easiest in the world. You can go MODOK to hit the Apocalypse and the Scorn again, but what are you going to do next?
You just play APOC next. That's your best play here. APOC has to go down next, but it sucks because you want to play the Scorn as well. You need to fill up that lane, and you need to win the left, and you can't do either. You can't do both. So let's see what happens now.
Now, the notable thing is that even though Erisham does shuffle 12 cards in your deck, we've already seen 3 of Bad Musician's actual cards with Black Cat, Stardust, and Eliath. And we also know that Bad Musician is running Quake. Quake in the right lane with any card left means that Bad Musician takes this game home.
That is correct. Quake making an appearance and doing some awesome things. I want to see that. I want to make it do what it do. But again, in this play, I don't know if you can win that left lane if Quake is not played. So let's see what Bad Musician decides to do here.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's interesting. I'm not certain what the best play is here.
All right.
We'll see. That's a couple of cards up.
There goes the Quake, as you mentioned, Dance. Switching over Mojo World to the left. And now that left lane belonging to Bad Musician, and the right lane now belonging to the one and only Bad Magician. Oh my goodness. What a Quake play, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys enjoy this because wow. GG's.
Yeah. It's unfortunate there, but it's you got to see that even if you don't know what cards that they might have, there is a Quake in their actual deck, which means Quake is even realer here than just a normal Airshim game. Because, it could give you any 12 cards, any 12 new cards you didn't have in your base deck. But you really need to discard Proxima fast.
I love this. Quake doing damage. I love this. This is great. This is awesome. I love this. All right, down we have X Mansion coming out. And let's see what happens in the middle lane. We have Bar Sinister, the location that we've been calling all night, doing awesome things. And now you have to, as you mentioned, discard that Conchu ASAP. Look to get Proxima out ASAP. Because if Stardust does get shuffled in their hand, you might have to think about, do you want to continue playing or do you want to retreat?
Oh, no!
Bar Sinister taking up that lane with Quake, destroying the Conchu. Conchu getting hit one more time. And another time will then deplete the Conchu.
This should be a retreat from the Electric Flame. That's so sad.
100%. Well, sorry, 103%, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Conchu, and then the MODOK.
Ooh, that's not what you want to see as a discard player, right? The nice part we were talking about earlier, Conchu can bring your cards back. Wait, what?
The game just keeps getting better, ladies and gentlemen. In comes World Ship, and there's a Gambit in hand. Now, all you're hoping for is for APOC to show up. What happens here? Who snapped? I'm intrigued to know.
I believe that was Bad Musician, as we can see from Electric Flame's side. It still has the rings appearing around it. Dracula early on is going to be the correct call here, but then you need to do something else to discard cards here. Honestly, if I'm the Electric Flame, I'm going to give you a hot take here. I think you skip entirely. Due to the fact that we know they have Eliath. Ooh, never mind.
That's why you need to play it early.
True.
Because of Eliath. Get the Gambit to go ahead and... You don't want Gambit to empty a spot, though. That's the tough part.
That's kind of what I'm thinking here.
Yes,
I feel like I don't love that.
You got to hope he hits... Oh, no. You want to hit the strongest card there. All right. Well, now you have priority, so life means nothing. And there goes the APOC. As we mentioned, do you snap back? Do you snap back with Electric Flame?
You don't snap back. No, you can't. You don't snap back here because if that happens, you only get 2 cubes. You can get 4. I think you can get, if you're Electric Flame, you can get 4 cubes out of Bad Musician right here. But as right now, you're adding 16 points onto the board on this final turn, assuming that I think like a Red Guardian would have to get played to probably stop you here.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see what Bad Musician goes for. Again,
we'll
no snapping from Electric Flame.
No. Hulk
could be something interesting.
Oh, there goes the retreat.
That's honestly a fair one. Dracula being in the card that you can't do anything about means that if a big card is still in hand, it does a lot.
That is correct. Wow,
okay.
Wow.
Lady Sif early on, along with Colleen Wing, means that if you're Electric Flame, you got some options here. But again, you would love to be able to have a way to put Proxima onto the board sooner rather than later due to certain annoying cards. Quake, extremely real against the Nexus.
We got to hope that they drew Quake, though, right? Like, they are playing Arishem, so there is a chance that Quake may not show up in their hand. But you can't... Oh, boy. The snap coming down is very tough.
It's also... That's a base Adam Warlock that they are running in their deck as well.
That's right. Here we go.
Sorry, I mean, an Adam Warlock they're running in their base deck, not generated by Arishem.
Not from Arishem.
Y'all need clarification.
Yes.
Dracula. Okay.
Yeah, you got to move things around because as you mentioned, Quake is a real thing. Let's see what happens here. Super Giant coming down, stopping the next turn, which sucks because Corvus would have been perfect to play right now, seeing there's no Super Giant on the board. But you can hide the Gambit. I would have hidden the Gambit.
I kind of like hiding the Gambit here, but I don't love putting both cards mid. As that's just now a Eliath bait.
So we think Bad Musician is going to play. One of those cards may be Quake, right? I think that's what he's thinking. We'll find out.
Well, no, Quake wouldn't be probably in the mid. I think there's a real chance Quake would go in the right lane here.
That's true. Absolutely right. All right. So You're aiming, getting Proxima on the board. You're hoping that Gambit then takes, order. Oh, you still play Gambit first. Interesting. I would have done the other. I would have done the other way around.
I don't know how much it matters here. Maybe it does a little bit, but we'll find out in a second. Gambit hitting. Honestly, Captain Marvel's the one you want to hit, I think, most.
Yes, you do. Or Supergiant. And you hit the Captain Marvel. Get it out of here.
There you go. That's
and
perfect.
Then you have Proxima going to the left lane. Okay. And you have Khonshu getting destroyed. And now we wait to see what's next.
So Khonshu will, unless there's like an Alioth in the mid, Khonshu's going to get completely deleted from the Electric Flame's hand here by a Corvus Slave.
Corvus. And that's what you want, because you want Dracula to go ahead and get that APOC for the right. But what is in the middle? That's what we need to find out. It's Legion turning all the locations into the Nexus. Which
Can I
again
math
helps.
this real quick for you?
Yes, please, quick. Do it.
So the Nexus resolves from left to right if every single location is a Nexus. So actually the leftmost location is adding its power to the other ones, and then it's going to continue going on in that way. So the leftmost location is the one that matters most here, but it doesn't matter. Dracula still took it home with the 20 points of power. Wow. Oh, God, that's scary.
Math is fun, ladies and gentlemen. That was phenomenal. What a play. Legion. Didn't expect to see that, but there it was. All right, listen, again.
No, that's not even, that's just on their deck. That's just generated by stuff. Okay, insane stuff. Blade hitting the Scorn here is solid. Going to be a 1/5 Blade, but again, most likely going to be happening over here.
The best turn one you can actually ask for, right? So now we go to Daily Bugle, giving a card to each other, and it's a dagger. You won't even need that. We wonder what they got. We'll find out.
Dagger can do some cosplay as the Hulk here.
Yep, that's totally fine. I agree. I like that. Both of them. All right, let's see what the last location turns over to be, and that's Subterranea. These are the locations that you mentioned earlier. And look, an extra rock to go ahead and put over in the left lane. Now, we know both players aren't playing Shang-Chi, but one is playing Arishem, so Shang-Chi may appear.
Ooh, but Gambit's also extremely pseudo Shang-Chi-esque, as it discards card to destroy a card. Potentially one of the most thematic cards in terms of just the way his ability works, which gotta enjoy that stuff. Morbius probably just being a good call here.
Correct.
Okay. Morbius going down mid with a Supergiant in the right lane.
Awesome. You definitely hide your MODOK.
Exactly. And I think, honestly, if you're Electric Flame, due to the fact that you still have priority, this could even be a snap condition.
I think you do snap, but we'll find out. Again, this is the top 8, and they don't want to take that chance. But Bad Musician, I think, is in a bad way right now. Unless Arishem gave them some wonderful things in their hand, we got to see what happens next. And we're on to the final turn after this play, and let's see what we got going on.
Yeah, there's no currently there's no Stardust stopping anything. There's no Cosmic Ghost Rider on the board yet. That could occur still, as we do know that's inside of Bad Musician's base deck to potentially turn off the Morbius. We'll see though. Ooh.
All right.
If
now.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be your best call here. Just dropping Lady Sif and Gambit, emptying out your hand. You do get Proxima in the right lane. Let's see this.
You gotta hope it hits the right. You gotta hope that Gambit goes and hit that Supergiant and not any of the Hulks. Let's find out. And it hits the Hulk. All right, this is a tough call. A light coming down, turning off the MODOK doesn't matter. You just want MODOK with power now. What is the other card that flips in the middle? And that is Red Guardian doing nothing and giving the Electric Flame the W.
Let's go. Yeah, and even hitting the Supergiant in the right lane wouldn't have won that location for the Electric Flame, but would have helped in terms of tiebreaker, as Cassandra Nova only got 7. Because of Subterranea adding 7 4 more rocks into each player's deck.
That is correct.
Okay, this is good stuff here.
Brooklyn Bridge, you definitely just put Dracula over there and hang out. Dracula likes to hang out. You ever heard? Dracula likes to hang out over there. So just play him over there. Not have to worry about anything going forward. All right.
Kitty Pride also. Colleen Wing over at the mid just does hit your score and put an extra card, or I think it's 6 points there. And Adam Warlock not going to be able to gain any actual power. That's unfortunate.
Of course. But nonetheless, Adam Warnock will sit there and just continue getting power, but not being able to pull any cards. It is what it is. Now you have 2 locations kind of restrictive here, right? You got Miniature Lab, and then you have Brooklyn Bridge. Now, X Mansion could give you something funky. We're going to find out shortly in the next after this turn. So we just go ahead and float energy. Down comes Captain Marvel, and the X Mansion gives us,
let's see,
a Black Bolt destroying their Kitty Pride and a Toxie.
Ooh, that's definitely on the Electric Flame side in terms of just who enjoyed probably the X Mansion more so here. And like you said, Dracula hanging out over at Brooklyn Bridge. That seems honestly like a great pitch. Just in general, I don't know.
Different change here. But Super Giant again coming down. Again, at this point, what do? I think you hide the Gambit now, but we'll see what happens. Now, do you go ahead and
play with MODOK because of your Corvus Glaive that you also have in hand? You can still empty your hand otherwise with everything else. You're just trying to go for like additional insurance here, I think, if you're the Electric Flame. Especially if you get Dracula in the next pull. I mean, APOC. And you do pull the APOC. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is it. I think this is a wrap. But we'll find out because Erisham destroys the Dracula. Switches the locations. Which doesn't really matter. It's hurting.
Corvus now coming down, hitting that card. And Gambit, you need to hope Gambit hits that left lane to at least give you some hope that 7 power Mobius can help you win the game. All right, let's see Gambit to the left. Nope. Does not happen. And now comes the Orca, which would have that's unfortunately not going to be enough here for the Electric Flame. Taking that 2-cube hit against Bad Musician. Again, we're seeing Quake do some stuff here. I don't think it made a big difference this game in particular, but again, Quake's just a lot of fun card. A lot of fun card, Cosmic Ghost Rider was made to turn off Dracula's. That's what Cosmic Ghost Rider was. It was made to turn off Ghost Riders. Now, do you think Dracula should be played in the left lane? I think Dracula should be played in the left lane. It would have.
Oh gosh, they need. All right, this is somewhere out there. There's someone flipping switches right now, giving Bad Musician some locations that absolutely are loved by Quake right now.
By Quake,
this is insane.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. I know exactly who's doing that. Can you guess who that is?
I don't know. Gambit and Corvus Glaive both being able to do some stuff here as Corvus Glaive actually is just great. Right now, I believe 4 of your 5 cards in hand, you're okay with discarding. Gambit, you're kind of even okay with losing as well.
Oh no, Stardust coming down, stopping that Proxima.
Proxima, don't do it. Proxima, don't get discarded.
Let's see.
Proxima, watch out.
Nope, it is Spawn.
Okay.
All right. All right. That was saving grace there. Okay.
You know what?
Now they're
I believe they're together, right? They're a couple.
Yes.
So you know what? Corvus was looking out for his significant other. Appreciate that. Let's go.
Now
and then Proxima.
Gambit.
Yeah.
Yep. There it is. All right. Because Gambit, you want Gambit to hit any of the other 3 on the left, not MODOK. But let's find out what happens there. I mean, Elysium works out great for both players, but more so for Bad Musician, which needs this right now. And let's see what happens. Gambit, what card do you hit? I'm going to say it's going to hit Conchu.
So I don't like Gambit as a card because my Gambit hits MODOK every time.
I'm going to go Conchu.
I love it if it hit Conchu. It's cool.
Hit the Stardust. That's your best bet right now. It hit the MODOK, as you mentioned, and it does not hit the Stardust. You called it.
That's so unfortunate.
Yep. All right. So Cobra here to take out any destroyed cards. You guys didn't think you see Cobra in this tournament, did you? Well, now you do. There it is. Cobra on the left lane. Now, do we see a Quake?
It's the secret sauce.
Do we see a
We
Quake?
could easily see a Quake here. Going over to the right lane, I think, is a real shout here in just a little bit. I think Conchu playing to the right is actually your best call if you're the Electric Flame. But then the fun part about Quake is we've seen Quake a few times. Even in the last game, does Bad Musician purposefully not play Quake and fully commit into that left lane?
They can actually, because that left lane is open. But as seeing APOC coming down as a 16 power card, you really got to think about it. Can you get stronger than the APOC? And now Sentry being blocked by that Stardust Sage going over the top in the middle lane. So now it's all about that left lane. Now, if you do play Quake, Nexus flips to the middle, you win the game. Huh?
I think that's the play here. If Bad Musician has Quake, right? So it's Erisham shuffles 12 different cards other than the starting ones into your deck here at the start of the game. Yeah. So we don't know if Bad Musician got Quake. There's
gonna find
technically a
out.
smaller chance of it, but that doesn't stop it from occurring. Also, Captain Marvel being another real card here.
All right.
Let's see
Three
this.
cards, 4 cards coming down. Quake, as we mentioned, was the first one, flipping Nexus into the middle, giving 40 power to all the lanes. That's enough. And then we got Shadow
Not
King
the
just
Shadow
to add,
King.
just to add all that wonderful power to get
Ah.
taken away from.
The insult
wonderful
into the
exercise.
injury there.
Yes, indeed. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Good call.
Got you. Just like Quake's apparently got Airshim back. I didn't know that Quake was guaranteed to still be inside of Airshim's hand, but due to this very small sample size, I must determine that it is.
Dance, if we were playing with Quake, this wouldn't happen. All right, first location,
It's not
Murder
wrong.
World.
Ooh. You don't really love anything right now if you are the Electric Flame just at the Murder World. And you don't even have a good way to get rid of Proxima early. Bad Musician being able to drop both Yellow Jacket and Batroc into the unrevealed right lane.
Ooh, peak taking and giving the thing over to Electric Flame, and Babbage taking Proxima. Now, this is the final game, and World Ship
my
shows
gosh.
up again. What is going on?
They are locked in this game. Right now, Bad Musician is guaranteed to not have 2 of those locate. Oh my gosh, that's insane.
Quake just got deleted from this matchup, and now we're just looking to see if the APOC will show up. And
Okay.
you have MODOK in hand. Okay, Blade is here, guys.
I don't
Dracula
think
comes
this is what I was
down.
about to say.
Now,
I don't think you do this.
I don't play Dracula. Nope, because you remember Cosmic Ghost Rider exists. You do not play Dracula. You play
Exactly.
Blade right now. You play Blade and then Dracula. But again, we're doing it. We're calling it from here. So, oh boy, I'm scared. I'm scared. Here we go. All right. So,
Oh my
you-
gosh.
yep.
And this is just
Yep.
so good because as he just destroys a card. That's it. This is going to be a 10-powered card
There-
that is going to destroy. We called it. We
as
called
we
it.
said it.
Thing
As
First
we
Steps
said.
also destroying something else there next turn. I mean, if I'm Bad Musician, I'm throwing the towel in right here. I feel like this is pretty unfortunate. I don't know what you can do against this right now. But
Elias couldn't happen. But let's see. It's Hulkling that turns into
wait, what is Hulkling?
nothing that matters, but it's Core. Ooh, by 3.
That
and there
Thing
it is,
First
ladies and
Steps
gentlemen.
being insane.
That peak, the peak giving the Electric Flame the card he needed to win the matchup. And there it was, ladies and gentlemen, the Thing First Steps doing big things. And as we mentioned before, we didn't see any end of turn cards. We just saw one, and it won them the game, taking them to the top 4.
As another aside, the Thing hit exactly the right card. It actually had a 1 in 3 chance to win that game right there. If it didn't hit Cosmic Ghost Rider, that was game because unfortunately just wasn't enough points down that you would have been able to
Right.
destroy.
You're right.
That's so insane. I haven't said the best things about Thing First Steps in the past. I might have to renege on that, as that's an impressive showing. Not as impressive as what we're about to see here from Eva
Yep.
and Veronica. I believe Clog from Veronica, and we've seen Madam Eva's move list a few times now.
Yes. Now, thinking about Limbo, going into this matchup, you have to also take into consideration that Merlin exists. But we're on the final turn, so it doesn't matter what I'm about to say. Here we go. Turn 7. We're going to see Sparky shenanigans. We're going to see Eliath maybe, because Eva does have Eliath.
Mhm.
And there we go.
Big thing to note is that Eliath also doesn't stop any spells that are occurring.
Correct. Yes.
Uh,
Correct, yes. All
Eliath
right.
only hits
What a great retreat.
characters. But
That was a great retreat
Okay.
from Veronica.
speaking of gore, we hadn't seen. That's another card I feel like that is a pretty good card. The only time we've seen it so far is with Emperor Hulkling. Now we're seeing it just actually being run by Veronica.
Yes. All right. Now, opening hand from Eva looks great. I think with the ability to move these cards and have Sparky go ahead and pull it back, it's going to be pretty good. And again, shout out to that variant. Phenomenal card.
Mhm.
Elysium
Great one.
comes down. This is the best thing for
Oh
Madam Eva to
my.
get.
You've got Human
Sometimes
you got
it's
Human
shocks
Torch in
me.
hand. You've got Craven. You've got like this is everything. This is a snap condition. You're so happy right now if you're Madam Eva. This is great.
And if you're Veronica, you want to hurry up and get that Doc Ock to come out and pull something as soon as possible to help disrupt the move as best as you can. All right, so here we go.
So
go Spider.
Next turn, I think Madame Eva can also play Craven and Sparky. And then and if you activate Sparky, it would still just bring back Human Torch.
That is correct. That's a cool thing about Sparky. You can do awesome move things, and it still sees the card that was moved. So if you want to Frigga, you could do that as well, right? Because it's only going to look for that Human Torch, which is pretty awesome. So I do like Sparky just for that. Now, Craven coming in. Yeah, we're going to go to mid because, as you know, Grand Central is here. So let's see what happens next. Sparky coming down on Vormir. Down comes the Green Goblin. All right, so we got some Clog going on. We got Aranya in hand. Do you Sparky now? And
you can bring it up to, you'd bring Human Torch up to 18 power because it would get the +3 from Sparky, and then the movement would resolve. So it would be at 18 power there.
Yeah.
Question: is that gonna be enough? Kind of like the waiting here. Legitimately.
Grand Central gets removed, so no RNG happening here on that 5th turn or after the 5th turn. And now we have a demon. So you have Dagger as well in hand with Aranya that you have to activate. So what do you do now? You don't have priority, so life to just stay where it's at. You want a Sparky, and then you probably want to Heimdall. But what sucks is those rocks are on the board, clogging up your lanes.
But the rocks have a benefit as we've now just drawn Dagger. Because Dagger can get +2 from each of our opponent's rocks here. So Dagger potentially becoming, if you play Aranya this turn potentially, and then wait a turn before playing a Dagger, you can get Dagger up to pretty simply, I believe, it'd be 2/6, and then any other additional moves are going to let that continue to trigger upwards, thanks to those rocks kind of just existing on the board.
Agreed. Oh boy! All right, let's see what we got.
Scary
here.
stuff here.
It is.
I feel like I play Aranya. I don't know. I don't know if anything else is great, but I think Aranya at least could be
right
fair.
now. Yeah. Because you want to be able to activate that next turn or the turn after. All right, down comes a Viper, sending the rock over, clogging up that lane. Sparky moving that card to the middle, giving it 18, as you mentioned, and of course buffing the Craven. Now, your option here is to then Aranya the Dagger to the. Don't know if you want to do that at this moment.
Yeah, if you Aranya the Dagger over to the right, there's actually a pretty good chance that Veronica can just fill up that lane with a card like a Titania plus something else, or a Dr. Octopus, or even just try to Cannonball. So it's actually a little bit scary here. I don't know the correct answer.
Like I said, it's tough because of the fact that these rocks are on the board. You don't want to Heimdall because nothing's really moving. So, I mean, I would have tried to aim to get priority and then play Eliath on the final turn. But let's see what Madame Eva wants to do here.
Yeah, Eva is a very good player, and I believe you'll do something great. I just don't know. It's so difficult, especially like you're talking about, just with these rocks, the clogging, and the fact that one of those rocks in the right lane just got sent over to your side is not what you want to see.
Gore coming down, as you mentioned earlier. So now you don't have priority. You have to think about what's next. You could drop Eliath just for additional power, along with the cloak on the left lane, and see if that is enough to help you out here. Or you can Aranya as well, and give that additional power. So
I think
there
it's
you go. Cloak.
Heimdall Cloak. Yeah.
Yep, there it is. All right. Let's go. Let's see if that's
points
enough.
For the left lane, I believe.
Yes.
If I'm
the Rana gives 2.
If they Cannonball,
1. Yeah.
I don't think you should be playing Dagger here, because if you Cannonball, the Aranya gets turned into a rock and will no longer work as an activate. So I think the Dagger is the only thing I wouldn't recommend doing in that specific angle. Although,
Agreed. No, you're absolutely right.
Wonder if that's going to matter. Maybe it doesn't.
Although they have 7 energy, if they have Mercury.
I don't believe Mercury is inside of our opponent's
They
deck list.
That's right. They don't. Yes,
we've seen it on stream here a few times.
Yep.
None of that. Shadow King is a real card that they have, but it's no Mercury. Let's find out. Doc Ock.
They go to Doc Ock, buffing the Gore and Merlin. Shadow King.
I don't think this is going to be enough here.
No, it's enough for Veronica to win.
Yeah, Veronica is going to take this game home. But from our perspective, the player we're seeing, Eve, unfortunately, Eva's not able to take this one home. But that's
Correct.
not out yet. We're not out yet. They've still got quite a few points to go for.
Yeah, they're fighting to get to the top 4, ladies and gentlemen. So I get it. They're going to bring their best A game. They're not going to take the chances. They're going to go ahead and play things out. And now we're on to round 4 of this matchup. Move versus, what we're going to call that other deck? Doc Ock?
Clog. I think it's Clog.
Clog.
Right?
Yeah, it is Clog. Yes, let's do it. That's right. It is Clog. Debris,
Yep.
Doc Ock.
Cosmo
and
being
Viper.
down or in hand early is also a really big shout here because I feel like you haven't been able to get that in the past few rounds. It stops cards like, if you play mid, it'll stop a Viper. It'll stop a Green Goblin. It stops a lot of cards that I think if you can actually get that down here, might be able to be the difference between the win and the loss for Eva.
We also got to see what X Mansion pulls out over there on the left lane for both players,
True.
too. Because that RNG is going to do something special. Then we have New York, which if you have Magic, if we have Magic, which Veronica does have, they might want to think about playing that right. So I would put Cosmo on the right lane, but
I kind of like
matter.
that, yeah.
Yeah, Debris comes down, clogging up the lanes. In comes the X Mansion, giving Red Wing, helping out. And
Hold
then, wow, Red Wing helping out the move player. This
Red
is
Wing?
great, guys. Yeah,
Red
those
Wing? Okay, Red Wing.
People out there doing big things.
Red Wing's actually kind of a real card here, especially with maybe using a Hellion over in a second, in case New York gets turned off here. Sparky getting pulled
Sparky
for
gets
free?
pulled. Yep.
That's
now you just
fine.
play Hellion right. Or Cloak. Hellion or Cloak, whatever you want at this point, right?
I think I like Hellion more due to the fact that, again, you mentioned Magic. Magic exists, as we've seen from Veronica. If Veronica plays a Magic in the right lane, it doesn't work anymore. And Cloak basically just really enjoys cosplaying as New York itself, similar to Moira X and her fascination with the Sacred Timeline.
Do you move the Cosmo?
I'm gonna be honest with you. You could easily tell me yes and no and have enough reasons for both ways, and I would believe you both times. I have no idea which one is the correct answer.
Okay, so we know Red Wing is going to get moved, right?
Mhm.
We know that for a fact. Do we move?
Is it?
Not yet, because you want a Sparky first, right? Because you don't want to move Red Wing and then Sparky doesn't do his thing. You don't want to move. You got no stop. Oh my goodness. Oh no.
Cosmo could be fair. And one of the other things is that we stop a Shadow King if you keep Human Torch in the same lane.
Yeah,
as
but you
Cosmo.
have to move. You have to move Human Torch first, so that Sparky does his thing, right? We got to keep that in mind.
Fair.
The last card moves, so you got to move the Human Torch first, Sparky it back to existence, move your Cosmo, and then you can move your Red Wing if you like, and hope that it pulls something. But if you do it this way, Sparky is only going to bring back the Red Wing to the left lane. So I don't know what the plan is, but we're going to find out.
This exact conversation we're having right now, SCG, is the exact reason why I do not play much move. Like this is the lines that we're having to draw, all the different plays here, right? This is a lot, and I respect our gamers who are doing this in so well. Gosh, it's so much stuff to think about. And Veronica said, "Nah, I'm good," and I understand.
Yes, because you don't know what's going to happen. And you know what? There you go. That's the best play for Veronica, because X Mansion giving them Red Wing is like, you know what? I would have retreated too. Like, I'm sorry. How you get that card? What kind of madness is this? Who's helping you out in the back? And there it goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've already
Turn
covered this.
one.
Guest is just actively pulling everything behind the streams.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't say that out loud. Everyone just erase that from your memories. Urania being a great card to be able to drop on the first turn.
That's right.
Okay, you got Hood again, and Cosmo is still in hand very quickly for Eva, which is going to matter here.
That's right. So now what happens next? Tarnax. Oh man, Tarnax. When the Tarnax? Yeah. Okay. So down we have Madam Web coming down on the right lane. Let's see what happens here, ladies and gentlemen.
Madam Web is going to be fun, plus a Merlin, so we still have priority over on Madam Eva's side. Crazy idea. What if you activate Urania and play Cosmo left? Am I crazy for thinking that that's a solid idea here?
That's actually perfect. That's actually perfect. And there we go. Did not activate the Urania, but down comes the Debris, putting the rock on the right, but you have nothing to worry about because you do have Madam Web, and that's an awesome change there, putting a Deathlock to destroy that negative power in your lane. So things are working out. In comes Sparky what do you play in the middle? Do you play the
This is
cloak?
difficult.
Do you just play the
Not
cloak?
only, yeah, cloak is fair, but the biggest thing I feel like is actually really rough right now is the fact that we do have we did have the destroyed mansion at the left location, adding additional clog, assisting Veronica here.
Okay, so let's see what happens. Let's see how things go.
Okay. Omniversal Presence. Oh my gosh, not only is there clog on the board, there's now additional clog in the deck. Oh gosh. Sparky adding 1 power to the top card of the deck with the newly found Krakoa. Dagger going over. Okay, Dagger going.
Krakoa. All right, here we go. What is that card? Like additional 1 power? I think it is Heimdall. Okay. Not bad at all. So, do you move the Cosmo?
Gosh, I always hate trying to figure this stuff out because it is truly feels like a 50-50 shot either way here. The problem is you just have your board is so full. I don't know what I would want to do.
What happened is you're going to Sparky the Dagger back to the left, get the buff, then go ahead with the Ghost Spider in the middle and pull that card in the middle to get the buff again. And then I think you Heimdall on the final turn. So that's kind of my thought process would be. But again, this is why I'm not in the tournament and they are. And they're doing something completely different, clogging up the lanes, not even looking to move Dagger back to get additional buffs. But they did play the cloak right, so let's see.
I think this might be fair due to the fact that right now, I think Veronica's probably playing either Misery or Dr. Octopus.
All right, let's find out.
Because with Dream Dimension increasing the cost of cards by 1, Krakoa makes it so those are the only 4 costs you can be playing over in the left lane, unless it's a combination of 2 things. Maybe there's a magic getting played here. We haven't seen magic come down from Veronica yet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're going to find out. We'll see. I think Veronica's thinking like Veronica is actually playing move, so they're taking their time. Again, they have to really plan this out. Down comes the 2 cards. Cosmos in the middle, stopping the Shadow King. And then, of course, in comes Merlin's spell, removing the rock from Krakoa and giving nothing to the next card in the top of their deck.
A Dagger going to be able to be moved over to the right lane here. Both Shadow King and Cloak can get that bonus. Scary thing here potentially with we do have a Cannonball that is also in Veronica's deck. So
Veronica
if they stay in here,
priority, yeah, Veronica having a priority, you can dodge it. So you're pretty good now. You just go ahead.
No, that would be the inverse.
Right.
Veronica has priority, and Veronica's the one with the Cannonball.
That's right, and they're moving, so the move goes first. That's tough.
Mm-hmm.
That is tough. Okay,
Yeah.
you can Sparky though. You can Sparky. So I think
Sparky
you should
still
start.
happens after.
Yeah, right. Jeez, Louise. You can't.
Yeah,
dodge
this
this
isn't great.
cannonball.
Yeah, you really
dodge
can't.
this cannonball.
Honestly, I feel like maybe one of the best plays. I kind of like that Cloak mid. Is there a way you can go Cloak mid into that Vibranium in the right lane? Stop it from getting cannonballed. But here's the thing. The Sparky doesn't count first. Oh no, I'm scared. I'm terrified.
Let's see. Close your. You want to close your eyes? I got you.
Okay, yeah, you commentate for me.
All right, Dagger goes right, gets the wonderful buff. Cannonball comes in, pushes Dagger into the middle, getting the additional buff again. And then what goes in the middle lane? Viper doing nothing. Sparky moves it back to the right to get another additional set of power, putting a 34 power on that lane. And then Heimdall coming down, moving Madam Web to the middle. And we have 5 on the left and 49. That's enough to win. And Madam Eva on their way to the top 4.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Great commentating over from you just throughout this whole thing, especially on that last little bit. Thank you for being my visual and verbal guide throughout these intense and amazing games, honestly, that we've been able to see. Going from the top 32, 16 to top 8, we've got 4 players left, and that's it. Top 4.
That's right.
That's so awesome.
And these cards are all different. Hey, guest, welcome back, buddy. How are you? We missed you.
Hey, I'm doing well. I'm trying to recover just because doing all the math of trying to keep up the way that Avazord was doing so is it's daunting. And clearly, if you can keep up, you are rewarded. So they're going to be moving over into the top 4, just like how the two of you are going to be moving to relax mode. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to do another switch up. We're going to be shuffling up the casters. Get ready for the top 4. And we're going to be saying thank you to Super Tech God and Not My Dance for being here and being a part of this production today. I'm going to lead off here with Not My Dance. Please let us know everything that we need to know.
Well, this is typically where I'd shout myself out, but honestly, with STG Super Tech God doing such a great job commentating, especially during that last match, guiding myself and all of you throughout that beautiful journey that Evazor took us, y'all have got to make sure you do follow him, Super Tech God. No underscores, no spaces on all the socials. Go check your tweeters, your X's, your Q's, your Blue Skies, your YouTubes, your Twitches, your TikToks, everything. Make sure you go follow him. He's an absolutely great content creator who puts out amazing content. He's the man with every variant in the game. Come on, he deserves the love.
Wow. Well, thank you for that. And as well as equally, you are phenomenal as well, Dance. Ladies and gentlemen, please go ahead and check out all the socials. Not My Dance. You can't forget it. Not My Dance everywhere where all things are created. He's a phenomenal content creator, does amazing work. And of course, as you guys can see, one of the top casters in MarvelSnap. So please make sure you guys go ahead and show some love to my friend and yours, Not My Dance.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for the semifinals. The top 4 is right around the corner. Stick around. We'll be right back. ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the top 4. We are officially here in the semifinals of the MarvelSnap Golden Gauntlet World Championship Series. For those who do not know, my name is Guest, also known as It's Guest Gaming, and as always, I am regularly, apparently, all of the types of that word, honored, because many of you know, I like to get ready for this stream. I like to get hyped, I get excited, and I decided not to take my multivitamin today because I have all of the vitamin K that I could get just by having this man here. KM Best, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on in, buddy. How you doing?
It is a pleasure to be here once again for the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Qualifier number 2. We are into the top 4. We have 4 very distinct decks at this point. I am excited to see what these players with these decks have in store for us.
Yeah, I mean, over the last several hours, we've watched so many different archetypes emerge in comparison to what we've had in the past Golden Gauntlet events. You know, the amount of variations on Arishem decks, the amount of Cerebro decks and their successes. And now we're seeing the rise of Victoria Hand. So I just wanted to kind of start there because that's where we're starting in our top 4. We're going to be having Unity rocking this deck here on screen, this Misery Victoria Hand style deck. And we've seen a lot of variations of this. Talk to me about your approach on a Moon Girl build, which a lot of people end up feeling like is actually quite clunky at times.
It can be. This is a power-based approach to the deck. This is basically what I would consider stock for the archetype. There are, I would say that since the push from high elo, Derek was a big early adopter of Moon Girl in this list. The fact is that it high rolls just a little bit higher. And if you're playing Victoria Hand mirrors, typically they get defined by who has more Victoria's hand. And that is something that Moon Girl can actually give you in a meaningful way. But even when she's not doing that, she combines with Quinjet to give you not just card advantage, but card advantage in the form of cards that are going to be affected by Victoria Hand. So can it be clunky? Yes, but this is a metagame that has a lot of high ceiling decks in it. You mentioned Cerebro as a high ceiling, high output deck, and you need to be able to match them point for point. The same applies actually to the matchup that's about to be played, which is against a traditional discard deck. Point for point, it's going to matter a lot. Otherwise, you might just get fully stat checked.
This is true. I mean, we've seen, especially when it comes to discard in particular, discard is very projected, right? Very often you see a discard deck and you know, hey, this is what's going on here. These are the play lines. These are the cards to look for specifically. And even in the face of a regularly apparent Stardust and Cosmic Ghost Rider, being able to dance around that due to the massive amounts of power that this deck can present, a great pilot is really able to showcase what I guess you can call a more commonly available deck is. I think that a lot of us have seen discard in the sense of like, we've tried it, we tried variations of it. If new cards released for it, like Redshift came out recently, we all tried different variations of it. But this, I'm pretty sure this version of this list has actually been around for quite some time, no?
On a personal level, Apocalypse was the first card I was ever excited to unlock in MarvelSnap. When I looked at the list of cards that were available in this game way back when I started playing, Apocalypse was the one that stuck out to me as a really cool thing to be doing. And even back then, we had Dracula Apocalypse decks as part of the metagame. This is a deck that has been buoyed by additions of cards since then. Cards like Corvus Glaive, cards like Proxima Midnight, cards like Khonshu, but a lot of the fundamentals remain the same. This is going to be a deck that is able to output a good amount of points, but it's rarely going to be able to output massive amounts of points. It is a consistent point output compared to the point spike builds that are more common on ladder with Dakin and various copies of that card. Both of these players are built for consistent point output.
And it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to dance around it, especially when we've got now something like, oh, just a very calm Elysium and a quick snap from Unity as well. That was from Unity, right? Wait, I'm waiting to see ranks. No, that was Electric Flame.
That's from Electric. This hand is unbelievable.
Wow.
This is everything this deck ever wants to do, because you have a potential here. What you're looking at basically is Khonshu is going to return a Gambit to the board, and it's going to be a 12 power Gambit. And that's what you're looking at. Like, that's the thing you're staring down the face of right now. Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Especially, 1, 2, 3. Khonshu could bring. Yeah, it's all just the revive as I look at it now too, and they're going to be a turn ahead of doing it too. So I don't believe they have any further scalers. Like, I was looking to see if they were running a collector in this list. They're not. So it's just a matter of, I think it's all in on hoping that you hit the Victoria hand right now as we see Mirage take the flip. That'll make it a 0-4 in their hand on that score. And Iron Patriot trying to steal the Elysium lane at flipping up that Gambit. Let's see, 1 and 6 to hit the hand. Hits the APOC, which is a nice hit, but it swings the other direction. Unfortunately, does not hit that hand. It hits probably the best card that it could have hit for Unity. No?
I don't know that that's true. I think that left lane is pretty clearly set up to play the copied Victoria hand and then misery it, so that the Frigga gets a third and they would want the demon out of that. This is true. Like, that felt like the setup there was for this turn was supposed to be a copied Victoria hand and misery it off the Frigga proc from get that extra Victoria hand.
Yeah, very true.
That's still probably what would happen here, but it does mean that there is one less demon available. On the other hand, you know, if that's not what was happening, that is probably advantageous for Unity.
Yeah, I think Unity overall is still in the positive, specifically looking at whatever that Iron Patriot's going to end up being, knowing that it's also getting this discount and the Quinjet is further discounting it. So whatever that was is basically 2. It ends up copycat discard Scorn. Unity's now playing discard. Kudos. All right.
Incredible.
Deck switch at this point. And there goes the Khonshu now up to 8. The Scorn gets another discard, throws the +2 onto Morbius, which now between that and its proc shoots up to 10. Man, I mean, this is going to be a really strong final play for the Electric Flame. But I think it's all about the unknown possibly of whatever Iron Patriot is, because they have priority, no?
I'm a little bit concerned about potentially losing the mid lane here. Obviously, you know, the Khonshu card could go there, and then I wouldn't be nearly so concerned. But Dracula APOC is, with minimal investment, probably winning that right lane. So it's really about board slots here. And the mid lane is the one that has the most potential power represented there because of the board slots.
Yeah.
So that said, there are going to be a lot of points on Electric Flame's side of the board here. It is pretty difficult to reasonably stay in a spot like this when what you're looking at is, at minimum, I want to say 26 on that Morbius, or 26 in that mid lane on that Morbius.
Yeah, because you get the extra 2 from another Victoria hand dropping. Demon goes to 10. That means another demon going on. You're looking at least a 12 power increase. It's not going to take much more. And Unity backs away.
I think that if it were me piloting the discard deck, I might have Khonshu'd mid. But other than that, there's nothing I can say that I think was anything out of order there. And the threat represented by the discard deck there was massive.
It doesn't hit the APOC, sadly, for the Electric Flame. While they sit
That's as good as you can ask for.
Yeah, and some pretty chunky cards outside of it too.
If you are Unity there, just getting a Sanctum Infinitum without it completely blowing up your game plan and helping your opponent's game plan, you are breathing a sigh of relief right now.
Yeah, a small one. I mean, if it hit that APOC, it goes to 12 in the hand, fill it up, shoots up another 5. That Drac just salivates as a final turn play in that incident, as Sandbar now comes in over on the right. Yeah, I think
this is such a funny play.
You just try to nail the Quinjet, right?
Yeah, it's just. I mean, I don't know why you're using the word try. Like,
Because
you're trying in a sense.
It's a 50-50.
Yeah, trying sort of implies
Gambit,
control.
it doesn't work. I'm like, not my dance, man. It never works.
Like, trying, I feel like implies a little of control that is not realistic in this.
I am hoping it goes that direction. MODOK gone. APOC back.
Oh, poorly timed snap there, because that will not actually happen this turn. It will only happen next turn.
Yeah,
might as well just wait, you know?
Yeah, waited just a tad bit there. You got the extra energy and top deck the Khonshu to probably bring back. I think it's only the well. It could also be the Colleen Wing that was discarded. Yeah. Either way, I think you're in the golden on that, right?
Yeah, this is just like the snap came in 5 seconds too late, but there are worlds where you're worried about point output here, but I think mostly what you're saying is APOC is going to be 16. That's going to win the mid lane. So what you're worried about from Electric Flame's side is some sort of magical way for them to win the right lane, or them recognizing that and just jamming a bunch of stuff in the mid lane right now.
And for that same reason, I think this is a pretty solid retreat from Unity, trying to figure out how to be able to combat that amount of power, especially if they don't know if they have the Khonshu in hand or not, to bring another discard back out. I mean, it's a huge unknown for that one piece with only 2 cards in the hand, and you know one of them is APOC. So I like the retreat there. Save the cube. Continue on. 10-7 lead for the Electric Flame over Unity in round 3.
So that blade is pretty interesting to me, because if you then proceed to play the Lady Sif, which largely that's what your deck is set up to do, you are off of MODOK because it will blow up your Khonshu. So that super flow really alleviates that being an issue, because now you can just Khonshu on 5. A lot of things just worked out there.
Wow,
in ways
I'm looking at the same thing going, there's going to be a lot of... The hand is just disappearing. They're discarding mainly with the idea of nothing's going to be left in their hand. It does end up hitting the Khonshu. It goes for the Lady Sif. Proxima's going to be hanging out for a little bit longer, and depending on the top deck here, Khonshu could bring back a 3/12 Lady Sif to discard Proxima. But I think because of Superflow, aren't you trying to hold that back quite a bit, especially with a Camelot now dropping, which could be ruining a whole bunch of power all by itself too, no?
I'm not sure about investing in Asgard here. I do feel like this is probably going to be a snap, but if you play that Khonshu, which you ideally want to do this in the order of play Khonshu and then play Apocalypse, and the Khonshu card lands on Camelot, you will not have a 12.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't well, this is a nice call. It's a nice safe
that
play.
Solves that problem pretty reasonably, I think.
It's a safe play to throw it into Camelot, but they choose not to. They're going to do...
This is Asgard,
You compete for the... Oh, no, it's going to do it in that order. That's right. So it does...
Well, the idea is
just... Bring it back. Yeah, okay. I'm looking at the locations and then the cards, because it's going to... Oh. Don't scare me like that. Or you go for the wild play and play it in Camelot. And here goes the V hand, followed by the Frigga. Those are going to be 2 5-power cards over on the right-hand side for now. Let's see where Khonshu gets it to land. It goes mid, saves the 12 power. That Lady Sif goes ahead and brings that APOC to 12. And with all of the draw now going into turn 5, still with an extra energy due to Corvus, this is going to be a pretty filthy right Camelot lane with this +5 power now. But Dracula doesn't maintain the 5 power after it does its effect, no?
Dracula adds now. He used to replace.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There was the update. Can you tell I haven't played Dracula in a bit, by the way?
That was conservatively a year and a half ago.
Discard's not my deck. That's a different caster. But Dracula +5. I'm surprised they're not going the Morbius line on Camelot to throw it in for the extra power there and then just drop the rest mid.
My instinct would actually be to Colleen on Camelot now, and then don't show that you have the Morbius, so they don't, like, one of these lanes is going to be relatively easier to win than the other, right?
Yeah.
You gotta assume at this point that if they want to win the Asgard, they can go do that. There is a second Victoria hand in hand. They have 1,000,000 energy.
Here they go.
Showing your full hand in this context is a little iffy, in my opinion.
Throw down the Surge to get the extra power. One of the few decks that has been successful with Surge.
Look at that, Nico. It's gonna be 10. So
That's a
25 capped Camelot.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately,
oh boy.
Unfortunately, you have to play the Scorn out here.
Yeah, you can't risk it. You can't risk it hitting the Drac hitting that in that instance. You're gonna have to scale. That'll go to 16, go to 20 in that lane just to keep up. And I don't believe the Victoria hand, Frigga, Surge, none of those are copied cards, so they're not getting any further buffs. I think they're locked at 20 in that lane, no?
Is this MODOK an overinvestment? No, the Nico's going to double up to 25 for what it's worth. So you got to beat 25.
Yeah.
But if you just put the Scorn in Camelot and then you MODOK the middle, because I think what's going to happen is the MODOK's going to overkill that right lane, unless there is like a claw or something. Which
I guess
this would be a valid play around too.
Yeah, just banking on Morbius exclusively, taking on another +6 and saying 26 is fine for the mid as protection too. But again, the unknown of Iron Patriot. One of the reasons I love Iron Patriot in tournament play is that uneven knowledge. So even though, yes, there's consistently going to be something here, it could be any 4, 5, or 6. And Unity Brick backs out. Can't get over that power threshold.
I think that is basically correct. But also I want to say playing the Morbius there turned out to be a very good move with the MODOK top deck, because then they would have been forced to choose between Morbius and MODOK that turn. So Electric Flame outplaying me on the caster desk.
It does happen. It is a real thing at times. Here we go. Quinjet to get it started bright and early over for Unity with this is Smithsonian. I'll try saying that 3 times fast. Smithsonian Museum. Now capitalizing on the Morbius, getting an extra +1 to that lane. Iron Patriot gets its first card over into hand. When only the Drac in hand as what we'll call an actual power piece, because we don't have any of the 6s yet. Yeah, in all of this discard. How long do you think you have to? Is this an immediate drop on 4 and just hope that you eventually top deck?
Yeah. This is just whoa.
Oh. What?
What? Also, by the way, Smithsonian Museum, Smithsonian Museum, Smithsonian Museum. It's actually not that hard to say 3 times fast. I'm just throwing that out there for you.
3 times is fine. Fast is another. And Morbius is currently sitting at the 1, gets 2 discards. It goes ahead. It's
really afraid of that Iron Patriot.
Yeah. That unknown, worthy. And now sit on a Scorn. Really hoping for a 6 right now. You're really hoping for Khonshu more than I think anything, more than APOC, no? On the next
I don't even know. I think you're hoping for top deck MODOK into several question marks.
All of the unknowns.
It seems like this is just what happens when you just don't draw the cards in the right order.
Yeah.
And hand was entirely discard cards. You kind of have to lead to this snap. You kind of got to go.
I mean, it is low stakes. It's a great opportunity your only opportunity to leave for 1. And he's thinking about it.
That's a good retreat.
Yeah.
That's a good retreat. Also, proper use of the retreat now mechanic. People who retreat later after a snap, like, come on.
That's fair. That's fair. As we now move into high stakes, throw in all of the 3s and Drac to start us off. Flip open a Murder World and immediately go for the Hood left.
It is an indication of no misery a lot of the time when you make a play like that. That's just, I don't have misery in my hand. Let's do it. Well,
Well, well, well. Indeed.
Fascinating.
And a snap as well. An immediate snap from Unity.
I mean, there's a demon in his hand. That's a 1/6. It's quite good at winning an Asgard Besieged. Like something like Demon V Hand is like 11 power here.
It does clog you, and you do have the ability to scale over it, though.
It seems unlikely to be scaled over.
They drop 3 cards. This is probably Quinjet, Hood. Can't be V. Oh, and Nico. There we go. Nico gets the 2x. There's the demon. So there's 10 power in total. The Quinjet gets a head start in the Abbey. They win that and destroy their own Quinjet to guarantee the destroyer.
Oh no. I'm so sad about my Quinjet.
Be very
in this
sad.
Spot.
Be very sad. That poor shit.
I mean, there's also an Iron Patriot trigger that happened there.
Yeah.
Just a lot going on here. Drawing the card, and it was luckily a Scorn.
Wow. Get the extra piece on there. Save an extra proc. So hopefully with a nice MODOK top deck. No, just Lady Sif. But that still works too. That's still pretty decent.
Uh-huh. See, I'm not opposed to this.
And it's a snapback to push Unity all the way in. It's a full all-in moment here. Unity has to decide, is this the round to bring me to the finals potentially, because I stay alive?
So what is max power in the middle? They could potentially be 2 Victoria hands, right? So max power in the middle is 33. Khonshu is 12. There is a Gambit in the discard pile. All bets are kind of off if that happens, right? Yeah. Gambit hitting whatever can do basically whatever. That's what he does.
I feel like this is a really tough stay. If you're either way, this is a tough stay if you're Unity. And they say,
I feel like if I'm Unity, I'm in on this. Like I duplicated my cards with Moon Girl. I have multiple of presumably that Captain Marvel from my Iron Patriot. That is a phenomenal draw.
As probably best case scenario.
An immediate emote there.
Oh man.
This is just saying Gambit hits something that is going to win me the game. Yes, like that is what's
You're hoping it hits Destroyer, obviously just for the entertainment's sake for themselves, but I think right now super secure the right hand lane.
Just play both mid. You play both mid and then just hope Gambit hits something mid.
I kind of like the Khonshu on the right though, just for super security, because you could have, like you said, a bunch of stacking in that moment at the last second too. I also like, because you have to play a little bit into the threat of Captain Marvel. Here it goes. Mirage goes ahead and takes a APOC into the hand and a second Captain Marvel, so only the first one's really going to matter. The Frigg is going to put another card back into the hand, so you're playing into 22, 29, and 9. It drops and shoots. Does it score? It hits the Destroyer!
But he didn't play it mid!
This
is what I was talking about!
If he played it mid, it was it! And now the Electric Flame is down 5-4.
He had it. He had the play locked in.
Oh.
The curse of MarvelSnap is if you try enough plays at the end of the game, the one you end up on the last one, it's always the wrong one. And the one you changed from, always the right one.
So, due to the magic of locations, we now officially know that, thank goodness, we're in a situation where both players get double boosters, and a Mirage is going to put a 3/7 Corvus into the it could be a 3/5 Gambit or a 3/7 Corvus. No, oh no, it's lowest power, so it's 3/5 Gambit, right?
What?
Mirage.
It's lowest cost.
I'm thinking lowest power, and then I got confused with cost because then it's a tie. Was it Corvus or was it Gambit? And now we see that it's a 3/7 Corvus. I've done this
I was
before,
so confused.
I promise.
Just sitting there like, what? I don't even understand.
By the time we cast, you got to remember, I'm about 10 hours in. So every now and then I do make a mistake. I am well aware of that. So let's take a look now. We get a wonderful Mystique for Electric Flame, who I know is so grateful to have that on the board right now too.
If I'm not mistaken, in the last match Electric Flame played, there was a massively dominating X-Mansion wherein his opponent got Toxie and he got a Black Bolt. And this feels like the inverse of that, with an Elsa Bloodstone facing down a Mystique that doesn't actually do anything.
Take the discard, throw away the 3/7 Corvus, make the X-Mansion a little bit more competitive.
Has there been a check on what that copycat is? Or
no?
Okay. One of the things I'm really noticing about Electric Flame is that there's a lot of what I would describe as the Lambie series school of being extremely willing to just fill up locations and be like, look, you're not going to win this. And that has been a pretty consistent through line of Electric Flame's play. And here we have what could be the final snap of this series.
Yeah, this is a confident, I'm going to bring you down to 1 cube. Unity doesn't want to even try. And now please educate us on the knowledge and the love of 4 versus 3 with cubes.
4 versus 3, in theory, the person with 4 is supposed to snap turn 1. That's just the base game theory of what happens when you have 4 versus 3, because if you lose, you are still alive. If you win, you are supposed to put them all in. This hand is so awkward that I do not blame the Electric Flame for not doing it. This is just, there's a lot of stuff that is not great here. Deep Space, obviously, Dracula can't go there. Plenty of our cards can't go there. This is just going to be like if Corvus Glaive blows this game, which he very easily could. Oh, look. Okay.
Okay, maybe not as much. Maybe not as much.
I still believe he can blow this game.
I mean, he's a solid 4/5 in Deep Space.
Mm-hmm.
He could be a fake proc for Dracula, just leave him in the hand and throw the lane. As you see the 3/7 be at least something decent for Unity over in Deep Space, as Lady Sif discards APOC to 12. Murder World says, bye, Nico.
It actually is quite difficult to beat 7 power in a Deep Space with this deck.
It would have to be the APOC.
Yep.
A Scorn top deck would probably actually be pretty good here, because it would have at least maybe another chance to give some fear.
Oh. Great way to beat a Deep Space there. Or at least to match it.
That is going to do that too. Yeah. Totally forgot about that being a card. And as we saw from some of the earlier statistics, an incredibly successful card as well in this tournament.
I wonder about this order.
I'm looking at it the same way. Like, wouldn't you want to guarantee the Proxima hit first and then hope to hit the APOC? I mean, they're trying to hit the APOC twice. I think the idea is,
no, it's APOC's always going to protect the other two in hand from the blade because of where it'll enter his hand. So that's the thought process behind this order, if I had to guess.
And here's the push. Here we go. Electric Flame says, Unity, this is your moment.
Like, because if you do it in the other order, there's a world where Proxima gets discarded and then so does MODOK Gambit. What I actually wonder about is it not like there is a world where it might be save the blade, but it's hard to do that if you're discarding 2 cards from your hand, right? Because you ideally want to blade MODOK, but if you lose either half of that, I mean, the snapping from Electric Flame, I don't know another way to describe it other than bullying. This is, you might argue, too aggressive, but as long as it keeps working, and it has been working, there is just a lot to be gained from here. I've been very impressed with Electric Flame's understanding of where this game is going.
I mean, it's not going to help the Khonshu or the APOC, but you know what? Guaranteed to hit the Scorn maybe would be great. You know, save it for a little later. Just play it safe and play the Gambit now. Take down the Surge.
I mean, this is everything you want to be doing. If there was, I am so sure that Electric Flame would be snapping right now if it was possible, based on everything I have seen from them. This would be a snap. I've seen them snap in far less dominant positions with far worse hands than this.
And I think it's worth noting, too, because we talked about it earlier about some of the more, you know, commonly accessible decks, the more common decks. This is a deck that is very often a comfort deck for a lot of people in the very beginning of the season. And I've always said that the 13th card in every deck is the locations, but I think for the Electric Flame, the 14th card is their snapping strength. Showing the dominance and knowing that the snap is being used to my advantage because I have a high power output and still some flexibility within that too. I think that's that's testament as to why they're in the top 4.
They seem to have a very clear grasp on the output their deck is capable of. Just consistently, it seems as though they are very aware of the power they have access to. This blade is quite interesting because without Corvus, there's a world where if you plan on playing Gambit this game, you're going to be looking down the barrel of your Khonshu going away.
It's risky, but we see Misery take an extra Surge piece with Banana Flare to really show that up.
Unity's draw has been deeply anemic so far. Just not a lot happening here.
I mean, at least it's a 6 power Moon Girl. Yeah.
The ultimate discard gamer play. Leave it in the hands of fate? No. Not in the hands of fate. Swordmaster discards something. That's going to let Khonshu bring back that thing. Here are some big numbers.
Yeah. Swordmaster hits Gambit. It's going to be very scary. The downside is that if it does hit the Gambit, though, they're most likely to have Prio. So, very targeted.
It's already very scary.
Yeah, there it goes.
That's so good. Because, I mean, really, whichever one of those it hit, right, is scary. Because Khonshu brings it back, and then it has a chance at getting rid of a Proxima. There's just a lot going on here.
Unity must really love getting that 3/7 Corvus Glaive, because I think it's about the 3rd or 4th time they've gotten it so far. As they drop the Khonshu mid. Is the only card that's left that's actually been discarded the Gambit?
I believe so.
Yeah. So a 3/12 Gambit to drop on the board. Unity has taken the Prio, so I mean, it could be an Atlanta sweep if they put a single card. I think that's something they've got to weigh into to still steal that lane still.
Yeah, Colleen Wing discarded Scorn, and Lady Sif and Blade discarded Khonshu. Swordmaster discarded Gambit. That's all of them accounted for. It's just a Gambit. And
a big
without priority, maybe it's possible that it might not matter, but I find it hard to believe that there are going to be a lot of bad Gambit hits here. That guy's going to be a scary dude. You might say he might make a name for himself.
Hey, I like it. I think right now, as I'm looking at like, okay, the 3/12 Gambit landing in Atlantis is technically adding 7 power because it'll drop that back down with the +5, but then the Gambit also makes the Morbius go back up. But if it overhits into the right-hand side, it's still just a 12 power body trying to compete for 21. I can't think of what Unity would have here, and we're about to find out as Corvus Glaive is going to drop into the middle lane as a 3-7. It looks like they're just trying to throw some kind of points out there to hope for the best as Nico gets her 2x with the other Victoria hand, which gives some reinforcement to that Corvus Glaive. Conchu's going to drop and tie the mid as Gambit goes ahead and shoots out and hits in the mid, and that is going to do it. Electric Flame knocks out Unity with the Victoria hand deck. Congratulations to Electric Flame's discard deck moving forward into the finals.
As a caster, I have to stay unbiased, right? I'm not allowed to pick favorites. I am going to pick favorites here. I love seeing Apocalypse do work.
Yes.
Like I said, it was my first ever favorite card in MarvelSnap. I love this. I desperately want this to happen for me and for you, person out there who's thinking about starting MarvelSnap and then looking at how many Series 4 or 5 cards there are in every deck.
Very, very true. I mean, as someone, you know, I've been taking a lot of time really investing into returning players as well and trying to move forward these strong initiatives saying, hey, listen, there are good things that you can still do. You don't have to have the most meta relevant cards. I think the newest card in that entire deck was Conchu, and that's what, the beginning of the year, like, or older? Like that's a ways back. This is a very refined list that, as you said, they know inside and out. They know the ceiling of what this list can do, and they're using their snap strength to their advantage. I'm absolutely thrilled to see Discard make it all the way into the finals. We're going to take a very quick break, get match number 2 of the semifinals ready, and folks, we will be right back.
Which card?
All right, we are back We are back and we are ready now to dive into the world of Move and Morgan. I can't believe we have a Morgan Le Fay deck in the semifinals, man. This is great.
That's interesting because I can, but I believe we're going to start with Ava Zord's list, which is the move list. And that is a deck that is highly read dependent. And Ava Zord is one of the best readers that I have ever played against. This guy gets inside your head at a rate that very few other people are capable of doing. He mentioned on his player intake form that he really appreciates the support competitive MarvelSnap is getting, and it's what's bringing him back to the game. He was a bigger name earlier in MarvelSnap's life before support like the Golden Gauntlets actually existed. So huge shout out to the people inside Second Dinner and the team here that get these Golden Gauntlets done and get players like Ava back in the fold. This is a deck for mind readers. I cannot stress enough that every deck you play against, it almost doesn't matter how good they are or how good you are if you get your reads wrong at the final stage of the game. You can very easily overinvest, put a 30 power Human Torch in a lane that your opponent does not care about, and lose the other 2 lanes. That is the biggest question that I have in these matchups is how is Ava going to win lane number 2? And I think Dagger is going to need to do a lot of work because a Morgan deck is going to fill up a lot of lanes on the final turn of the game.
Yeah, especially looking at how Canadian Alfredo has their deck built. This really has a power ceiling focused around, I'd like to say, probably death more than anything else. And with no Shang-Chi, no ability to, kind of clip some of that move off at the knees, this is very much just pretty much raw, just power and stats. Like even the 1-drops that you're dealing with here, there's Aranya and Ghost Spider, so Killmonger is only taking care of a little bit here. So maybe the only play, I don't know, I'm like you in the sense, my personal beliefs on this, not taking sides for players, but in this matchup, it feels like it's very move heavy. And this deck, if it is able to scale over the top of it, I think everybody's going to be curious to say, you know what, do I actually want to unlock Airwalker and Morgan Le Fay now? Because these are 2 of the newer cards in this list.
It doesn't matter if you want to unlock Airwalker. You can't. He's not available until September 21st in the caches.
No, but was it 2 weeks? Yeah, 2 weeks.
Sure. The thing about Morgan as an archetype is that it is one of those decks that is very functionally capable of playing against anything, but it is sort of capped in terms of its total output. Now, that is a disadvantage against the better draws that Ava can bring to bear, because there are going to be lanes that are absolutely uncontestable once that Human Torch starts getting sparkied and moved around. You are not going to be able to beat that. So the game here is going to be go everywhere Human Torch isn't, and go there with as much power as you possibly can. To me, this matchup is going to revolve around Torch and Dagger, with Vulture taking a big back seat thanks to the potential for Killmonger. But as to Morgan herself, the deck is solid. There are definitely other lists that are in the same vein. I think you could compare it functionally to a lot of the Victoria hand lists. They're doing more or less the same thing, which is I am going to have a lot of point output. They just take different routes to get there. And I think you could argue that maybe you could rather play a Victoria hand list in some matchups than this. But I think both of them would find themselves similarly disadvantaged against the Human Torch and in the same position of having to guess where Human Torch is not going or hoping that he just isn't going to get that big.
Well, we're going to find out which theory makes the most sense. Is it I can scale and not have to worry about you? Or is it I'm going to play around that dangerous Human Torch? Let's head over into the match right now. Ava Zord versus Canadian Alfredo.
Another dynamic that's really notable is Airwalker pulling Morgan Le Fay. A card very, very good against any kind of Airwalker actually getting blown up is Cosmo, if you can take priority, which I think is largely what this rope is about.
the Madam Web having constant play in here. I do want to shout this out with the Rocket Raccoon specifically. There's going to be regular targeted play in that lane, so I feel like the Rocket Raccoon is going to be very valuable consistently. I love the play of having a movable Cosmo. I think it's probably one of the strongest things that you can do with Madam Web, and also the more recently released Hellion, as Killmonger drops over into the Isle of Silence, and we see that movable potential Cosmo now. Do you start that move shenanigans, play down the cloak, and say, hey, maybe I'll move it here, put it mid, maybe I'll move it back, or do you just let the Human Torch do his chaos?
You drew Human Torch, you play Human Torch. He's the guy.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting here is there is a cloak that is going to allow this Cosmo to move back onto Xandar later if necessary. If that cloak wants to go on the Madam Web lane, there's a lot. This is just an attempt at catching out just trying to catch someone out in making sure that there is not going to be, you know the card, Airwalker, dropped on their head.
This is true. And now here on to Earn 5, Isle of Silence. I think Isle of Silence actually may have helped Canadian Alfredo just a little bit because it's one less threat location for where could that Cosmo maybe move to. But even still with that unknown about Cosmo, I think you have to play Cloak down this turn in the left just to show that possibility of it existing.
I think that with the draw this anemic from Canadian Alfredo, what Ava is doing is very right here. Going for a cloak on the right lane with a Heimdall in hand is just going to be like, okay, here's what's happening. One of these scalers, we split up Craven and Torch. One of them wins one lane, one of them wins the other lane, and that is just going to have to be enough.
As we see the Airwalker drop here on 5 with a Korg. So we're not looking at a destroy to bring that 4/7 down. We're all the 1, 2, yeah, 2 out of the 4 ones are here.
This is the other thing you run into is that while the competitive advantage of a deck like Canadian Alfredo's deck over something like, let's say, Victoria Hand, is that it gets to run Killmonger, and we saw Killmonger be very effective. The competitive disadvantage is that it doesn't have as many paths to that power. Victoria Hand can beat you with Moonstones and Miseries and Hoods, even if you're not drawing the key card. If this deck does not play Morgan Le Fay, it is nearly non-functional.
Morgan not being a threat, at least on turn 6, in my opinion, for this specific moment. I find it interesting that they're still looking to commit all 3 lanes by playing that Heimdall, right? And they're now Avazord's considering just, reinforce, protect everything, keep it over there on the left. But instead, they're only looking to drop a very minute amount of power into the mid because Human Torch, they're just confident in that Human Torch strength. I know Craven's going to go up 6. So it's going to be...
This is a Heimdall setup, right? And so it's this and then Heimdall mid because Human Torch goes to the... Yeah, this and then Heimdall left, right? You get as many moves as you can. That's the overwhelmingly likely outcome there.
It's one of
the Morgan Le Fay
about...
deck.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Morgan Le Fay deck didn't play Morgan Le Fay. That's sort of how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, and I think... It's also one of the things that when you're going up against a move deck, or even when you're playing a move deck, that final turn of, okay, all these moves are thinking, okay, maybe I do this, maybe I do this, maybe I do this, and then opponent retreats. So it's thinking so hard for, oh, okay, they're gone.
Yep.
It's a tough matchup. It's a tough matchup and moment for a lot of players. I personally love that when I'm playing move because I'm still trying to think all those things through. Going up against it, though, I know you're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs, waiting for them to finally realize that you were gone about a minute and a half ago.
Well, I think that actually speaks to a very important tournament skill that Avazord is demonstrating, which is tournament stamina. Being able to play this deck this late into the day is just hard.
Yes.
This is a deck where every decision you make matters, and you have to think a lot about what those decisions are actually going to be. And if you make the wrong ones, you will lose a lot of games. You have to be on 100% of the time, and that's hard.
Can we talk about the +6 power thanks to Time Theater?
I mean, we can.
I mean, that could be enough as it's on Airwalker too. Show it, destroy, please.
Well, Prio taken by Canadian Alfredo, meaning that there does not need to be as much fear about blowing up that Airwalker, but that is not what I would describe as a wonderful target for it here. Going all twos on Genosha, very cute thing to do as well. The problem is, what is the is there like a move multiple cards, blow up multiple things, get a Morgan Le Fay outcome here? Because not enough stuff has died. You really want to be doing Airwalker on 3 after blowing stuff up. You want to be doing like one drop Airwalker, blow up that lane, then play Morgan, right? Because Airwalker goes and gets the Morgan. There just hasn't been enough output here from Canadian Alfredo.
I think that death is something to really consider here, and then whatever gets top decked after that too. So if you move all your ones over in Firehair, let them destroy. I guess death is okay. So they're going the Killmonger route instead. Let all of those cards do their thing one more time. You're gonna get +3. You're gonna get +3. 3 cards still destroy. Sorry, 4 cards get the destroy on there. So death is now a 4. Airwalker's just chilling as a 3/9 in the middle lane. Cloak instead goes mid. And that's a interesting final play to work with here. No scalers except... sorry, no, there's Kraven also in the left. I was going to say there's no scalers beside Human Torch, but I forgot about Kraven in the left. It's
a bit of a... It's a bit of a noodle fight, if you will. Like, neither player has done what they are really trying to do.
True.
And there's definitely going to be like one of these lanes where you're looking at it and you're like, I guess I'm just trying to win this with my 6/10 Heimdall. It's very odd game where you see the power of the interaction with the Killmonger, right? Like that turning off the ability. Human Torch would have been able to move. It would have been on the Madam Web lane. It would have then been able to, it would have had an additional, it would have been at an 8 power instead of 3. Like that is what sort of kept Ava Zord at Canadian Alfredo's level here.
And they just don't see enough power in there. There's a bunch that could potentially move, and they're not even going to risk it. There's not enough scaling that can happen, and there was too much death that potentially there could be some chaos that happens afterwards. If we get Sinister London as the first location, who does this benefit more?
Well, Ava highlighted it and just like, hey, look what we got over here. And the answer is honestly, it's going to be Ava if he draws the right cards. But he does need to draw the right cards.
It's over. Like,
I don't think that's how that works.
I think Madam Web into Sinister London is one of the most fun plays in Move. I love having that double ability every single time. And was that snap?
It was Canadian Alfredo.
No, it was oh, okay.
Ooh, so Nora is really cool with the ability to bring her back. This doubles up to 4, right? You're doing a bunch of cool stuff. That's awesome. One thing that's notable here is it is impossible, as far as I can tell, for Canadian Alfredo to lose Prio here and get Cosmode, but it is extremely possible for Cosmo to lock down any ability to go get a Morgan Le Fay. Oh!
Ooh. Oh. Okay, so wait, so we got... Do you just start playing the Cosmo bouncing game? No, you gotta go power. Yeah, no, you gotta go Human Torch first. Yeah.
I literally have no idea. If you get this Human Torch over onto the right lane here, which... Ooh.
That's rough.
But you can go Spider it over there if you wanted. Oh, no, it would get the one that got played. Yeah, get the one that got played.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way to get the second one. But Ghost Spider will still do some work.
Double Cosmo help to either protect the middle lane or block right. Seems to be the idea that Cosmo dropping down is going to be missing because Rocket Raccoon goes off once, twice as it hits over to the right, and then Killmonger destroys Massive car. Oh man, these are
The thing is,
Morgan.
there's Cosmos. Cosmos. Like, there are 2 Cosmos on the board. They're going to be somewhere. Both of them can be anywhere.
Oh.
So where are you playing the Morgan?
Where do you play? If Morgan needs to come down, I think you have to play Morgan mid and hope that it's not a double move.
I would do that, but there's basically no way to know what the actual correct play is.
This could be really scary right here. No matter where the second Human Torch drops, knowing that Madam Web, even if Hellion goes over into the right instead and doesn't offer double moves, you still have the Madam Web quote unquote backup plan to still move out some cards. Like, this gets really scary if Human Torch lands right and Hellion lands mid.
When you say lands,
Copies.
it doesn't copy though.
Oh, that was a move. I'm sorry. I thought it was a drop from the Human Torch. I apologize. I thought it was one that for some reason was played and it was a copy in their hand. That's where I messed up. Sorry.
I mean, that's it though, right? 2 Cosmos on the board, guessed wrong on where it's supposed to be. If that was a Morgan Le Fay coming out of that Airwalker, there'd be great things that we could be saying about Canadian Alfredo right now. As is, this is just a retreat.
Yeah. I don't think there's any way you stay in this if you're Canadian Alfredo. Considering that you're ideally thinking there's 2, is there any logic or reason behind possibly snapping if you're Avazord in this scenario? Just to say, listen, give me my 2. Don't stay, to put that aggression towards him?
I would think that the reason to snap here is because you're 100% positive you're winning no matter what happens.
Because a lot of people hate the idea of the possibility of losing out on some potential cubes and the pressure of it. No, I'm of the school of take the cubes you have. You have those cubes.
I don't even think it's that. It's they were leaving. Canadian Alfredo, once that Cosmo hit that Carnage, was not going to stay in that game. Again, Morgan Le Fay deck, no Morgan Le Fay. They're not going to stay.
I like the rhyming though. There's a lot of rhythm.
I'll pretend that was intentional.
Yeah, it's okay. Much different opening hand now for Avazord. This is nice.
That's a really interesting prioritization here, with the dagger being prioritized over getting a Madam Web down. A lot of people play Madam Web early, but Avazord, learning from the previous few games, get some Aranya value while you can, because the Killmonger is always there.
Especially when Aranya is going to most likely go away now. Yeah, sure, that ended up paying off for them. Help protect, get that extra energy next turn too.
Left location, really bad. Cosmo demolishing, but even if there was a Madam Web here, that left there was a Morgan Le Fay, I should say, here. That left location prevents basically the entire game plan. There's only this is a very over game.
And Ava initiated the snap as I'm looking at the rings. I think that's an incredibly smart call here.
A stay from Canadian Alfredo. What does he know that I don't?
The threat of death? Oh, location change makes it a much more competitive round then.
It does. It does do a lot there. I don't know if it does enough, but being able to blow up that Clubedo Inferno would be a very relevant thing. Is this going to be the first actual Morgan Le Fay play we see?
It looks like it's setting itself up for it, but at the same time, you could also instead just get rid of the right. No? They get rid of the mid. And it goes to Weird World, which draws Carnage and Firehair. And Airwalker takes the destroy.
Airwalker!
Airwalker
go!
value to pull the Morgan Le Fay out and bring the ones back.
So, fundamental problem. That left lane is like kind of unwinnable. So, given that the left lane is kind of unwinnable, really all that Ava needs to do is make some sort of absurdly large Human Torch and call it a day. Put that in the middle and just be like, hello, this is my absurdly large Human Torch.
Move the Sparky, so there it goes to 12. Order.
Does look like an absurdly large Human Torch.
Wait, order. You're
What?
losing out on Craven
Moves?
value.
Guessed. Moves happen before. He won't reveal.
1, 2, 3. No, but the ordering of when he activated the Sparky. He activated the Sparky before he put the Craven down.
Oh, true.
See, I know things.
You're so smart, Guest.
Thank you. That's what Mom tells me.
This does seem...
It's kind of weak in the mid, no?
It's a little
no.
weak in the mid. Yeah, it might have been a little over-indexed
6,
for the left
12.
here, which is largely unwinnable, I would argue.
Canadian Alfredo backs away.
I genuinely think that is a Hellfire Club victory there. Like, if there was the ability to play those cards out, I think Canadian Alfredo would have done it. But once again, what we have seen from Canadian Alfredo is largely, if there is a notable weakness to this deck, it is just how reliant it is on one very direct line of getting to its point output. And that level of inconsistency, I think, is largely what we've seen happen here at the worst possible time for Canadian Alfredo.
And, I mean, it could have been a worse switch on the peak. You know, Sparky for Nico. Both trying to do kind of the same thing, at least for Avazord. So I don't think he's too upset by that one. But especially because he's getting the activation right away. Again, we get a whiff from the Rocket Raccoon over in the peak. This is a full-on stack ready for destruction.
Honestly, the way this game has been going, I was expecting that to be the Morgan Le Fay.
On turn 2, just because. No.
No, just the no, you do not get to play Morgan Le Fay, actually.
At the same time, as much as we may be looking at this match, and we've seen the struggles that Canadian Alfredo has gone through, it's also worth noting the success that they did have to take all of this down. I mean, they went undefeated 6-0, and then won the first 2 qualifiers to get through to the semifinals. Like, this is clearly a deck
Great
that
run.
has been performing incredibly well, as we see all of the effects with the Fire Hair and the Venom and the Chaos happen on the board as Human Torch ends up back over in the peak. But it's a very strong deck in the right circumstances. I refuse to almost believe that it was just good luck for the first 8 rounds.
That's not what the point I'm trying to make is. The point I'm trying to make is
I'm not saying you
has
like that.
one,
No.
Yeah, it has only one route to victory. And so when that route gets disrupted, and I think we've seen Cosmo do a lot of meaningful disruption to that route to victory here.
Yeah.
Things can get very awkward very quick. When both players are doing what they want to do, Ava's deck simply outputs more points. And so that makes this matchup just a very, very hard one to deal with for most mid-rangey decks. It's just being expanded upon here because this mid-rangey deck is almost combo-esque in what it requires from you in terms of the draw you have.
Death makes its first appearance into the mid here, competing with that Human Torch.
I just feel bad, right? Like, this is turn 6 of the game. No Morgan Le Fay, no Airwalker Destroy. It just seems like it's on repeat right now.
Mm-hmm. They have a little flexibility of do they move the Death or not to throw some indecision out there. But with the Hellion also then dropping, I mean, just wherever Human Torch goes is where Death is, correct?
I I think it's sort of the other way around, but yeah, like Human Torch is going to win whatever lane they have a bunch of points in because he's going to be at 48 to 96 depending.
True. Still will get the extra energy here. It'll be right on that border of 10. Human Torch still has a single kick out that could go all the way to the left on the next turn as they move both cards over into Limbo, Fire, Hair, and Death. You get the dagger hitting both right there. 48 power Human Torch. And Hellion says, here, my friends, come over. Come join me over here, please.
And just no cards played from Canadian Alfredo? That's... I gotta imagine that a lot of what I'm talking about is how they're feeling right now. Like, the constant lack of the Morgan at crucial times is like I would have a fairly similar reaction, I suspect.
With Pet Mansion on the board, holding Aranya in hand, we get to start off with a Silver Sable to start the stack of ones that will most likely be destroyed. Going into the Raft. Do you compete for Raft if you're Canadian Alfredo? Yes. Okay. Now.
Oh yeah. Got a lot of one drops in your deck.
You have to at this point, like, and you don't because you play the Fire Hair.
So now, I mean, I think we might see the Cosmo do his dirty work here, because the way in which Canadian Alfredo would want to compete for a Raft is put a bunch of one drops there and blow them up, or put an Airwalker there and blow it up, and then you have competed for the Raft. You get the card off the Raft. Cosmo just sitting there. I mean, that's really bad for Canadian Alfredo's ability to do that, especially. And I think it's a weird thing to say, but I almost wonder if the Raft was the thing that was being competed for, if the best pull for Sakar would have been Heimdall to get rid of it. But as is.
We've played all the ones around. I guess they were expecting the Cosmo mid, so they played their ones around with a Killmonger on the board, most likely coming up next.
This is a very clever Cosmo move here, because A, it shuts down the Fire Hair if there is a Killmonger / whatever, but B, there's a decent chance that that is the lane that they play the Killmonger in which case it would be game winning.
I think so. I think this is, if you're up 9-3 in this specific scenario, I think this is a snap condition just because of the threat of the move of Cosmo. Just guarantee the 2.
I don't know that it would be a snap condition because of this.
Ooh, he plays it over to the left with the Venom. Fire Hair gets blocked via Cosmo. And then Cloak says, hey, come here, Cosmo.
Yeah, I mean, Hellion into Heimdall or Hellion into Eliath with whatever you get from the Raft, it should be good enough.
I mean, there's a lot of moves happening and nothing's scaling either, which is interesting to watch. Looks like they're going to try to maybe just keep the extra power on the Hellion to catch it back up.
The Hellion with the purpose here being, I really, really, really want priority so I can Eliath something.
Yeah. So they get the free 6 from the Raft.
Which is also available to Canadian Alfredo. It's just Ava's going to be able to get out of it, and Canadian Alfredo will largely be locked in it.
I'm trying to think from their build what they would even want to put in there with maybe no risk, but both players get a Raft card. It's a free 0-12. It's
actual Morgan Le Fay.
She exists.
Does not.
Looks like they're just basically saying, I needed the free card to have a chance here. That's how I personally read that. Because they had to have known that Cosmo was going to get moved back on that turn.
I mean, my heart goes out to Canadian Alfredo. Is basically how I feel watching this. because this is a cool deck doing really cool things,
Yeah.
getting stun locked by Cosmo repeatedly.
As they look to figure which way I can have some fun here. They take the Madam Web movement to bring the cloak over to the left first. Take the Cosmo, thinking that that's going to be their competition lane.
It's really just which two lanes are you going to target here?
With no, yeah, because they got to figure out where Thanos needs to drop more than anything else, which after
Well,
a
if Madam
Heimdall
Web
movement, yeah.
If Madam Web moves out here and all those cards on the right move in to... Oh, wait, hold on.
Ooh, we've got some interesting movement as Death and Magneto pulls the Cosmo from the far side of Sakaar. Heimdall puts the Madam Web over in the left. Aranya and Hellion go into the mid. It's a huge, huge play to have a free Magneto and Death go down, and that actually changed it all by itself by moving the Cosmo over, because the Cosmo would have won the raft by 1.
Yep. That's what Ava was mathing out on the final turn of the game was,
Wow.
I want to win the raft by the minimum amount of investment, and then I put my Thanos somewhere else.
Oh boy. So Kamartaj.
Snap coming in from Canadian
Alfredo.
Alfredo here. Camartage. It's pretty easy to see what that snap might mean. There are some
Yeah.
Canadian Alfredo right back in it.
Just like that. Just 2 quick matches, 2 snaps, 2 free card and a death. And here we are now in round 8. And it's all of a sudden, it was 9-3. Now it's 4-3. Avazord. Barely.
5 cubes in what feels like 15 seconds.
Yeah, it was.
And Ava taking the mathematic snap here. Here it's 4-3. You snap them. That's what you do.
I think one of the reasons you do so also is White Palace just told you that they do not have Morgan Le Fay in hand either.
True.
I think that's a pretty solid, like, okay, I feel good about making this my chance.
All right, so this is it. The Cloak and Sparky are the cards that would have come off of the White Palace there?
Yes.
Very interesting.
Take an immediate power up here because of the threat of Killmonger.
Genuinely, it is a lesson learned. Like,
Yeah.
that is actually what happened. Over the course of this game, Avazord was like, all right, I'm using Aranya immediately every single time.
Yeah. Because
Got caught out one too many times.
Yeah, they've been constantly seeing Silver Sable and Rocket and America Chavez just drain all 3 of them over the first 3 energy on those first 2 turns, and then just like, no, you know what? It's not. I'm not losing my value out of one of my only 2 1-drops. You know, you have to capitalize on that.
If you're Canadian Alfredo, are you willing to risk it for the biscuit and just like get Airwalker down? I think you're not, right? I think you need to like put stuff into the Morgan Le Fay first, but I just like after so much of Cosmo in these matchups,
Yeah.
I wonder how much fear of the dog is going to dominate what's happening here.
I think there also has to be a threshold moment if you're Canadian Alfredo, because what also, as you were talking about earlier, Canadian Alfredo knows that Avazord didn't have Cosmo in their opening hand either. So that could also give just as much confidence. As we see the good boy appear.
So this is incredibly interesting because priority was actually given up by Ava here, which means that a turn 5 Carnage plus a Airwalker would go and get Morgan Le Fay.
as we see probably the 2-1s. There's the kill.
There's the Killmonger. So
And an
priority
unmovable
again going to
Cosmo.
be. Yeah, priority again. Well, there's a cloak in hand, but priority again going to be on the side of Canadian Alfredo here.
Yeah, I'm
And a
talking more
Human Torch at 1 power.
Oof. I'm talking more in the sense of like the floating ability of whether it be Hellion or Cloak. Like right now, if Canadian Alfredo wants to drop Morgan safely, they can. And I'm assuming that's what's going to happen right now.
Really interesting here because there was a choice to save the Sparky. Here's the Carnage Airwalker that we talked about earlier, which goes and gets the Morgan Le Fay, which puts stuff in hand for sure.
No Venom, though.
I mean, this is for all the marbles.
So I think this is just an Eliath read. And this is something that Ava Zord is incredibly good at doing, too.
I gotta say, if I'm Canadian Alfredo, I'm almost wondering if the play isn't just we're playing exclusively for the 2 outside lanes here.
Throw Mojo World away.
I'm certainly wondering about it. The other option, of course, could be dump all your guys into Mojo World, but I think that just loses too hard to the dagger moving there.
If I'm playing like Canadian Alfredo, I'm assuming that, and I'm with the assumption that I have Death in hand, I think I'm safe by playing Death right with the thought that Dagger is going to move mid. So I'm moving over Morgan Le Fay, Carnage, over into Mojo World, playing Death into the right, because I would be leaning on Dagger doing exactly with what Ava Zord is doing. Throw that all over there.
This is so risky, though, because this loses to the Death left. Like, this is 12 power.
I mean,
if you're playing for... Right, it could. If you're playing for left-right here...
Oh!
That is a left-right play.
Here they go. Eliath is going to annihilate the White Palace cards as Silver Sable drops down for 5. Here comes the Nico for 5, the Chavez for 5, and the Death for 8. It's 15, and it holds on, thinking that Dagger was going to move out, and leaning into the play on the left was the right call. We've gone from 9-3 to 1-3. Ava Zord has 2 chances to knock him out.
Do you see what happens when you draw Morgan Le Fay?
Yeah.
This is what happens. This is what happens when your deck works.
It's scary. All right, now Canadian Alfredo in the offensive pressure here.
This is a great hand from Ava Zord. This is just a bunch of really scary stuff.
The only downside I see is that late draw of Aranya, knowing that Korg is already down on the board. It could mean no Killmonger if they use
might actually be
the
better,
right way. Yeah. Start your Human Torch.
I would imagine he might be contemplating the other play here, specifically so he can get the Aranya onto the Human Torch. What his worry would be, this is why he's splitting them here, because he wants to get priority into the face of a Killmonger so that Aranya can give power to the Human Torch here.
Fair play. Take a Sentinel just because to guarantee that prio.
Like, really cannot say enough good things about the way Ava Zord is handling this game. Like, it is... We've talked about the bad draws from Canadian Alfredo, but Ava Zord has like a couple of very specific cards that he wants to see basically all of the time. And without those cards, his ceiling is similar to Canadian Alfredo's. This is a ceiling play and like already Human Torch at 16 if it moves off of this. Just huge.
Yeah. Chavez, Firehair.
And with priority, like a Cosmo comes down here, an Eliath comes down next turn. Ahead. God only knows. You know, there's just so much that's possible here.
Securing the dagger in the left for only
So
4? Yeah. I
Well,
was
no,
gonna
if
say-
you do the dagger to the left, you can Sparky it back.
True.
No, because you'd want to move your Human Torch next turn. The way moves interact with Sparky is very weird. To me, this looks like a bit of a Heimdall setup.
Yeah. And Morgan clears.
She's here.
Yeah. Now we have to be slightly more scared.
So I guess my question is this. Since moves happen first, if he activates Sparky immediately and then moves dagger, it's going to hit the dagger, correct?
No.
It won't hit the
last
Human
card,
Torch.
The last card moved was still Human Torch right now. So Human Torch is going to move back to 32.
But now
that
when he
happened
moves
first.
the dagger...
Yeah, so based on what he does
moves-
here, keeping an eye on it.
Okay.
So dagger does the move first. That is now the last card played. If they Sparky after that, dagger would move back. If they Sparkied first, Human Torch would move back. Instead, they go for the dagger, activate the Sparky, which is going to allow it to go back into the sandbar. Ooh, great dance around here. If they use the Heimdall
No.
left.
That doesn't work. That does.
Yes, because then it allows Madam Web and Cosmo to move into the Heimdall and Human Torch lane, and Dagger just gets 2 moves and stacks it still. If they do Heimdall,
A little better. They Sparky the Human Torch back into the middle, and then move Dagger to the left with the move everything else in the middle to the left.
here they go. Human Torch goes back, shoots up another 3, then doubles, goes to 38. The Heimdall's going to drop for 8 power, bring over that Dagger. Madam Web and Cosmo is going to go up another 2, 4. It goes up to 6. It's now 18 in the left. Killmonger comes down, gets rid of the Aranya. Firehair says, here, I'm going to have some fun with this just because I can. You've got a Silver Sable for only 5, and it's all down to Genosha, which shows a Korg for 5. And we are down to final cubes in this ridiculously close matchup between Ava Zord and Canadian Alfredo. Another 10-rounder. And as you said, it all comes down to Morgan Le Fay.
It has been an incredible run back from Canadian Alfredo, but I'm not sure the fundamentals of this matchup have changed. Cosmo is incredibly dominant. Human Torch, when it gets going, is basically unbeatable. So you have to find the exact middle, managing priority. That is quite interesting if you're a deck that plays Killmonger and Death.
I don't know
On the other
I
hand-
would want to bring back 1/4 Raptors, though, because they will come back into your hand in the order in which they're destroyed. So Nico is...
The issue is Hellfire Club again.
Maybe that's why they go for the Carnage right away, try to get the Nico right. Oh my gosh, we're here again! We're here again!
It's a Hellfire Club for your Morgan deck, and it's a New York for your move deck. Canadian Alfredo on the back foot on these locations, despite how good the Savage Land was there. Good play for Prio here, though. Good play for Prio here, though, and Ava Zord is missing his scalers.
Yeah, that might be a saving grace.
That's what you need. That's that in the business. That is what we call the out. That is the win condition here. Is Ava Zord just does not draw Dagger or Human Torch the entire game.
Trying to ramp that Kraven up as much as they can. And a possible setup for Venom mid pretty safely.
That is now no longer Cosmoable. Yes. That is still not a Human Torch or a Dagger.
Oh my gosh.
Is
I think
this
he just-
using Sparky on a cloak right now?
Not yet. Cloak, Sparky, Cosmo. I mean,
Gosh. I mean, like I said about the noodle fight earlier, I think we might be involved in another one of those.
I think this now might favor straightforward Canadian Alfredo, because I'm assuming a Venom mid with priority, so no fear of Cosmo, which will bring Morgan Le Fay back out. Kraven's just ramping and ramping. No, it's a
Venom.
Killmonger.
So there was no Morgan this game. Just like how there was no Human Torch and no Dagger, also no Morgan.
Wow. So this is the noodliest of fights in the worst possible scenario, though, for both players. You've got a move deck with New York that's got nothing to scale, a Human Torch at 3-1 in your hand, and Canadian Alfredo wanting to play 1-drops and can't, with no destruction of Morgan Le Fay-ness. Like, oh my god.
Human Torch is still 10 power here, if you want it to be. If you move it with the Ghost Spider and then Sparky it back, that's still a big guy. Like, it's quite a large man, even though it's not even remotely the thing you wanted to happen here.
I think this is almost exclusively, in my mind, this is just a competition for the mid. I'd say New York is thrown. Club Inferno is thrown. It's just a matter of how big can I get a card, get my last card, which would be a 12 power ceiling, I think, potentially in Savage Land.
Club Inferno isn't actually thrown if you have the card Death.
No, but if you take it with the Heimdall and the Cloak over in the Club Inferno, it's over.
Sure. If that is what ends up happening. See, if it were me, what I'd be afraid of if I were Ava here is that there was a drawn Morgan Le Fay, and you're just going to lose to like Morgan Le Fay and Death on the left here. Boy. That would be my big fear, because Kraven's going to New York.
And they're going to leave it with only 4 in the left. This is for the semifinals. Here it goes. Rocket Raccoon's going to be able to hit because it hits that Heimdall. Death does end up dropping left. Heimdall's going to shimmy everybody over. Kraven might go up and up and up, but when you look at Club Inferno, oh my gosh, Canadian Alfredo claws their way back and takes down move.
In style. No Morgan needed. No Morgans necessary. We don't need Morgan to give our Rocket Raccoon +3 power. What we need is America Chavez to give our Rocket Raccoon +3 power.
Gosh.
Absolutely. The margins on that were genuinely America Chavez and Silver Sable, though, right? Yeah. Like, that was a really marginal change that mattered a ton in that context.
And there were outs.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It was, I can't think of a more impressive performance for both players, really. Like, I came away from that incredibly impressed with how those players navigated those games, because it was a case, sometimes when you watch one of these games, what you see is a player having everything go right for them, right? Yeah. You see the Quake RSM player drawing Quake every time the Nexus and Mojo World shows up. You see all of that happening and just working and working and working. And it's really easy to feel like you're a great player when things are working for you. But in those games, I think both players had things working against them that they overcame. It was one of the most interesting sets of MarvelSnap that I've ever seen. And now we're queued up for what I would say is the most off-meta finals that we have ever had. This is it.
Think about it. I've got the Morgan Le Fay deck on screen. We just watched the chaos that can come from this. How are they going to keep up in the finals?
Draw Morgan better? Like, it's just numbers. These are two decks that do numbers. They are both doing numbers with various ways that they can absolutely clunk. Okay, if I am going to be on the discard player's side here, right? Well, I really hope what happens is my Corvus Glaive doesn't discard my Modok. Bunch of inbuilt ways to clunk here.
Yeah.
But there's a lot less stopping the Morgan player in this game. It's going to be a lot more about power to power. Which deck is going to do more points, because neither of them is going to stop the other one.
It's interesting that MarvelSnap presents such diversity when it comes to the tournament side of its gameplay, because it's not just about luck, it's about skill, as we've now clearly seen, because you can take a deck that is approachable for so many players and pilot it to the finals, or you could take a brand new card and just master it in a week or two and just absolutely dominate it and take it to the finals. I don't think that that's necessarily the case for every game, where it's just constantly, I could take this old deck, you know, let's call it what it is, an Apocalypse Khonshu deck. This is a deck that's been around for a long time, an old deck, and pilot it to a competitive tournament finals with thousands of gold and thousands of collector tokens on the line. Both of these players have made incredible progress climbing their way up the bracket. And as we get one final look of the bracket here before we take our next break, we can see the path to victory for Electric Flame and Canadian Alfredo. Anything you want to shout out from this bracket specifically?
I wanted to shout out the banana split on the Modok there. Incredibly good taste. Absolutely, exactly correct. Great job. I wanted to shout out the way in which these players have carved through this bracket, because when you think about what this metagame is, largely the perception is that there are these combo decks that need to be held in check by tech cards, right? You need to be playing your Stardust, you need to be playing your Mobius, you need to be playing your Shang-Chi, you need to play all this stuff. And what's really good in metagames like that is playing something where those tech cards are not particularly relevant. Morgan Le Fay is sort of really trying to do that, because there's not really a ton that's going to stop your Morgan Le Fay, although notably Stardust will stop your Airwalker, and in the discard deck, Stardust will stop the Proxima and the Khonshu. But we don't have to worry about that anymore, because two people that took the same route of saying, I would like to just dodge all of the people who are playing tech and just have more points than them, and they're not going to be able to interact with my stuff, either due to priority shenanigans or Dracula's text. I am going to beat those decks, but now they have to face off against each other. And now it's just who's doing numbers better.
And we will find out in just a moment. it's time. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. We have made it finally to the finals. It is a showdown no one saw coming, and I'm quite okay with that. So buckle up. We've got some chaos to take place. KM, talk to me. What are you excited about?
I'm excited, hopefully, for a finals where both decks will go power to power. These are two decks that have the ability to clunk. The Morgan Le Fay deck cannot get to Morgan. The discard deck can discard its own important pieces. What I want to see out of these finals is a game where that doesn't happen. I want a nice, good, clean match, and that's what I'm rooting for. That is my rooting interest right now.
Yeah, I agree. I want to see both of these decks get to their maximum potential. So let's find out. We're going to switch on over. Get ready. It's time for the finals. Let's go. Canadian Alfredo versus the Electric Flame. Discard versus Morgan Le Fay.
The double Lady Sif is really bad with this hand. It is not what you'd want to be doubling in this deck to begin with. And I guess to go on with that, I think it's pretty likely that Canadian Alfredo's doubles are better.
Yeah.
But with this hand specifically, those cards are literally unplayable.
Taking an Otto's Lab into play, I'm assuming is probably benefiting Canadian Alfredo here, most likely, as Killmonger gets the pull, destroys the ones. It takes out the MODOK, which is huge. Nothing ramping, man.
Remember when I said that I wanted to see a good, clean game?
Yeah, that was a good time.
Yeah.
I remember that.
It was nice that I could believe in that for 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, a whole 5 seconds. I mean, as they get their Airwalker down for free.
Yeah,
Bye! Good retreat. Good retreat.
Yeah, you know, you're right. We have to focus on the positives here. Good retreat. Great play from both players. Good snap. Good retreat. Well done.
Reset. Round 2. Nothing happened.
Yeah,
It was
done
just
and dusted.
a leaked cube by the Electric Flame. That's fine. Okay, so resetting. Lake Hellas. We're in.
Lake Hellas, pretty good for Canadian Alfredo. I mean, we just saw Canadian Alfredo in what I would argue pretty unfavored match. Yeah, this is the I've got a favorable location. I've got my Morgan Le Fay. It might even just be Canadian Alfredo has made some snaps in this tournament that are I have a favorable location snaps. This luckily is not one of them. There is a Nico Minoru drawing 2 here. So it is not going to be subject to, oh my God, my favorable location got blown up by Los Diablos base. Of course it did. Why is Ben Broke laughing at me? As all of my favorable location snaps are.
Also, I must give the compliment earlier, the reaction to the compliment earlier. I'm glad you enjoy my Pixel MODOK with bananas. I greatly appreciate that, good sir. Because I decided to rock my splits for today here for the production. So we're having some fun with it.
Oh, I see. I foolishly believed that it might have been one of our competitors who had such good taste. I should have known.
Yes, unfortunately, you have to resort to complimenting me. I know it's not on the to-do list typically. I know.
Oh, this hand. One thing I really appreciate about the way the Electric Flame plays is there's such speed in it. Like, no, not even taking the time to be upset about what's happening here. Just like, all right, it happened. I'll live.
And I think a portion of that absolutely as well is comfort with the deck. They know this deck inside and out. And we've preached this on our own live streams repeatedly. Bring what you know. You know this deck inside and out. You're going to pilot it better than anybody else piloting it.
I mean, this whole finals is just cinema in that way. Like, this is just exactly what you want out of a MarvelSnap tournament is Apocalypse discard versus Morgan Le Fay Firehair.
Oh, yeah.
It's everything you want. That might be it for Electric Flame here, depending on what comes out of this. Yeah, I think this is going to look like a retreat for Electric Flame because the draw you're looking for there is basically Khonshu or bust.
4 cards loaded into their hand right there from that. Oh, wait.
It's looking like a bust. You can take this and say, I always win 17 on the left, which is maybe true. But this is pretty heads up. When you look at Electric Flame's deck, max power output on that left lane, that is something Canadian Alfredo can calculate for.
Yeah.
And it's fairly similar for the right lane, to be honest with you. Dracula would max out at gaining 20 if there was a card like a Lady Sif coming out of here. But it is still very much about calculating for max output on that left. And there it is.
Oh, I'm almost in one card all by itself. You see the Death, you see the Rocket Raccoon, you see the Chavez, you see the Silver Sable just for kicks. And then let's add a garnish of a Korg. Yeah, 30 is much larger than 17. I'm surprised they stayed for 4 on that.
I am as well. But Canadian Alfredo making the exact right math read right there, which is, well, they definitely can't win the middle. They just don't have the ability to do that. So they're probably going to win the Dracula lane. And if they contest anything, their max contest is like about 7. So I'll just beat that by 1 million.
Give or take a few thousand, but yeah.
Seems like 1 million to me.
Yeah, it's true. Probably felt like 1 million at the end of that round, though, because now we go into another Los Diablo space to open us up with Korg right off the bat, and Nexus could make this very fun.
You don't want to snap it because of Los Diablo space.
Yeah,
but
not yet.
The discard deck is way better at this location.
Yeah. I mean, they've got all of the discards. They've got the Dracula and the Conchu drops in Sinister London too. Oh my God.
The discard deck is also way better at this location.
Yeah. And it's a great snappy. Why would you play the Sif there?
Because you don't want to double Sinister London, get your Conchu to a point
No. Play it in Los Diablos is what I'm saying. Because for the exact same reason of you want your double Dracula or your those double Conchus to come back like that. I feel like that's a much safer play rather than leaning into the Sif saying, this is good enough in the Nexus.
It is, though. It is good enough in the Nexus.
And it hits the Sinister London. So it's all about the Nexus now. No?
Yeah, I mean, Dracula, MODOK, several thumbs up. Call it a day. That's the out here is Nico blowing up the Nexus. That's it. That's what you're playing around at this point.
I mean, not picking sides. I kind of want to see that just because it'd be amazing. It's just the 1 in 6 and it hits at the right moment, especially if it's on turn 6. I mean, it's entertaining. You got to feel bad at the same time too if it does happen that way. But let's see how they play it out. They load the Dracula into the Nexus. Canadian Alfredo deciding. Let's see, 2, 3. If this is turn 4, it's a pretty telling play as they load it up. Oh, there's the Nico with a move and Venom to clear the Nexus.
There's a Morgan Le Fay coming in, right? Who is going to be able to get that Nico back. So there will be the ability to threaten it off of the Nico. I don't really know if there's a to be had here. This feels pretty straightforward to me.
No, I know the card itself of like, do you play left or do you play right is more my question, because do you need to contest in that Venom lane early, trying to hope that your Conchu drops a certain way? Or are you guaranteeing just play the Conchu mid and that's it?
It's the second one of those is my guess here.
That's how I'm leaning. So yes, as there's Morgan Le Fay dropping on down, here comes all of the power back as they also hit their APOC, which kind of it doesn't it hurt it a little bit though?
Hurt what?
Oh, wait, no, because I'm thinking the other way around. If it was a scoring that was dropped at the last minute, it would hurt that, but not the other way around. I caught myself. I mean, this is just.
Is there a Nico that does the Nico do the thing?
If the Nico does the thing, it's got to be a heck of a sacrifice card too. They do not have the Nico doing the thing. That is the consensus.
Yeah, it's pretty much where you're at, because like, okay, let's say you have just like a million power there. You have your death, let's call it at 4. It's not at 4, it's at 5, and that card kind of makes this play irrelevant. But let's say you did, and you had death and 2 Morgan cards, you're still losing to the point output there. So it's just Nico, unless maybe you get death with a Nico double. Doesn't seem pretty likely.
10, yeah.
I'm not sure that would do it either. Like, honestly, because the Morbius is getting so much power, even if the Scorn low roll Dracula hit. Oh my gosh.
Just start yeeting and hope that it doesn't hit Drac.
Well,
oh wait, no, hold on.
There's a couple of cards to think about here.
Nico. No. Hits the Scorn positively. Great. It's a Blade.
So this looks like Dracula Scorn to me.
Drac mid, Scorn right.
I think it's Drac right,
Ooh.
Scorn mid, if I had to guess, but I can't be sure.
Yeah, just throw Grand entirely.
I would say you Scorn mid largely because the thing that Scorn doesn't beat there is a Killmonger, right? And if they Killmonger, they're also going to end up having to Killmonger their own Rocket Raccoon, which is why you would want to Scorn mid there, is my thought process.
Guaranteed at least 6 in the right. Pretty safe for Mojo World with 3 there, and causes the Alfredo to back away.
I'm honestly wondering if that's like, normally I'm a big proponent of snapping there. I'm kind of wondering if that one might have cost him a cube.
It might have. It might have. And
Alfredo thought for a long time about that. Utopia, quite good for final turn output of this deck. If it ends up clunking for a while, it can make it all back immediately. But Canadian Alfredo feeling confident.
Turn to Airwalker safely. Cheaper Morgan, you know.
I think it's more about that, right? Like it's the a lot of my awkward draws, which are like when I have an Airwalker that I need to Venom, take a bunch of time, and now I can just do that on 4.
Nico with the destruction of cards. And a Time Theater copy of Corvus.
Not what you want, but getting the Dracula down early into something like Corvus Gambit is very, very real. Especially if a draw like Scorn or Khonshu pops up here, there's some things that can happen.
There's your Khonshu. Oh boy.
Now you're kind of wondering, am I going to overdo this Khonshu? But like, this is Corvus Gambit into play Khonshu into... Yeah, I mean, this is the nuts. This is the nuts from the Electric Flame. This is exactly what he wants.
And he plays the Morgan into Murder World on 3? What am I, just to proc death?
They have, there's a second Morgan, because that's what their Time Theater card was.
Time Theater. Oh, that's mean. Oh, that's mean.
It's very mean.
Yeah. I like it, but
double Corvus, abandon the Morbius, so that what happens is you Khonshu back either a Morbius or a Gambit.
Oh, here we go. Watch your discards. It's first APOC Gambit. Second time through. It's Khonshu Morbius. There we go. Okay, so you're left with both your 6s and way too much energy for what you've got in your hand. There's some really good things that are about to happen, aren't there?
I think that was largely the worst possible outcome, actually. Whoa.
Oh.
It is just on.
Flame's like, I've only got 5, you've got 7. I'm going for it. I'm going to push all in here. No matter what, whether it hits Khonshu or APOC, I'm feeling comfortable. If I play the Khonshu down, it's Gambit.
No, I'm not feeling comfortable. I think...
No, with that snap, they have to. It's the finals.
Gambit or Morbius. It's Gambit or Morbius, but if the Khonshu card is really big and important and it goes into the left lane.
But you play Khonshu Khonshu left then? He locks it
Figured
in
it out
the
here.
mid, and it goes in the
It's
left.
the Morbius,
It's a
and it's like, that's-
huge Morbius. Oh, Silver Sable takes its -2. Nico goes ahead, adds another 2. And Carnage destroys it all to bring the Morgan Le Fay out from the deck. Brings back almost an entirely full hand, and Fire Hair goes off again, getting more negatives on that next top deck. Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
I think this might be it for the Electric Flame here.
I do like this play, though, of just throw 17 right and let Dracula be, the 0, be a 1.
I think it's the
cheeky.
play. I just also think they never contest Utopia a lot of the time. What are you going to contest the Dracula? No, you're going to put a bunch of power in the other 2 lanes. I wonder about the ability of Apocalypse to win middle.
Here we'll find out. Would APOC have done it, as APOC and Lady Sif go for 17 on the right? There's your death. There's your 10 power Morgan Le Fay. It's not enough in the right. Electric Flame hangs on.
You see what that was, though? That was a play around of the 30 that Apocalypse represented in the middle. So it was just guess where the APOC goes. And the guess was wrong.
All right. We're still alive, folks. It's 5-2. Electric Flame now has 3 chances to knock Canadian Alfredo out. But will Canadian Alfredo revive as often as Morgan Le Fay has done herself? I'm going to call that my Husky moment of the evening, and now we've continued on.
I wasn't even going to acknowledge it. I was just going to let you have that one. That was all you. You got it. You did well.
All right, get the destructions right away. Get +6 on your next card. That's got to feel good.
The thing that I would like to know is how Canadian Alfredo weighs his performances or his investment into the Fire Hair. Because it seems like she's kind of just here a lot of the time.
Sable takes the -2. And Jack presents the power threat. Morbius is going to allow us... Is it going to be enough to get the extra power? No. Oh, no, wait, no, sorry. I'm wrong location. Pit of Exile. So good underplay there. Trying to hit the Fire Hair. Top priority.
Yeah.
Carnage, do the thing. Bada bing, bada boom. Got to replicate Fire Hair. Bring it on out. There's the Morgan. Airwalker. Bring all the cards back. Get the extra power on there. I mean, it's just... Hit the Fire Hair.
It's just
Show me
not even
potato
possible
salad.
to have a bad hit.
Oh, hits the Carnage.
No, this makes sense to me. It yoinks a Proxima over to the left, and Dracula wins his lane. And this feels quite scary if you're a fan of Morgan Le Fay, but quite euphoric if you're a fan of Apocalypse.
All is said and done, that's going to go to 20 into the Dracula. 1, 2, yeah.
It's a lot. I actually think it might be more reasonable to put the Scorn in place of the Colleen Wing just because it's slightly more points, and I'm not sure you have to worry about that mid lane. But maybe that concern is meaningful here. I think what you're worried about is one card on the left and a bunch of big guys on the right. Like that feels like the way that this is a loss for Electric Flame here.
Isn't it no matter what, it's just a straight up tiebreaker scenario as long as nothing gets played on the left.
I think that's an unrealistic ask, right? Like it's pretty likely that something goes left and then the rest of the cards go right. Proxima's going to be a little bigger.
There
Whoa,
we
they all
go.
went
They drop
middle.
Oh, they stack for a race for the middle. There's the Rocket Raccoon hitting and converting. Venom goes ahead and destroys the Fire Hair is going to take on the Rocket Raccoon ability and the Silver Sable ability. Hit that targeted card over in the Smithsonian Museum. Fire Hair takes some extra power out, goes all the way up to 11. It's now 16 that it would need to compete against over in the left. You got the discard now happening from Colleen Wing, who's going to take the Proxima, drop it down over on the left-hand side. Morbius shoots up another 2. Go ahead and reveal that blade. Brings the Apocalypse up to a total of 20 into the Dracula. And Canadian Alfredo is still in it.
That is
wow,
unbelievable. Normally, there is a healthy amount of fear and respect paid to Dracula. And I guess, to be fair, I think all the cards they played mid would have also won the right lane in that situation. But it is just a really, really, really brave play to target that in that way. It is so brave to try to go for the Dracula lane. Amalab, like, yes, it takes Canadian Alfredo largely off of the game plan that he wants to be playing, but it does represent basically a lane that cannot be lost.
Yeah, I think this is just a invest heavy in this and wait for your turn 4 and 5 combinations. And they're playing the Blade into Machine World. To give them another 1-drop to drop into Gamma Lab? And now another... Help me walk through this one.
I don't understand it. I think maybe it's just I've accepted that I'm going to lose Gamma Lab. I'm not even going to bother with it. So I'm going to play where my points want to go.
Is this an intentional bricking strategy due to negative zone?
Got me. I mean, the rest of their game is very good. Dracula, MODOK, Apocalypse, good things are happening here. Gamma Lab fully abandoned. And in order to get that Gamma Lab to that point, Canadian Alfredo had to abandon his main game plan. So what Electric Flame is saying here is, look, dude, you're just not going to beat my cards. I am going to put this Dracula on the right lane. I am going to play a MODOK. Yeah. You are going to lose. And that is just like, you don't actually have a functional game plan if you're not doing the thing that your deck wants you to do here.
Yeah.
That's a really high level assessment, honestly, I think, to make that early in a deciding game.
Yeah, if you look at how Canadian Alfredo's deck is built, kind of reflecting on it, it makes more and more sense as it registers, which is the whole turns 1 through 3 have to flow to make that 4 and 5. If you don't have your 1 through 3 plan feed into turns 4 and 5, hands down, I mean, discard can play no cards for 3 turns and still win a standard game, yet alone one where you might be playing into the negativity of the wrong way. And with Machine World, it's not even really concerned. Canadian Alfredo has the priority. So no matter what they even throw into Machine World, it's going to get discarded anyway also. So this is it looks like it's a pretty safe play and line.
I mean, the idea here is get a big carnage in the middle, right? That pulls Morgan Le Fay. So you're going to have 15 power in the middle, and then you're just going to say, I'm winning the middle. If there is a top-decked Morbius here, I think the game might end because it's a Rocket Raccoon in there.
Oh! There it is! All right.
There it is. Yep. Whoops, my bad. I manifested this apparently because like that is, I mean, 18. Okay, so hold on. Rocket Raccoon plus death.
Wait. Before any of that, Machine World can lose this because because Canadian Alfredo can play 2 cards in there, leaving 3 cards in the hand. So Dracula only has a 1 and 3.
Sure. Yeah. The problem is any cards Canadian Alfredo plays in Machine World are probably going to be pretty big.
Death?
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's Death and Rocket Raccoon, right? So it's 7 additional. Morbius is going to be 20. This is going to be a win for
oh my
the Morbius right
gosh,
here.
you're right. And it hits on the APOC also. Rubbing more salt into the Alfredo. The Canadian Alfredo unfortunately loses to the Electric Flame. Congratulations, Electric Flame. You have won the Golden Gauntlet World Championship Qualifier number 2 with discard.
Are you proud of yourself?
I
Rubbing more
am.
salt into the Canadian Alfredo. Are you proud of yourself?
A little bit, not gonna lie. I promise I did not rehearse that either. That just happened.
I don't believe you.
You don't have to. That's fine. But it felt right.
I am blown away by the way in which Electric Flame recognized what was happening in that game. As I was with a bird's eye view commentating it, they recognized it way earlier. They were like, this is the lane that matters. I am putting my points in it. I am playing Dracula right. He is soloing that lane. This lane is the only thing that matters. And then, I mean, top decking Morbius, what is it, a 1 out of 4 at that point?
Yeah.
Hey, look, if you're a discard player, you got to take your 1 out of 4s. Like, you just have to take them. And if that wasn't a Morbius draw, maybe he lives to fight another day. You know, he's got another chance at winning that game, but he did get the Morbius draw. He hit that 1 out of 4, 20 power. And I think there's really only one thing to say. It's Morbin time.
Oh my God. Okay, we're even. Let's take a look at the deck and dissect it one last time. Scorn, Blade, Morbius, Colleen Wing, Gambit, Corvus, Glaive, Lady Sif, Dracula, Proxima Midnight, MODOK, Khonshu, and the Apocalypse. I know you have a personal affinity for Apocalypse, that it's just a unique card. It's a fun card. It's a card you enjoy in MarvelSnap. I love seeing this type of list succeed in these tournaments, but I'm going to warn the community proactively. Remember, these tournaments do end up affecting ladder. People want to start playing these cards more and more often. They want to play these decks more and more often. This is very much a reward to an experienced pilot, because on ladder, Stardust exists. And here we clearly see expertise of an archetype at its best.
It was a really impressive run. Like, not just the way in which they were calculating, the speed of their calculations. And there were so many impressive players that we watched today, but I really was impressed by the Electric Flame, and especially being able to do so with this deck. I have a huge soft spot. We all know that for Apocalypse, but I do think that it is just awesome that the end of the finals, we have so many different decks in the top 4, so many different decks that are representing what, you know, are the likely best archetypes to take. And I do want to shout out one deck that I think it did make it to the top 4. Victoria Hand put so many people in the top 16, but none of them converted into place in the finals. And there is just a lot to be said for that archetype as well. But I think this is, I hesitate to say it, a pretty open, pretty good metagame. And I would say a lot of that is thanks to the influence of cards like Stardust, which take some of the higher end combo decks out of commission, but require slots from the mid-range decks, allowing decks like this and Morgan Le Fay to thrive.
As I take a look at the final statistics and we look at, we're going to be reflecting on this tournament for a couple of days, to say the minimum. I cannot wait to see all of the content that emerges from it, the reaction from the community. But I do think it's important to note that out of all of the players, we had, you know, thousands of players register, join the Discord, be a part of this. 8 of them were brave enough to bring discard decks to the tournament. One of them obviously just won it. But at the same time, discard was the winningest archetype in this tournament. And I think that's worth noting, that consistency reigns supreme.
Real quick, which card?
And on that note, KM Best, why don't you let us know where the world can find you, because you won't see me on
yeah, we're not friends anymore. It's okay. Like we're done.
No,
yeah.
It's been wonderful to have you in these events up until now. So let the world know where they can find you.
I'm Cam Best. I play and talk about and yell at MarvelSnap a bunch on my stream. I'll actually be streaming after this. You can find me on Twitch, CamBestMS, on YouTube, CamBestInASnap, on Twitter, CamBestMS. That's pretty much where you're going to be able to find me. Thank you so much to MarvelSnap for allowing tournaments to exist and getting players like Avazord back into the swing of competitive gaming. I think that is awesome to see these names I recognize from way back in the day coming back into the game for these tournaments. I have a ton of fun casting them. I hope you had a ton of fun watching them as well. I've been KM Best. He's been It's Guest Gaming. You have been phenomenal, and that's going to be all from me.
I mean, you heard the man. My name is Guest, also known as It's Guest Gaming. You can find me everywhere under the same handle. It's Guest Gaming, whether it be YouTube or your favorite socials. I have absolutely enjoyed being here once again for the MarvelSnap Golden Gauntlet. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave you with this. Get ready for the third qualifier, October 11th. That's right. October 11th will be the official third qualifier for the MarvelSnap Golden Gauntlet. You heard it here first if you made it this far. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate all of the support. Thank you once again to MarvelSnap, to Second Dinner, to everyone on the production side, all of the casters, and all of you. I really appreciate everybody being here, being a part of such an incredible event. And as always, see you next time.